Volume 4, Chapter 82 Lineage, Part 1. The neck of an archmage was no different from anyone else's, a little thinner and a bit paler, that was all I could say about it. How is it? I met Dersha's eyes as she looked down at me with a slightly sour expression. I had done everything I possibly could, and so I earned this result. A result that could be called a victory. But in the end, I still had to beg the loser for mercy. If Dersha were to throw a tantrum here, refusing to accept the outcome and insisting she wouldn't give up her memories, then we could no longer remain master and disciple. And Dersha was the type who didn't care the slightest about honor. Is it still not enough? No. The question I asked, feeling like 1 second was as long as 1,000 years, was met with Dersha slowly shaking her head. You've grown a lot. Ah, yes, I've had a lot of help. I mean something more fundamental. Dersha looked at the top of my head. You've gotten taller. Sorry, what the hell was she saying all of a sudden? While I stared at her in bewilderment, she continued matter-of-factly. Compared to when we first met, you've grown about 2 fingerwidths. Seeing it up close makes the change quite obvious. Well, I am still growing. Is that a problem? Then you'll grow for quite a while. Well, yeah, in that case you will have to devote every moments that will never return entirely to survival. I finally realized what Dersha was saying. She continued, her voice just as heavy. I understand your desire to escape the abyss, and I understand that you do not wish to merely become another creature built to survive it. But you must realize how much time that will consume. Yes, I suppose so. You are not an elf, you were born with a short lifespan, you must spend every precious moment purely on surviving. Dersha paused, meeting my gaze. To remain human, you will have to give up your entire life. Is that truly worth it? Yes, I immediately replied, a light smile on my lips. 100 years at most. And the last 50 would be spent creaking around like an old man. We're not exactly a long-lived species. It was my poor attempt at a joke, but apparently it had landed perfectly for Dersha's terrible sense of humor. True enough, a soft arc lifted the corners of her lips, different from her usual rotten, cynical smirk. It was the kind of smile so mesmerizingly beautiful that it could make one forget how to breathe, but it only lasted for an instant. Having returned to her usual expression, Dersha used her slender fingers to pry open my hands that were still wrapped around her neck. I can't deny it, this is my loss. Really? Not in the literal sense. You really did put in a commendable effort, but it seems you're not particularly practiced in combat against mages. Huh, I tilted my head as Dersha tapped my hand twice. My hand was frozen in place, still stuck in the posture of gripping her neck. What is this? The moment your skin touched mine, I sent a small electric current to lock your muscles. Wait, you can do that with only 2-star magic? No. Not unless your opponent voluntarily reached out and put their hand directly on your skin like a fool. Ah, next time, even if you're certain of your victory, use a blade or a spell to threaten your opponent. Direct physical contact is incredibly dangerous. Yes, a cold shiver ran down my spine, so I actually lost. After all this, when I clenched the hand she had just released, Dersha added gently as though to reassure me. Being able to manifest your abyss realm is already enough to win most magic duels. More importantly, this is something I suspected, but you truly did intend to defeat me. There was a lot at stake here. And well, the abyss realm manifestation actually has some limitations. Limitations? Yes, I'd explain it properly later. For now, there was something that had higher priority. So did I really win? Brimdell approached, shaking his head as he looked at me. That monster beaten by an 11-year-old, every time I look at you, you get more unbelievable. She held back. Even so, it's not something just anyone can do. I know since I've crossed blades with her. Heh, remarkable brat. Azrael clicked his tongue as he approached. I couldn't even stand against her when she was a mere 170. So then what memories shall I erase for you? Huh, don't erase anything. I shoved Azrael away from Dersha. Wait, what are you doing? A victor should use his rights. People learn from their mistakes. Master is an elf, so she'll learn even better. If you erase it, she might just end up doing something even worse later. Not at all. I could just erase all the impure memories and turn her into a puppet that only listens to you. How about it? Stop saying horrifying things. I need her as my master, not as some obedient 9-star wizard golem. Though actually, that would be kind of convenient, quite perfect to be honest. Still, the price for reducing Dersha to such a state just wasn't worth it. I refuted Azrael's nonsense one after the other. Those conditions were just meant to make the duel serious. I was never planning to hand my master's memories to some creepy shaman like you, not for a moment. At my firm declaration, Dersha slowly stiffened. Why was she acting like that? Azrael, on the other hand, burst into delighted laughter, even though I had been so blunt. He, truly driving the nail in. How do you feel, Dersha? Jern, my apology is rather late. Dersha deeply bowed her head. I'm sorry, if we had spoken more, this would not have happened. In prioritizing my own enlightenment, I failed to consider your opinion at all. Ah, no, it's fine. It's not fine. Had you not come here yourself, 1 week from now I would have gone to you, kidnapped you, placed you among dozens of fallen elves, and begun experimenting. Okay, that definitely isn't fine. It sure was a good thing I came. Thanks to Seal, right? Where was Seal? Sir Brimdel, where is the head maid? Head maid? Brimdel showed a confused expression, then realized something and looked at me. You mean that Seal, right? Ask her. I looked at Dersha with a very serious expression. Dersha tried to avoid my eyes. It was the first time she had ever done that. Don't worry, she's not hurt. Please bring her out. Dersha snapped her fingers, and then Seal emerged from the ground moments later. She was bound tightly in countless roots. Seal did not look pleased. We stared at each other in silence. Dersha, seemingly having read my expression, looked away from me. Seeing that, Seal's eyes widened in genuine shock. Jern, yes. There's no way, I can't believe it. But considering that Lady CIA is releasing me and seeing you standing here so confidently, if I were to infer, what's there to infer? What you're thinking is correct. No. Even so, I have to ask. Seal stared between me and the back of Dersha's head, her expression showing pure disbelief. Did you persuade Lady CIA in that state? A bit forcefully, but yes. Haha. Seal leaned back against the roots and looked up at the sky, letting out a dazed groan. You're saying you managed to refute the conclusion of a 9-star mage, and that Dersha no less, she spent months of research to get to. That's something even a lesser demigod would struggle to accomplish. She simply didn't know how much I've grown. Does a tiger concern itself with the growth of a cat? No, not even a cat. Master Jern is more like a rat. A rat, I say? Seal suddenly started to say things resembling insults, and the moment the roots loosened, she strode behind me and glared daggers at Dersha. And my lady is a wicked tiger who only came to her senses after getting bitten by that rat. I'm sorry, Seal. Dersha apologized to Seal in a casual tone. My sanity returned, yet I made a decision I absolutely shouldn't have. I did something unforgivable to you as well. Don't you owe me an apology as well? I nearly got burned to death because you pretended to be the world tree. Azriel, I don't feel the slightest speck of pity, regret, or guilt toward you. But she wasn't done with Azriel. Jern did indeed stop me, but my thoughts haven't changed from the time I had left this place. The only difference is that now I see a more useful way to apply them. And what do you mean by that? Eternal repose. Ha, Azriel snorted, openly dismissing her words. I'd never follow some idiotic plan to turn all elves into books. They're better off dead, but simply killing them would waste countless relics buried in their memories, matters that have been long forgotten by history. We should record everything, then have all the elves commit collective suicide. That is the last salvation left for our species. Her extremely radical thoughts hadn't changed the slightest. Hey, human kid. Your master still treats elves like that. What do you think of that? Well, to be honest, I do agree that the elves would be better off dead. Azriel looked at me as if I had just stabbed him in the back. Wait, weren't you fighting your master at the risk of your life because you felt sorry for us? That's not it. It's just, are they actually living? Can you really call that living? They're basically biological machines acting on preset instructions. Instead of drifting forever waiting for a savior who may never come, wouldn't dying be the better choice here? That is exactly what I'm saying. You two bastards are both completely deranged. Watching Azriel grumble, Dersha added coolly, the extinction of the elf race is also for the sake of humans. You do realize it would be better if there never was a true savior. Why? Because countless elves besides myself have challenged the worlds with magic or without it, worlds with enemies and without them. We became heroes and demons alike across innumerable worlds, and in the end they were reduced to mindless primitives with their memories stripped away. If a savior appeared and you freed all elves, this era would plunge into a catastrophic age of chaos. Aha! So basically, if one were to put it in Earth terms, it was like awakening a frozen Guan Yu, Hitler, and Genghis Khan all in the same year. Yeah, that would be horrifying. As I shuddered, Azriel waved his hand dismissively. Then you should just leave this hell and return the elves to normal while you're at it. So you're still planning to wait for a savior who will never come? Humph, to be honest, I was getting tired of it until today, that is. Azriel gave me an unpleasantly sticky, lingering look. I can see some potential now, though I never imagined I'd see it in a human. Dersha immediately pulled me behind her, shielding me from Azriel's gaze. If you ever lay a hand on Jern, I will kill you. I have no intention of laying a hand on him. Didn't I say I merely saw potential, and we're not leaving just yet? What, you still have more to do here? Azriel's expression showed horror, but Dersha completely ignored him as she looked down and muttered. Jern, it seems there's much I need to hear from you, and I've got plenty of things I want to ask you as well, Master. There were things only a 9-star mage could answer. And there were favors only mages who already knew that I was a fallen and didn't care about it could grant. Dersha nodded, then glanced at Azriel. But those things can be done later, for now. There's something we must extract from that shaman. And what would that be? Your past memories. Ah, right, I took out the drawing I had kept in my pocket, the one of me and the woman who was probably my mother. I actually learned a little about it already from my talk with the princess. Princess, you mean Lumia? No, her older sister. How in the world? Dersha pulled a bizarre face. It wasn't something I could explain briefly, so I just shrugged. It's a long story. What matters is she offered to tell me more, but I refused. The compensation she offered would have left me too tangled up with her. You did extremely well. Dersha nodded, her expression unusually relieved. The first princess is dangerous. She hides secrets no one can fathom. Ah, I know about that too, that your thoughts are probably incorrect. Her secret cannot be uncovered so easily. The imperial family hides it more fiercely than anything else. Even I only have some speculations. She has the gift of prophecy, right? But I don't think it's an ordinary prophetic ability. Dersha remained completely silent for nearly 30 seconds. Only after regaining her composure did she ask, "What exactly have you been doing?" I kind of fought a Scarlet Abyss officer and then, "You fought who?" Let's save this for later. So my past, right? I felt like the conversation was about to head somewhere completely different, so I reeled us back in. I have a mountain of questions now, but fine, let's stick to that. So aside from this drawing, you know nothing specific? Yes. To survive the Abyssal Sea, knowing how it was constructed is paramount. We must also learn what Scarlet Abyss did with you in the past. Right, I nodded. But how? We'll use this shaman. It wasn't ask for a favor, but use. Azrael, of course, immediately objected. Why exactly should I use a secret art exclusive to elves on a human? Because if you don't, the elves trapped in that burrow are going to start suffocating soon. Human child, do you truly wish to serve that thing as your master? Of course. Azrael had no allies here. Even Brimdal seemed to dislike this shaman. In the end, Azrael slumped behind me, his face sullen. If I sense even a hint of you doing something strange, I'll kill every elf here on the spot. Look at everything before the age of 5. All right, you think I'd mess around with the lives of every elf on the line? I watched Azrael's hand rubbing my head and suddenly wondered, so once the ritual starts, will my memories just come back or something? No. I'm going to extract everything from before age 5 and look at it myself. Then I'll tell you. Does the extraction take long? I manage memories that span thousands if not millions of years, just 10 years that's. Suddenly, Azrael froze mid-sentence. What is this? What's wrong? Your memory is unusually long for your age. It feels more like a young man's than a boy's. Was he able to see my previous life's memories as well? Before I finished that thought, Azrael tilted his head. No, that's not it. It's exactly 11 years worth, but why does it feel so long, strange brat? Please just do your job. Tisk, no respect for the elderly. Fortunately, it didn't seem like he could see my Earth memories. Azrael finished extracting everything and sat back down. All right, feel like there's any memory missing. Jern Spandel, 11 years old, Mage, Fallen, Abyssal Sea, Scarlet Abyss. I remember all that. So you really lost part of your memory. What about my past? Just wait. Azrael closed his eyes and began to replay the memories. Apparently, he could revisit them like watching a movie. It really was an absurd ability. I could understand why all the elves trusted him to handle their entire species' memories. For the first time, Azrael displayed a seriousness one would expect from a shaman. He didn't move for several minutes. It was long enough for me to wonder if he had died or something. Then he snapped his eyes open and glared at me. Human child. The seriousness in his face made me steel myself, my past. The past that might have thrown me into the Abyssal Sea. Just what kind of torture did this body endure? Was I perhaps kidnapped by Scarlet Abyss, or did I fall into the abyss on my own? But he told me that a great realm can't be created naturally, so perhaps Scarlet Abyss or someone else made me this way. As I considered the worst possibilities, Azrael finally spoke. Your past self, yes, was extremely comfortable and happy. I have seen many nobles in my time, but never have I seen a 3-year-old with 10 maids. So I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Chapter 83 Lineage, Part 2. Dersha didn't use her door teleportation. More accurately, she couldn't. I am still capable of making sound decisions. Sitting perfectly upright inside the rattling carriage, she lowered her gaze quietly. And what do you mean by sound decisions? That I may very well repeat the same mistake. Because I still believe your thoughts are foolish. Seeing my face twist into a bizarre expression, Dersha quickly added, to be precise. This is what the current me thinks. And what does that mean? My lady has her reasons for intentionally keeping herself in a constant state of exhaustion. Seal, clearing her throat, added, you've probably noticed by now. But elves as a species can't exactly be called normal. Yeah, I think so. In the past, elves had conquered every corner of the continent, using their longevity and overwhelming talent to their fullest. Azrael had appointed himself as their shepherd and chose to hold every elf's memory, but it was the elves who accepted that arrangement. They handed over their very identities, choosing a life worse than death. And Dersha. There was no need to say anything more. Elves were simply out of their minds, that much I deeply understood. But if you examine their behavior, they have a single thing in common, don't you think? One thing in common. I pondered over everything I had come to know. But all I could come up with is that there were just a bunch of lunatics. I have no clue. If I had to come up with something, it's probably that they are all living in quite the efficient livestock pen, since all the cattle willingly put their own nose rings on. Or something like that. As expected, you're smart. Seal nodded as if I had given the right answer. Elves aren't born that way. Over time, they learn more, see more, and naturally discover more optimal methods. Enough years piled together turns every elf into the exact same being. The same being. Yes, any elf who lives long enough eventually speaks the same, acts the same, and makes the same choices in any situation. Whether they studied magic or swordsmanship, because that's the most efficient way, right? Yes. As I mulled over the meaning of her words, I couldn't stop myself from asking, hold on, that's basically saying immortality is a curse for any intelligent life form, isn't it? That's a refreshing perspective. But ultimately, the line between a curse and a blessing only depends on whether you're the minority or the majority. If all intelligent species lived as long as we do, then short lifespans would become the true curse, don't you think? I gave Dersha a look filled with pity before turning back to Seal. We absolutely cannot send her back to the capital like this. Indeed, even if you did beat some sense into her, she's still in quite the dazed state. If she went back like this, she'd definitely cause more trouble. Aha. So the savior Azrael is waiting for, an elf born with a mind that doesn't converge even after ages pass, that's what he's waiting for. So that shaman is basically waiting for a sunrise that will never come. Poor guy. That thought crossed my mind just as Brimdel, arms folded, nodded in agreement. That explains the background of all of this, but there's one thing I still don't understand. What is it? Dersha's tone toward Brimdel seemed slightly sullen. She didn't really have the right to openly complain in her current state, but it was obvious she still had lingering displeasure about me becoming his disciple. Well, once she lowers her sanity again, she probably won't care anymore. We dwarves also live long lives, not as long as elves, but long enough, so why don't we suffer from that madness you experience? Jern was assuming mentally normal beings, dwarves are. A bit different, what's that supposed to mean? You lot spend 1,000 years hammering metal into tools and die perfectly content, right? In other words, you're somewhat peculiar, underdeveloped, primitive. Something along those lines. Unfortunately, we cannot do that. 10 years of hammering iron would drive any elf mad. Brimdel was actually about to draw his sword. I barely managed to stop him. Meanwhile, the still sleeping Linmal shifted around in her seat inside the carriage. I gently laid her on her side so she wouldn't wake up. She had been a huge help. It was a good thing that I didn't end up sending her away. Patting Linmal's head, I quelled the overheated atmosphere. So, is what Azrael said credible at all? Hard to say. Brimdel, Seal, and even Dersha, all three of them wore serious, troubled expressions. What Azrael had told me really was bizarre in every way. I had maids, not just maids, you actually looked like, how do I put this, like a prince of some nation. What a prince? Yes, not the empire though, what was that crest? I've seen something like it in the eastern region. Ah, and the surroundings were a desert. 1 year old, 2 years old, 3, 4. Someone who seems to be your uncle or something takes you away somewhere. And that's it? What do you mean that's it? I don't know, your memory cuts off there, probably died. When someone dies, their memories stop, so it ends up like this. I'm alive though. The next memory is you in the orphanage. So well, something similar, I guess. As for the torture or whatever you were so eager to uncover, I can't see any of that. That was basically how that conversation went. No matter how many times I asked for details, nothing new came up. Naturally, my suspicion leaned in a different direction. I think Azrael just said whatever nonsense came to his mind. And why do you think that? Let me ask something in return. So you honestly see me as some noble's kid? That much is certain. Dersha cleared her throat and stated with clear conviction. Natural-born mages don't just show up out of nowhere, they're extremely rare. Maybe not royal, but they had to have at least noble blood running in their veins, that much is clear. It's still strange. This wasn't something I could just accept as some weird birth secret. There was an obvious question that came to my mind. Then why did no one come looking for me? There was no reasonable explanation for that. Noble or royal, if they lost someone like me, they would have tried to reach out somehow, right? It's not like I was hidden away in some remote area. I was literally in an orphanage attached to the imperial capital, and if I wasn't lost but abandoned, then they should have tracked me down to eliminate me to prevent any future trouble. If not that, then they would have at least come to find me in some way. You are correct, Dersha nodded in agreement. If the nation truly was surrounded by a desert, then it's certainly far away, but even then, if a nation's prince went missing, there was no way they wouldn't have contacted the empire in some way. Even if they heard about someone with the same hair color as their missing prince, that would have prompted them to send people to search. Yet as far as my memory goes, I've never once heard of any prince going missing from any country. The two of us leaned forward thinking hard. What if they weren't an actual royal family but some insane clan pretending to be one? Jern, I appreciate your imagination and commend your ability to be open to all possibilities, but this is not a situation where that skill is necessary. Right, we went back to thinking. Still, my mind felt oddly at ease. Having a 9-star mage seriously worrying about my problems felt reassuring. Of course, Brimdel might not lose to Dersha physically, but when it came to pure intellect, she was the one who unconditionally came out on top. Wait, why in the world are you two even thinking this hard? Brimdel frowned, as if he had just read my mind or something. The answer is pretty obvious, isn't it? Obvious. When I looked at him with confusion, he held up the drawing. It was what the princess had given me, depicting me as a baby and someone who is presumed to be my mother holding me. The princess who gave you this should know something, right? Both Dersha and I widened our eyes at the same time. We hadn't even considered that, or more like we didn't want to consider it. Maybe we should just forget about my past, I suggested cautiously. If it meant getting involved with that princess, maybe leaving it as a red herring wouldn't be the worst thing. I wouldn't mind, but I wasn't digging into your past just for the sake of it. It's because your past is certainly tied to Scarlet Abyss. Yeah, true, but when you encountered Scarlet Abyss, none of them recognized you. Not even one of the executives. That's also true, right? The Lump Decay and all the others. None of them thought that I was one of their creations. Maybe I was a failed experiment they threw away. Your inner world is far too vast for that to be the case. They definitely performed some advanced procedure on you. The more I listened, the fewer things added up. The completeness of my inner world, its size. This world wasn't something that could just form because someone tossed a kid into the ocean. My memories were cut. I might be some prince from another kingdom, but they don't know me, something. Feels off, everything felt like it should fit into a single picture, yet every piece was just slightly wrong. Dersha, watching me struggle with all of this, finally spoke up. The choice is yours, but if you want my opinion. Your past carries a major secret that connects you to Scarlet Abyss, that much I'm certain of. Yeah, I think so too. What will you do? For how short it was, that question held many different implications. Would I willingly step into the maw of a prophet who could read my every move the moment I got involved with her? Or would I ignore it all, leaving behind the uncomfortable aftertaste the unknown carried, and focus only on what lies ahead? I thought about it for a long time, but the answer was actually quite simple. With a sigh, I looked up at the ceiling of the carriage. Are you watching, Jern? Ignoring Dersha's baffled look, I continued. I'll come find you soon. If she was watching, she should have heard my words. If she wasn't, well, I was at least sure that she held some certainty about my identity. Tap, tap. A maid walking through the palace's marble hallways toward the storage room in the early dawn suddenly froze. It wasn't because she saw an intruder or an assassin or anything suspicious. It was because she realized something about herself. Why am I here? Mumbling blankly as if she were in a trance, she shook her head violently to regain her composure. No, that was dangerous. The hallway to the storage room was watched by guards. If she were seen here, she could be arrested as a thief, even executed on the spot without anyone even listening to her explanation. And she had absolutely no idea why she came here to begin with. I should better leave. She tried to step back, thinking she should return quickly, but her feet didn't move as if they had been firmly planted into the ground. It wasn't because she hesitated, it was like they were literally stuck in the ground. She looked down to see her feet frozen solid up to her ankles. And ngh, she struggled with all her might, but the steel-hard mass of ice didn't budge. After a fruitless struggle that lasted far too long, a voice colder than the ice keeping her feet in place reached her ears. What a distasteful hobby. Ah, this time it was unmistakably an intruder, an assassin, a suspicious presence. A man sat perched on the window ledge, staring at her with clear displeasure. She had to scream, she had to for his sake. As her jaw stretched wide, sounds flowed out. No, seriously, how is this supposed to be safe? The maid let out a long, cynical sigh and scratched her head in an exaggerated gesture. You think I actually know stuff like the rules maids should follow or something? It's way easier to leave things to her and just act on autopilot. If I try learning anything else, my memory dumps half of it anyway. I see. Of course, now that things turned out like this, I'll have to throw this one away. Kind of a shame, I liked this one, so you'd better have a reason and a good one for wasting my time like this. There is more than enough. Decay glared at the maid, no, at the lump merely pretending to be her, his tone chilling. You acted alone, and you defied Great Void's orders. Yes, the maid gave a small laugh. Sorry, I thought I could pull it off, so I gave it a go, and it worked better than I expected. Then I got carried away and enough. Offer it, even with your deplorable memory, you remember the rules. If not, I can always make you remember. The maid's smile vanished. Her hand twisted into a shape no human body should be able to make. Decay simply stared down at her, not even breathing. After several minutes of this standoff, it was the maid who finally sighed. Fine, I'll give it. Happy, isn't this a bit hard for a tiny prank like that? Remember this well. There is a great difference between important and necessary. There will not be a next time. Decay vanished in a blink, and with him the ice also vanished, the lump that had taken over the maid's side and headed for the rooftop. It needed this world's magic to dispose of the now useless body. Can't be helped, I guess. The lump laughed lightly as it brushed itself off. It had expected this. From the start, it understood this was the price. And even knowing that, it still did it, because it was fun. It was more than worth it. For the first time in ages, the lump felt its heart beat with excitement. That young fallen decay had set his eyes on. Those eyes, as cold and deep as the deep sea, yet burning with resolve, declaring his intention of killing it. And that unshakable confidence were truly hard to fathom. It was to the point that it was hard to believe that he was still just 10. Everything about him was simply fascinating. The expense was more than worth it for having found something so entertaining. Heh hee hee. It knew it had to wait, but suppressing the excitement was just so difficult. Forcing down the smile, tugging at its lips as it climbed upward, the lump encountered an unexpected figure. A small, delicate boy. The prince of this kingdom, accompanied by 2 guards, was descending from the spire. Hello, hee hee. Yes, your highness. Even if the lump knew nothing about this kingdom's laws, it understood enough to bow in a situation like this. The prince, who looked no older than 10, gave an awkward, shy smile. He was an innocent, foolish, untainted child, possessing almost otherworldly purity. Glancing at that defenseless face, the lump thought that this brat would probably die within 5 minutes if thrown into the wild. But then a small question formed in the lump's mind. That face, it felt like he had seen it somewhere. In fact, it was a face it knew quite well, having helped create this prince to begin with. But neatly kept hair. Eyes always filled with anxiety, shrunken shoulders, a trembling expression. The lump shrugged as it looked at the boy's white hair. Must have been mistaken. It had no memory of ever seeing such a weak, timid child. The next day, a trivial incident shook the kingdom. A maid well known for her kindness toward everyone suddenly committed suicide. For 3 days, the other maids of the kingdom whispered their theories and doubts about this incident. But not long after, she was completely forgotten. Chapter 84 Lineage, Part 3. Of course, just because I wanted to meet Sharmia didn't mean that I was in any position to just go and see her. I had helped her, sure, but that was only business. In my current position, I couldn't meet a princess or even a royal scribe through normal means. Will you be all right? It's not like I don't know a way, and I gently stroked the still sleeping Linmal's head. She'd been asleep for nearly an entire week. Azriel said that borrowed time always demanded some repayment, but I couldn't help worrying. I'd appreciate it if you'd keep an eye on this kid so that she doesn't get into any trouble. Very well. Dersha stood at the mansion's door, watching me. There was a hint of hesitation and concern in her gaze. One could take that as a sign of distrust. Responding to that, I spoke with a light smile. I know it's hard to believe it, but I really do know her. She's someone you can actually hold a conversation with, and I'm only going to collect the reward I was already promised. I'm not doubting your words, Jern. I have heard your full explanation. On our return to the capital, I had told her everything about how I met the princess. Dersha was worried about something else. What you told me strays from what I consider common sense. What common sense? Do you know anything about imperial politics? Not really. Naturally, an empire like this didn't have online news or something. If one wanted to know what was happening in the world, they'd need to read the newspaper. But the media outlets that published those newspapers didn't just give them away for free. Even if a journalist somehow learned of a noble's secrets, printing it would be tantamount to suicide. I had heard some rumors that some newspapers actually tried that before, but none of them existed anymore. You didn't need much imagination to guess what had happened to them. In conclusion, every newspaper incessantly praises the empire to the high heavens, and the public's political understanding could be summed up with 2 phrases. They know what they're doing. Let me mind my own business. I wasn't that much different. A prophet was burning her own life just to keep the empire running. Sounds rough. Anyway, she got it handled. Dersha let out a long sigh at my light answer and tightened her grip on the door handle. When I first came to the Empire as a member of the Dark Magic Tower, they insisted I get involved in politics, saying it was something I had to do as a member. Right. She did have the surname Espandel. She had received a noble title. Of course she would have been dragged into politics. I was genuinely curious about what kind of chaos Dersha had caused, but she quickly shook her head in disgust. I did nothing. I came here to study magic and record knowledge, not to become some sort of politician. Then, I simply attended the occasional event as a noble after being threatened to be called a traitor if I skipped them. I never directly participated in any of them. Dersha paused, furrowing her brows. Naturally, I saw the princess a few times as well. I see. What was your first impression of her? A tyrant. The answer came instantly after I finished my questions. I blinked, bewildered. A tyrant. Yes, literally, I mean the kind of tyrant you can find in history books. A ruler who stands atop the weak, brandishing her power, repeating pillage and oppression. I was honestly quite taken aback. Of course, I knew she'd been hiding things during our last meeting, but she hadn't given off that kind of vibe. Dersha blinked slowly, seeming as if she was recalling something. The first time I saw her, she was 11, around that age. But her words were so sharp and heavy. I still remember how she told a desperate count begging her to show mercy to his people that she couldn't do that. Why couldn't she? Because by the time the count ran to the capital to beg, every single citizen of his territory had already been executed. She carried out sentences without the slightest bit of mercy. She offered poisoned chalices. She levied taxes without blinking. For some reason, the emperor delegated nearly all authority to her. By the age of 11, she wielded absolute power. But the nobles seemed to really like Princess Charmia for 3 reasons. First, she is actually quite competent. Second, every noble who disliked her was purged years ago. Third, even nobles aren't stupid enough to slander someone who can cut their throat anytime she wishes. Just hearing all that, she sounded like the worst despot imaginable. And Dersha wasn't finished yet. Of course, such matters are unrelated to me. I couldn't care less about her personality. What interested me was her magical realm. What do you mean? I happened to witness something once. At a banquet, the princess picked up a wine glass then accidentally dropped it. Slowly. She looked slightly startled as she saw it fall. If it had shattered, the entire event would have become a disaster. Did you catch it for her? She caught it herself. Dersha looked unsettled even as she spoke, as if she still couldn't accept what she had seen. In a blink, pardon, before she blinked she was a 1-star mage. After she blinked there were 3 stars shining inside her eyes. In the time it took her to blink, she ascended from 1-star to 3-star, learned telekinesis and lifted the wine glass. I felt my jaw literally dropping. Even with my limited understanding of magic, I knew just how absurd that was. No way. Indeed, I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't witnessed it. Dersha sighed and shook her head. Anything you can't understand is dangerous. We call it stupidity to make contact with something like that. So she's not just a mere prophet then. If it's you, I imagine you've grasped at least that much, so I would recommend staying as far away from her as possible, but… Dersha looked at me and mumbled, perhaps that is just greed on my part. It is. While we were talking, Seal suddenly appeared behind her and pinched the back of Dersha's neck like she was picking up a cat. Dersha didn't even flinch, merely glancing back at Seal in protest. Seal, we're talking. Lord Jern, would it be alright if I gave you a little advice from now on? Seal completely ignored Dersha, showing me a beaming smile. Advice about what? I simply believe that you bear some responsibility for what happened, Lord Jern. Both Dersha and I showed similarly baffled expressions. Did I do something wrong? No. The problem is that the two of you get along too well. More precisely, Lord Jern, you are like a very dangerous drug to elves. What are you talking about? You know that elves are extremely obsessed with efficiency, right? For a race with such ideals, your presence is like high-grade lubrication. Lady Dersha is already self-aware enough to restrain her own impulses, but you keep wagging your tail at her, so she ends up getting tempted. It's not entirely her fault. Then what should I do? If your conversations start heating up too much, to give an example, if you were to propose to make a wheel and suddenly end up jumping to, why don't we just build a wheelless flying carriage and launch ourselves into the sky? I'll step in and pull you back to the ground. How about that? So, in other words, since I had the tendency to accidentally stimulate Dersha's elven instincts, Seal would act as a moderator and intervene before the two of us spiraled into oblivion. Don't worry too much. I'm only going to intervene when Dersha tries to propose something strange. If I warn you and you both still insist, then I won't say anything further. That's not a bad idea. A brake system sounded strangely reassuring. I nodded as Dersha let out a long sigh. Don't take her seriously. Seal just finds amusement in meddling like this. There's nothing wrong with getting the opinion of a third party, don't you think? Then I'll be off. Don't forget what I said and be extremely careful. And when you return, we should finally speak about that. Yes, Dersha fell silent. However, I already knew what she was talking about. As if it had overheard us, a deep-sea creature drifted past, scanning its surroundings and swam away. Understood. This matter really was urgent after all. Meeting the princess was simple. Who is this? Did you, by any chance, hand out these communication orbs to other people as well? Because fortunately, my means to contact her still worked. When I used the communication crystal orb I had received before, Karos answered. She looked at me with a slightly sour expression before she started speaking. So it's that fallen boy, what is it this time? Was driving a stake into Her Highness' heart not enough for you? What kind of slander is that? Do you have any idea how devastated Her Highness was after you rejected her? She nearly took her own life. Please say something that makes sense. As if she would try to kill herself over some random orphan. Thinking that she was greatly exaggerating, I heard Karos sigh before continuing. Right. So what do you want? There's something I didn't receive the last time we met, so I'd like to talk to her for a bit. With Her Highness, yes. What followed was a long moment of silence. Right now isn't a good time. Her Highness is currently busy with her work. I can wait. Perhaps I should be more direct. No need. I get that this is a refusal. I just wanted to push again. It was painfully obvious that this knight named Karos didn't like me very much for some reason. So I intentionally manipulated the conversation in a way that would force her to directly reject me. Someone as loyal as her would immediately report to the princess if she were to refuse me directly. It might sound like unfounded confidence, but I was absolutely certain. If Charmia learned I had asked to see her, she would summon me, no doubt about it. Tusk, a small tongue click. I smiled faintly at the irritation it carried. People tended to feel irritation when they were forced to do something they didn't want to. Give your name to the guards. Yes, thank you. There was no further reply. She probably already cut the connection. I really couldn't understand why someone would hate a cute, harmless little boy like me. With these thoughts in mind, I headed to the Imperial Palace. Hello, I'm Jern. Ah, this way. The guards hurried to escort me somewhere the moment they saw me. It was the back gate of the palace. Along the way, a few guards brought out a blindfold. My apologies, Sir Spandel, but this is a secret passage. Yes. I understand. I felt like apologizing to the guards since a mere blindfold meant nothing to me. Using Tide Sense, I traced every wall and corridor, memorizing the layout of the secret passage. I wasn't able to memorize everything, but I certainly learned which paths were safe and which had traps. Hopefully, I would never have to make use of this knowledge. We've arrived. The guard who brought me to the massive door was not the same one who guided me earlier. The guards had been swapped out several times. Every section in the endlessly twisting and turning paths required a handoff. Most likely, even the guards were meant to only know parts of the palace's layout. Should I just knock? I will remain here. I'll stand guard over there. Startled, the guard practically sprinted away. That made it quite clear that the person behind this door was Charmia. Apparently, the word tyrant hadn't been an exaggeration after all. Knock, knock, knock. Anyway, what had to be done, so I knocked on the door. Come in. Charmia's voice was slightly lower than usual. Excuse me. I felt slightly startled when I opened the door and stepped inside. The room was the size of a soccer field and utterly barren. In the center sat a single desk, and on top of it, a mountain of documents. Buried inside the paper mountain was the glasses-wearing Charmia, furiously writing, stamping, and reviewing, her expression almost dead. And yet, even in that state, her beauty was so unreal it felt like it didn't belong to this world. Without even glancing my way, she muttered, tea, or food, or whatever it is, just put it down and go. Her voice was calm. Approaching the desk, I noticed an untouched 12-dish royal meal set beside the pile of papers. Out of curiosity, I pulled out one of the stacked-up documents and skimmed it. Surprisingly trivial administrative work. I frowned. She did all of this herself. There was no reason for her to. A princess, a member of the royal family, shouldn't be handling these things. Usually officials or lower-ranking nobles should take care of such things. After checking a few more, I came to another horrifying realization. These weren't sorted at all. She was simply grabbing papers at random from the pile, processing one, then grabbing something completely unrelated next. It was undoubtedly amazing that she managed so much work, but also idiotic. I sighed and gathered several documents. Only then did Charmia notice something was off. She turned toward me, then blinked, rubbed her eyes, and whispered to herself, "Am I dreaming? This is real." What? I didn't mean to interrupt you. This one's a land dispute issue. It overlaps with your administrative files. If you check them together, it'll go more smoothly. Yes. That's true. Pretend I'm not here and continue with your work. I couldn't offer much help with the content itself. I didn't know the political structure of the empire, nor what kind of web it functioned within. However, I could at least categorize the documents so she could process them more efficiently. While she worked, I sorted the papers by policy type, grouping related issues together. Even so, Charmia continued to work for hours. She glanced at me from time to time, but judging by how urgent some of these were, she seemed to have decided to think about this matter later after she finished all these. It wasn't until evening, when the sun slowly dipped, that she finally finished. Charmia stretched, letting out a huge yawn, then stared at me as if entranced. But this really isn't a dream, right? If I did all that work in a dream, I think I'd just kill myself out of sheer resentment. No, it's real. I came because there's something I wanted to talk about. It's really you. Why did you suddenly come? Watching that blank, dopey expression, I felt Dersh's advice slowly slipping out of my mind again. A tyrant? All I could see was a harmless baby deer. I forced myself to focus and cleared my throat. I apologize for coming without notice. Something came up not too long ago and regarding what I mentioned last time. Charmia lunged forward. More precisely, she stretched her entire upper body across the desk and grabbed my hands with sparkling eyes. I could even see a hint of madness in them, enough to frighten me. Have you changed your mind? Are you saying you'll let me use you after all? No, it's not that. I'm talking about my lineage. Having calmed down a little, Charmia awkwardly let go of my hand. Sorry, now that you mention it, I didn't get a chance to tell you last time because of what happened. No need to apologize. I was hoping I could hear more about this matter, so I came. Of course, and since it was I who proposed this reward, it's definitely my mistake for forgetting. Right. She clapped her hands together, acting as if she had just remembered something important, and stood up. It's rude to not offer proper hospitality to my guest. I shouldn't have been making you work. It's my fault for arriving while you were in the middle of work. I only wanted to help a little. I hope I wasn't a nuisance to you. No, 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 you were a huge help. I don't even remember the last time I finished work while the sun was still up. Have you done this kind of thing before? A bit. I knew it. This might take a while, but let me make you some tea. No, let me. Nope, how could I make a guest brew their own tea? Do you want to make me appear like a shameless brute? Please sit. I'll be right back. At this rate, no one would be able to tell who the royal between us was. After her adorably stern little scolding, Charmia left the room. I felt stupid trying to stay serious when faced with someone who was so stubbornly upbeat. Waiting for her return, my eyes fell on the stack of documents she had processed. I had sorted them, but I never saw how she handled each one. Feeling curiosity well up inside of me all of a sudden, I picked up one file. Emergency quarantine order for preventing epidemic spread. As I flipped through the dozens of pages, I frowned. Every response form, where description of countermeasures, relief protocols, and containment strategies should be written, was blank. But Charmia had processed this document. What was going on here? As I pondered over this matter, I opened the very first page again. That was when I finally understood she did write a response. It was simply so short that it was unnecessary to write down anything else. After quarantine, dispose of all individuals. I stared at the document for a while. I now had a very good idea of how I needed to conduct this conversation with this tyrant. Chapter 85 Lineage, Part 4. Sorry, I took quite some time, didn't I? It hadn't even taken the princess 5 minutes to bring the tea. I'd already returned the documents to their original spot so that she wouldn't notice I read them. A steaming teapot was set right on top of them. Glub, glub, glub. I stared at the rosy-colored tea she poured for me for a moment before I spoke up cautiously. I'm of rather humble origins, so I don't know much about noble etiquette or imperial customs, but I'm rather sure that having the princess herself pour me tea is some kind of breach. Most problems only become problems because someone decides to treat them as problems. She wasn't wrong. Wearing her usual bright smile, Charmia continued. So, what would you like to hear first? Oh, are you perhaps curious about the time Caros tried baking butter cookies and turned them into charcoal? Honestly, yeah, but I'm in a bit of a rush here. I quietly wet my lips with the tea and spoke firmly. I came here already knowing a part of my past, that I was born somewhere in a little desert town or something, right? Oh, really? Charmia clapped her hands in surprise. Amazing, it took me ages to figure that much out. If you've already gotten that far, this is a bit troublesome. Troublesome? Hehe, the truth is I don't actually know much about Rahashin. You might know more than I do. Rahashin, huh? I tried saying this unfamiliar word. I'd never heard it before. Leaning forward, elbows on the desk, I asked, what kind of place is it? It's a small country far, far out west in the desert. However, even though they stubbornly insist that it's a country, I'd say it's more like a town, really. And the Empire left them alone. A lion doesn't bother hunting mice, right? That would be quite silly, don't you think? By her phrasing, I could immediately tell how my supposed birthplace was regarded by the Empire. It was no different to how they treated the elves. Finding your birthplace wasn't easy. First, I had to comb through every nation and settlement within the Empire that was searching for any missing noble children. Noble children? Why would you? You had a certain refinement about you. Charmia cut me off. Just look at you now. You almost instinctively set down your teacup without making a single sound. No one does that unless they were taught to do it. It seemed like you were strictly instructed in etiquette from a very young age, even if you don't remember it. That was quite some baseless conclusion. However, Charmia looked proud of that absurd deduction. Anyway, there weren't many missing noble children. Eventually, we ended up looking through the ones who weren't missing and Tada. We found a childhood picture of you, Jern. And how did you conclude that it was the younger me, based on what? Jern, Charmia giggled, looking at me like I had said something quite funny. You do realize you're still really young, right? That's true, I shrugged. Same hair color, same eyes, similar age range. There were plenty of factors that one could use to draw a conclusion. To be honest, I couldn't connect that child to you either. What made it certain was that portrait. Slide, she pushed a drawing toward me. This child's parents, perhaps. MMH, they never reported their child missing. Charmia smiled softly and handed me several more drawings. All of them were me. A child that looked like me, yet carried a completely different air. As I sorted through them, I began to piece together the situation. There seemed to be a me separate from the me who was obviously missing. That was why no one ever came looking for me. One thing, if you're thinking this is one of those succession disputes where they would kill a poor innocent baby, no. It doesn't seem to be that horrible of a place. The couple seems to have a good relationship. However, they barely have any extended family, and apparently crime's been on the rise in that place recently. Did you foresee that I would ask that? No, but I do know you, Jern. I figured you'd ask something like that. There it was again. She said that she knew me again. Gathering all the portraits in a single stack, I bowed my head. I see, thank you. With this, I should at least be able to find where I came from. Ah, it's something I should have given you earlier anyway. I hope you get to meet your parents. I couldn't give her a straight answer. While I wasn't exactly sure what was going on, my supposed twin brother was clearly treated as an only child, meaning I wasn't equally acknowledged. The best case scenario was that I was just a distant relative who just happened to resemble that kid. The worst case scenario would be that I was deliberately abandoned. Even if I believed everything the princess told me, real secrets never revealed themselves easily. The latter explanation was a lot more plausible. If so, charging in blindly wouldn't be the smartest of choices here, but I still had to go. Jern, you look troubled. It seemed like it had shown on my face. I had been so lost in thought that I didn't even feel tide sense picking up on Charmia's hand brushing over mine. Warmth seeped softly into my fingers. She whispered to me with a gentle, benevolent smile. If you don't find it rude, may I offer you a little help? What do you mean? It looked like you truly desperately want to meet your parents, but going alone must make you feel uneasy, right? Isn't that what's weighing on you? Yes, something like that. Then how about this, why not travel there under my name? Her suggestion was just as sweet as her voice. That nation could only survive because the empire allowed it to. If they so much as touched an envoy sent by an imperial princess herself, their existence would vanish like a fleeting dream. If you were willing to work with me, Jern, I would be more than happy to do this for you. No thanks. As expected, she lightly accepted my refusal. She smiled wryly as if she had already prepared her next card to play. Still, I am the first princess of the empire, you know. Nobles would send caravans full of gold as tribute for just a single word from my mouth. Well, I could probably fill a wagon with copper. Really, the current price of copper ingots is about this much, you know. When I saw the number she scribbled down, I immediately changed my answer. Maybe half a wagon. While half a wagon of copper filled with your sincerity would certainly make me happy, it's not quite enough to move an imperial princess. Then I guess it can't be helped. Her help would have been more than welcome, but if I couldn't persuade her, then there was nothing I could do about it. The moment I started to rise to my feet, she stopped me with a crooked smile. Could I borrow your master for a bit? Master, what for? What for? That sounds terribly harsh, don't you think? My apologies. What does your highness intend to borrow her for? You know, it's just that my dear little sister Lumia has been whining so much lately. I had completely forgotten about Lumia. She was also a princess, just completely overshadowed by her far too competent older sister, so she barely felt like one. So I thought it might cheer her up to let her take one of Dersha's lessons. That is a tremendously bad idea. Dersha and Lumia, I couldn't even imagine what would happen if those two were to meet again. Given her personality, Dersha would most likely beat up Lumia until she was as flat as the ground, which would lead to Dersha getting executed for treason. It won't be long, just 3 days. If you promise me that much, I'll repay you with everything I can, and I'll make very sure that Lumia behaves properly. Yes, understood. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to volunteer Dersha for anything. Honestly, even now it wasn't something I could just casually agree to, but at the moment, Dersha's every action showed her deep guilt for what she almost did to me. So she would probably accept this much. I'll do it, good choice. Seeing Charmia smile like that, a small question rose in my mind. By the way, what exactly do you mean by helping me? Do I just show up and say, I'm an envoy sent by Her Highness the First Princess? Jern, Charmia replied, her face half smug and half mocking. The kind of expression that made one want to punch her. His Majesty has granted me an extraordinary amount of authority. I am only to wield it in emergencies, of course. And, wait just a moment. Still smiling, she lowered her gaze and began to fill out 2 documents at a blurring speed. Within 2 minutes, she rolled up the 2 papers, stood and addressed me in a firm tone. Jern, come here and kneel. That was an imperial command. Trying to swallow down the urge to smack this prophet princess, I stepped away from the table and knelt on one knee. Charmia then tapped my shoulder a few times with the rolled-up documents. Jern Espandel, from this moment forward, I appoint you as my personal envoy. Calling me personal or whatever isn't acceptable. Then I appoint you as an imperial envoy instead, Sir Jern. I had been granted a title. Was it really that easy? I suppressed the very vulgar thought that I could earn quite a bit by selling government posts and accepted the documents with humility. And this is your first assignment. Please check it. The paper was filled with details of a diplomatic mission to Rahashan. I decided to read through it more later. I folded it and tucked it into my back pocket. I didn't think a title was necessary, but thanks. Oh. What is it? Charmia tilted her head, baffled by my calm demeanor. I shouldn't say this myself, but shouldn't you be a bit more grateful or flustered? You've received a noble title, a full social reversal. You're no longer a commoner, you know. It does feel a bit strange. You're an imperial envoy, you know. Anywhere you go, you can say, I represent the imperial household, and they'll lodge you in the finest room in the city, you know. I have my own workshop. I knew that this was supposed to be a good thing. I could also tell what she wanted. She probably expected me to keep using my status as an envoy to entangle myself with her more. But once this business was over, I would rip up this document and hand the title back. Being tied down to some annoying lord-vassal relationship was majorly inconvenient, perhaps even fatal. Still, if weighing the risk of being entangled with the princess against the need to uncover my past, the scale tipped slightly toward the latter. Charmia nodded, seeming reluctant. I see. It was nice doing business with you, then may peace be with you. Ah, wait, is there anything more you wish to tell me? Even an imperial envoy can't travel alone. I'll assign you a squad from the envoy corps tomorrow. Thank you. Before she could add anything more, I slipped out. Getting too involved with that profit would only end with me getting burned after all. Thud, as soon as I stepped out and shut the door behind me, I spotted a knight in black armor standing in the guard's place. It seemed like she had been waiting there. I swallowed dryly and bowed. Pleasure to see you, Karos. After a brief silence, she moved. She probably wanted me to follow her. I knew the way but had no intention of revealing that fact, so I simply trailed behind her obediently. What did you discuss with Her Highness? Just some things. Just my appointment as an imperial envoy and that I would be leaving for my homeland tomorrow. I had a feeling that if I mentioned the former, she might throw a fit, so I brought up something else. I heard that Dame Karos once tried to bake cookies and turn them into charcoal instead. It wasn't until the words left my mouth that I realized something. She would probably also throw a fit over that. But instead of getting angry, Karos let out a heavy sigh, so heavy in fact that I could hear it even through her armor. Sir, Jern. Yes, wait, I apologize if I offended you. The more serious parts of the conversation, I have never baked cookies for Her Highness. Was she denying it out of embarrassment? No, her tone of voice was too steady for that. It seems like I took one of Her Highness' jokes too seriously. It wasn't a joke. Krrrrrrrk. Karos pressed a gauntleted hand to the wall, opening a concealed passage. Numerous hidden pathways unfolded before me at once. It felt like those shortcuts one could open up in some video game dungeons. Most likely, I really once tried baking cookies for her and burned them. I fell silent, understanding what Karos was trying to say. She confused her memories of the me from that other time with those of the me standing here now. It happens more often than one might think. I see. Bright moonlight fell over us. Karos stared out at the dawn-lit rooftops of the beautiful palace as she spoke quietly. I cannot trust you, not when Her Highness told me what she has, that you were her enemy and the Empire's. But I love the Empire. As long as I have my sanity, I won't rebel. That's exactly why I strongly suggested fastening a tight leash around your neck. Why were there so many women in the Empire who completely ignored the imperial law? While I was lamenting that fact, Karos bowed her head deeply. You may hate me, but do not misunderstand Her Highness' sincerity. I don't. She seems like a good person to me. Someone who works incredibly hard for the Empire. Just calling it working hard seems like an understatement. How much of her life and time has she abandoned to keep this Empire's peace? Her clenched, gauntleted hand trembled. If you are not an enemy of the Empire, then I beg you, please be Her Highness' ally. If she desires you, then it must be someone of great value. A plea just short of straight-up begging me. Moonlight played along her armor, yet the metal was so black it was hard to tell where the shadows ended. What a loyal knight she was. I tried to answer with equal amounts of seriousness as I stepped toward the rear exit of the palace. If that is what you believe, then give Her Highness a message. What, if she wants to use me as her puppet, then I should at least know what's going on in her head. That's, Karos almost shouted, but then closed her mouth tightly. She couldn't tell me everything yet, she knew it and I knew it. Then there was only one thing left for me to say. Thank you for your time so late at night. You may come to regret this. Yes. If you're referring to that matter, then perhaps. If something benefited me, I would gladly jump into fire without hesitation. However, I would never be able to jump into a hole when I didn't know what it contained. That wasn't what one would call an adventure, but just a mere gamble. The only one who doesn't seem to understand that is Her Highness, it seems. Thud, Chapter 86 Lineage, Part 5. Have you ever had this happen to you? You run into an old friend, exchange some warm greetings, and promise to meet again sometime before parting ways, only to realize that you were walking in the same directions, leaving you both feeling rather awkward. That was exactly what was happening right now. Karos, please take good care of Jern. Yes, as you command. Jern, you too. Is that an order? Of all people, she had chosen Karos to escort me, the Imperial Envoy. Charmia glanced back and forth between the two of us, who were both trying extremely hard not to look at each other, then smiled as she scanned the entire Envoy Corps. Then please go deliver my message. I've already sent word ahead, so you should receive the highest hospitality. Thank you for your consideration. This was our deal after all. I'll count on you again next time, okay? She whispered the last part into my ear, making sure the other envoys couldn't hear, but that was the problem. I could feel through tide sense that all the envoys who had been all stiff and formal in the presence of the princes widened their eyes. Even the knights in the back row began to mutter softly. Was there actually someone Her Highness was that close to aside from Dame Caros? That child, the name she just called, could it really be? No way, that's just a rumor. You probably just misheard. What a bizarre conversation they were having, to think there were rumors about me. Trying not to let my true feelings show on my face, I hopped up onto the horse. Have you ever learned horseback riding? Clop, clop. Caros, perfectly in sync with her horse, approached, clearing her throat. It seemed like she wanted us to pretend like last night's conversation never happened. I obliged. Yes, a little. A little won't be nearly enough for this one, certainly. The horse I was riding was from the Imperial stables. Its sheer size could make any other horse look like a foal. When I, an 11-year-old, climbed on top of it, my spurred feet barely made it past the saddle, but I answered casually, "It's fine, Haya. Haya, you're not even using the spoo." Before Caros could finish her lecture, with narrowed eyes, the horse began to move. Very smoothly at that, so smoothly that I could have carried a full cup of water without spilling a single drop. Caros started at this sight, her mouth open. How did you? I guess it likes me. I had confirmed it last time I rode a horse. Animals responded easily if you nudged the right muscles, identified using tide sense. If I had a status window, my riding skill would definitely have shown as SSS rank. Then shall we go? Yes, Caros followed and the other knights trailed not far behind. It really seems like him. Then. Does that mean we're all dead men walking? Right, that was definitely something I needed to ask about later. Clop, clop. The Imperial horses were different not just in size but also in breed. Actually, calling them horses felt kind of wrong. They were closer to open-top sports cars. To be precise, it felt like riding on the wind itself. Are you all right? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me. The wind barely affected my body. Caros, who seemed to marvel at how my hair kept its shape, barely even fluttering, looked ahead again after a short nod. I had assumed it would take about a week to reach our destination, but at this rate, we might not even need half of that. I shall increase my pace as well. Huh, she looked at me, her expression showing utter bafflement. The knights and even Caros herself were only just barely keeping up with me. Remembering what happened yesterday, I couldn't help but flash a slightly mischievous grin. Will you be able to keep up? Even if it is impressive that you can maintain such speed on an Imperial horse you've never ridden before, we have ridden these horses our entire lives. Caros shouted to the knights following behind us. That's enough holding back, follow me. Yes. In an instant the knights, their horses kicking up dust, accelerated until they lined up beside me. What the hell? I stared, perplexed. If you could do this, why didn't you keep up from the start? My apologies, we needed to determine whether you were simply overexerting yourself or whether you truly could maintain that pace. Ah, I see, Caros spoke, watching me with hawk-like eyes. Her thoughts were so transparent that I couldn't help but sigh. She was clearly looking for any information she could gain about me. Well, whatever. Even if she found something, what would she do? Report that I was good at riding horses. Then I suppose it's fine if I go a bit faster. Nie. I leaned forward and scratched the horse's hide. The startled animal burst forward at an even faster pace. Understood. Caros, glaring at me, also lowered her posture and sprinted after me like a madwoman. For 30 minutes straight, the two of us kept up our little speed contest. Dame Caros, yes sir, envoy. We kept going until the other knights were completely out of our sight. Honestly, I hadn't expected her to keep up this well. I was using what was more or less a cheat skill, my tide sense basically letting me perfectly read the horse's condition and control it flawlessly. Yet Caros sometimes even overtook me, throwing herself into a duel with no winner. The biggest loser here was the knights. They were practically dying trying to keep up, so we had no choice but to set up camp earlier than planned. But Caros seemed quite pleased, letting out a satisfied hum. At this rate, we won't even need 3 days. No, it's fine if we slow down a bit. It was your order to pick up the pace, wasn't it, Sir Envoy? Aren't we going to arrive before the messenger we sent ahead? You told me that would be bad. I shrugged and walked over to help the knights set up camp. No, we'll handle this. They flinched in panic, waving their hands. I ignored them and invoked my magic. 2 stars appeared in my eyes. At the same time, the stakes, cloth, and poles that made up our tents floated into the air and planted themselves into the ground. Thump, thud, bam. In an instant, 8 large tents were set. It didn't even take 30 seconds. If the knights had done it, it would have taken 30 minutes. My currents did most of the work. The rest was just waving some wind around to make it look like magic. I waved my hand at the dumbstruck knights. No need to thank me. We're helping each other after all. So you truly have gained your 2nd star at your age. To think you're at the same level as Princess Lumia as expected. As expected what? Leaving Caros, shaking her head behind, I approached the knight who had clapped a hand over his mouth. It seemed like it was time to investigate that weird comment I had overheard earlier. He had gone completely pale, shaking his head frantically. It's nothing. It doesn't sound like nothing, please tell me, I'm just curious. Really. It's fine, I may carry the title of Imperial Envoy, but nobody actually treats me like one. Even if you offend me, nothing will happen to you. Only then did the knight reluctantly open his mouth. We only received Her Highness orders last night, so we don't know much about you, Sir Envoy, but the name she mentioned was quite peculiar, so, is your name truly Jern? Yes, the knight started to murmur. Among them I heard the same nonsense as before, stuff like so it's really him. Then we're all doomed, so I frowned and asked, do you all know me or something? Well, Jern, you're currently regarded as something like the Empire's secret weapon by the knights and some of the nobles. Karos let out a sigh, adding some explanation. It took me a moment to grasp what the hell she was talking about. Wait, why would they? Your first appearance was when you suddenly showed up saving kidnapped noble children. A mysterious boy who claims to be an orphan yet was protected and sheltered by a powerful noble. Who would believe that? But I have verified records of growing up in an orphanage, you know. If you had stayed just an orphan, people might have accepted it. But you suddenly became Lady Dersh's disciple, became an apprentice at the Dark Magic Tower, claimed Sir Brimdal as your second master, and won multiple tournaments. You even visited the Imperial Palace multiple times, right? Soon enough rumors spread that you were an assassin created to counter Scarlet Abyss that made itself known. The Princess, personal Heavenly Knight of Retribution, a secret war weapon the Empire has kept hidden. However, since your actions were so bizarre and you rarely show yourself, the widely accepted belief became that you actually don't exist. Of course, the more you act, the harder it will be for that belief to survive. My mind was spinning. To think such slander had been piling up for some reason without me knowing. I barely pulled myself together and asked the last thing I was curious about. Then why do you keep saying you're doomed or you're going to die? Why do weapons move? Because something like a declaration of war or something close to it is about to occur, we just assumed that you were being mobilized because of that. What in they can this even be cleared up? Endure it. And from here on, you should avoid carelessly introducing yourself as Jern. Unless the situation is perfectly clear, it'll just sound like a child puffing himself up or like a death sentence issued by a ruthless killing machine. But I'm only a 2-star mage. Who in the world would think that a 2-star mage is a murder weapon? Your age is important here. You're not particularly special as an 11-year-old, and neither are your abilities as a 2-star mage. But being 11 and a 2-star mage changes everything. Even those who could defeat you, both mages and knights, won't want to provoke what they believe to be the future monster the Empire has painstakingly raised. This is also complicated. Indeed it is. A battlefield meant to give this brutal killing machine some real combat experience. It seemed the knights believed that was where they were being deployed. Even now, I could see the fear etched in their eyes. I opened my workshop using a carriage door with a sigh. Aren't you eating? Worrying is one thing, but still. I will. But not here, I'll do it in the capital. My master said training can't be skipped. The workshop wasn't actually a workshop, but connected me to a certain mansion. This was only possible with a certain 9-star mage's help. She said she altered it so that during this journey, my workshop door would directly link to the mansion. In other words, I could return to the capital at any time while traveling. If anything happened, I could escape with ease. I could also wash up properly and sleep in a warm bed. Karos stared at me holding her porridge, the emotions in her eyes completely indescribable. Feeling just a little satisfied, I asked lightly, should I bring you some bread? I'm fine. My supposed hometown was a bit different from what one normally called a desert. There are trees, life grows even on sand, sure, but trees, I tapped one of the brittle, withered-looking trees. It looked dead, but apparently that was normal. The desert itself was exactly what I imagined. A hellish landscape filled with nothing but sand, wind, and sweltering heat. The kingdom lay on the border between that hell and the plains. Seeing this nation slightly smaller than the capital, a question rose up within me. Why did they establish a country in a place like this? It's probably the opposite. The desert is what chased the country here. What's that supposed to mean? Desertification. Have you ever heard of that term? Ah, yes, I knew it. That issue also existed back on Earth. Karos straightened her cloak and directed the knights as they finished readying themselves, answering with a solemn voice. According to the records, this kingdom was originally built on the last patch of grassland before reaching the desert. But seeing that it's now sitting right between the desert and the grassland, we can infer that the grassland has slowly become part of the desert. Won't that cause problems? Of course it will. The fact that it hasn't collapsed already is what's more surprising. I see. It must be hell for the people living here, yet the site itself was strangely breathtaking, a city sitting between desert and grassland. I gazed at it for a long while, partly because it was just that beautiful, and partly because I was wondering whether looking at it would stir some memories somehow. But no matter how long I stared, all I could think was that it truly was my first time seeing this place. If it had been in my memories, it wouldn't seem so mystical to me. Ah, as I kept staring at it, the gates opened. The city was still distant enough that the people looked like ants. And yet, even from here, I could see them hurriedly rolling out something that looked like a carpet and lining up on both sides. They were preparing to welcome us. We should be arriving soon. Maintain a posture worthy of your title as envoy. I'm not really sure what posture that's supposed to be, though. As arrogant and condescending as possible while staying on your horse. Don't even show a hint of joy at their welcome. A small click of the tongue now and then would round out the act. So that was what it meant to be an imperial envoy. What a wonderful job indeed. Wait a minute, can I wear this? That's. Karos frowned at the mask I pulled out, then exhaled and nodded. As, you wish, but are you sure? About what? Didn't you come here to meet your parents? That's what I heard, at least. Shouldn't a first meeting involve showing one another's faces? They might not be my parents, and besides, what kind of parents are they when I don't remember them at all? They might try to do something strange the moment they recognize me. I put on the black mask. I didn't feel any different, but to anyone else's eyes, I probably looked like an adult now. Let's go. I lightly mounted my horse, this time riding at a slow and dignified pace, completely unlike the breakneck speed we used to get here. Karos and the knights dismounted and walked, leading their horses. Apparently it was to make clear who among us was the envoy. The moment we reached the rolled-out carpet, the welcomes came so fiercely I nearly forgot all the advice I had received moments ago. Welcome. Envoy of the Empire. Welcome. Scantily dressed dancers scattered glittering powder, and hundreds of soldiers raised their single-edged swords in salute as our procession entered. Rather than cheerful, the whole display looked rather desperate. They were fiercely trying to avoid offending the Empire at any cost. Honored messenger of the Empire, thank you for taking upon yourself the hardship of traveling all the way to our humble kingdom. When we reached the very end, a middle-aged man with black hair and far more modest clothing greeted me. He wore a broad smile, clearly the highest-ranking person present, so I dismounted to meet his eyes properly. I do not know what business brings the imperial envoy to our humble nation, but first you must rest from your long journey. Please request a meeting whenever it is convenient for you. I will gratefully accept. I was uncertain. There was something about him that vaguely resembled me. Without giving it much thought, I accepted the hand he offered, and then, it was the hand of an ordinary man. Broad and warm, the other party tried to let go casually, but I couldn't. I held onto it with more strength than I intended for several long seconds. Why your hand is smaller than expected? You've got to be kidding me. Yes, the last part I muttered was so low that he didn't catch it properly. I barely managed to release his hand and gave a polite nod. Very well, please lead the way. Of course, escort the envoy to the palace at once. Fortunately, it seemed I hadn't tripped over my words. The only person who noticed something was wrong was Karos. She quietly approached, supporting my shoulder as she whispered, "What happened?" ... It sent chills down my spine. I opened and closed my hand repeatedly, staring down at it. Did he attack you? No. Gritting my teeth, I tried to shake off that lingering sensation and force myself to keep walking forward. His hand was familiar enough to make my skin crawl. The size, the warmth, the shape. The moment I grasped it, memories slowly appeared, like brushing my fingers over the edge of a weapon that left a deep scar. In other words, yes. I stared at the back of the man walking ahead of us and quietly chewed on the words. He's definitely my biological father. It seemed like Azrael really hadn't lied, and it was the worst-case scenario I had brainstormed with Dersha. Chapter 87 Lineage, Part 6. After returning from my audience with the princess, I went back to Dersha's mansion and shared everything in detail. I fully expected her to scold me, especially about the part of basically selling her out. But instead, she simply nodded, quietly accepting it. It couldn't be helped, I understand. You're not angry. What reason would I have to be angry? It doesn't seem like a bad deal to me. Not a bad deal, she said. As I pondered over the meaning of her words, curiosity suddenly struck me. Before I could ask the question that came to my mind, Dersha's slender fingers brushed through empty air. Is that it? Yes, I had manifested my realm in the mansion. Meanwhile, Dersha tried to touch the yellow jellyfish that saved me twice, or rather the place where it should be. I panicked and tried to stop her. It's fine for me, but it might be dangerous for you, master. Please don't touch it carelessly. I'd like to say it's fine, but I can't even feel it in the first place. I can only see a hazy shape. Dersha reached for the jellyfish's tendrils, but her fingers just passed through empty space. The jellyfish twitched as if it sensed something, but that was all before it resumed its slow swim. Their contact produced no result whatsoever. As I stared blankly, the world began to ripple. Time was up. Master, it's almost time. Yes, withdraw it. The overlapping worlds lost their balance. The deep-sea creatures faded once more, and the seawater vanished as though it had never existed. If that balance were to collapse the other way, that would be my end. As that thought crossed my mind, Dersha stroked her chin. Indeed. How peculiar, peculiar. Most of the research I conducted while I was briefly asleep was related to your abyss realm. After some thought, Dersha looked at me with curiosity. Jern, assuming you aren't lying, then you're saying that living beings exist in your world along with a kind of food chain, right? That's correct. And since when have they been there? Well, wouldn't it be since a year ago when I awakened this abyss realm? That can't be right. Dersha shook her head. Life developing within a world isn't something that can happen in a mere few years. It's not impossible, but you said these deep-sea creatures appeared the very day your soul fever subsided. Yes. Then these beings aren't a burden. They certainly seem dangerous to you, but if it were a burden placed on you by the abyssal sea, such detailed forms, structures, and even a food chain wouldn't exist. Dersha flipped through the illustrated bestiaries of the deep-sea creatures I had drawn, her eyes slowly narrowing. Even the fact that some of them are helpful makes them fundamentally different. Burdens are the manifestation of the world itself, and they can never benefit a mage. That is the one rule shared by all worlds. But if they're actually helping me, isn't that a good thing? Life has been pretty manageable up to now. Jern, you need to take this far more seriously. Her expression hardened as she continued. What do you think would happen if an ordinary person were subjected to your water pressure? They would be crushed to death, yes. And if water were to flood their lungs, they'd suffocate to death, precisely. These are very intuitive outcomes, but what kind of result do you think coexisting with deep-sea creatures would produce? They'd get eaten and die. At what point? Only then did I understand what she was getting at. At some sudden moment. Exactly, the instant they become aware of you, and we have no way of preventing that moment. Do you think reducing scent or suppressing your presence works on creatures that live in the abyssal sea? They were able to use tide sense. And because I was able to use it as well, I knew I wouldn't be able to hide from them unless I became a knight on Brimdal's level, which in practical terms meant there was no way. I had thought about countermeasures against those deep-sea creatures before, but I had never been able to come up with anything that might work. No matter how long you managed to endure the burdens of the abyssal sea, you could still die abruptly. Yes. That's true. The fortunate thing is that this situation is not normal. It's terribly twisted. Originally a great realm, no, any abyss realm for that matter, cannot sustain living organisms. It simply isn't possible. For a moment I thought I misheard her, but Dersha only sighed, looking genuinely relieved. If it's broken, it can be repaired or twisted again. But if it's in a normal state, there's nothing we would be able to do about it, just like nothing you do would free you of the water pressure pressing down on you. Because a burden is a burden in the literal sense, right? Correct. Even if you wear a diving suit, the pressure would still crush your body. The deep-sea creatures, however, exist outside that pressure, which means a workaround might be possible. What do you mean by workaround? Dersha opened her mouth. There are several possibilities, but first we need to understand how that world is structured. We cannot devise a solution without knowing how those creatures are able to live within your world. Ah, only then did I find the answer to the unease I had felt earlier. So that's why you wanted to learn about my past. Exactly, Scarlet Abyss must have twisted your world during some experiment. Without understanding what they did, we can't formulate a countermeasure. I finally understood why Dcia thought that it hadn't been a bad deal. Unlike my other burdens, these deep-sea creatures could end my life without warning, so to create a way to deal with them, I absolutely needed to know my past. For that purpose, Jern, Dersha looked down at me quietly. This time, you must not seek out your biological father. Even after we arrived in the kingdom, Karos continued trying to glean even the slightest bit of information from me. You don't look to be in a good mood. Even though I was wearing a mask, she must have been able to read it from my bearing as she stealthily approached me even in the middle of the banquet. Naturally, we were the center of attention, but no one dared to approach us. Even without scanning them with tide sense, I could tell that they were obviously afraid of us. They were desperately trying to hide it, but their anxiety leaked out. An unexpected visit from the Empire, an imperial envoy sent by the princess. For people who had been living peacefully among themselves, this must have felt like a bolt from the blue. Karos tossed a palm fruit into her helmet and continued. If you've met your biological father, shouldn't you be, well, happier, unless you were abused as a child or something? Dame Karos, if you're trying to extract information, you should start with something else and slowly circle around the question you really want to ask. Who would ever give you a straight answer if you asked them this directly? Feeling a bit sorry for the princess, who had such a hopeless intelligence gatherer, I answered anyway. The best possible outcome for me would have been finding out that my biological father was already dead. Isn't that the worst possible outcome? Why? Because there would be records of the incident. Using those, I could immediately trace information connected to my past. You're assuming something truly horrific here. The second best scenario is that he was just an ordinary noble. In that case, I could pressure the king of this nation into coughing up information about any hidden children. There would be some conflict, but even that would still be acceptable. Then what's the worst case? This. The king here being my biological father. I glanced over at the king, who was arguing with his retainers on the terrace using tide sense. Why is that so bad? That would mean you're a lost prince, right? Can't you just reveal the truth and ask? A king losing a prince? Well, it could happen. Scarlet Abyss might have seen my talent and abducted me, but is it possible not to know that happened? To never announce the incident or even ask for help? You could lose someone, but you couldn't be unaware about it. Whether he abandoned me, offered me up, used me, or simply looked the other way while I was being handed over to Scarlet Abyss, he can't be trusted. And the absolute worst case is that he's working with them. Only then did Karos seem to fully understand the situation. The only way I can get the information I want out of him is by asking, why did the son you discarded become a fallen? What kind of reaction do you think that would get me? If he were a noble, it could be dismissed as a personal failing, but if he's a king, at the very least, this would turn into a war between nations. I sincerely hope it doesn't come to that. It won't. I don't have the authority to rewrite the fate of everyone in this kingdom. It just means things have become very complicated. It certainly has. Karos shrugged lightly as she said that. Good thing it's not my problem. Was there really no way I could hit her? My fist trembled, but a waiter who trembled far more than my fist approached and bowed deeply towards me. H-honored Imperial Envoy. Our lord requests your presence. We exchanged glances, then set our glasses down. Shall we go? It'll only become more troublesome if you come. Stay here and keep eating those palm fruits. Yes. That sounds good. Karos casually tossed another fruit into her helmet. Did she ever take off that thing? The place the waiter led me to was the terrace I had seen earlier, the very spot where the king had been speaking with his retainers. Scanning it using Tide Sense, it seemed that no one else was around anymore. Ah, welcome. This was our second meeting. The king extended his hand and greeted me with a warm smile. Jahian Ryatria. I am the ruler of this small nation far beyond my own merits. Our second handshake. Feeling that eerily familiar texture again, I inwardly let out a deep sigh before taking a seat, my biological father. Which would mean that I really was a prince. However, that was neither something I wanted nor felt happy about. To begin with, it wasn't me who was the prince. The owner of this pitiful body that fell into the abyssal sea was the real prince. That prince and I were separate beings. I had to make that much clear. As befitting a ruler of a nation, Jahian carried a firm, resolute presence. Seated at the head of the table, he wasted no time. I wonder if our hospitality has been to your satisfaction. This is our first time receiving an imperial envoy, so we did our utmost within our means. Your first time? Yes. There's no record of such a thing having happened before in our history. A kingdom in name only, no different from a small city. They might be better off than the elves, but still a nation that only lived because the empire allowed it. Naturally, even if he was called a king, that title meant little. If he truly defied the imperial princess, not even a pebble would remain of this place. That was also the reason why he personally came to greet me and spoke so politely. Jahian clearly knew what became of the nations that dared to bruise the empire's pride. If that was the case, then perhaps this conversation could proceed smoothly. I lightly traced the tabletop with my finger and offered a quiet apology. First, allow me to apologize. It seems we arrived far too abruptly. Haha, Jahian laughed awkwardly, though he didn't deny it. In truth, we really had shown up without much warning. Visits like this normally took months of prior discussions. We had urgent business, so we had no other choice. What urgent business could you have in this remote borderland? Have you heard of Scarlet Abyss? It was a carefully chosen decisive strike dropped in the middle of our conversation. At the same time, I immediately observed Jahian's body with Tide Sense. But he merely nodded, his expression rather puzzled. Yes, I've never seen them myself, but from what I've heard, they are a truly terrifying organization. Are you saying they have been spotted around here? His heartbeat was steady. It didn't seem like he was lying. Of course, I didn't just stop there and continued as if I truly believed he knew nothing. I can't be certain, but there were signs. Have there been any recent disturbances? Recent disturbances, huh? Jahian tilted his head, sinking into his thoughts. There was an incident recently where a maid took her own life. But no matter how much we looked into it, we couldn't find any reason for her to act like that. Then, have there been any cases of children going missing? Children. You say, yes. I was certain this would provoke some kind of reaction. However, Jahian's response was exactly that of a genuinely innocent person. I don't recall even minor incidents of that nature being reported. This nation is rather small, so every trivial matter gets brought to my attention. That couldn't be right. No matter how well one could deceive oneself, there was no way to completely evade any sort of tell, especially when I mentioned Scarlet Abyss in the same context as missing children. He truly didn't know anything, neither about Scarlet Abyss nor about his missing son. I see. This time I tried to press even harder. If Scarlet Abyss is truly here, there's a strong chance they're being protected by someone very close to you. Is there anything unusual among your family members? My wife left this world long ago, so the only family I have left is my son. My apologies, may I ask how old your son is? He turned 11 this year. He's quite gentle by nature, so it has been quite hard on him. The face he made was that of a father filled with concern for his child. The person he was talking about was most likely that frail-looking boy from the portraits. Then there was only one conclusion. There's no need to worry too much. I forced down the dizzy feeling rising within me and continued. Our primary objective is to gather information on that organization. Once that is accomplished, we will depart immediately. We came with no other intentions. When I gave him the answer he had most likely hoped for, Jahian brightened visibly. I see. Haha, hearing that puts my anxious heart at ease. Finding yet another inexplicable sense of familiarity even in that smile, I let out a quiet sigh. After exchanging a few more polite words, I left the terrace. Allow me to escort. That won't be necessary. I dismissed the waiter and walked down the corridor. As long as I maintained my position as the Imperial Princess Envoy, there was nowhere in this kingdom I couldn't go. If even the king couldn't stop me, who could? Yet the freedom granted by that false status felt utterly hollow. What is going on? So to sum up the situation, that person was definitely my biological father. But he never abandoned me, never raised me, and didn't even know I existed. Perhaps the prince was someone else, someone that had swapped places with me, but that wasn't what mattered. Dersha and I were wrong. No one here knew me. This was the real worst outcome. If this was how it was, then I wouldn't be able to find my connection to Scarlet Abyss either. Even the very last thread connecting my past to Scarlet Abyss completely vanished. I ran a hand irritably through my hair and decided to withdraw. I just pretend to do something for about 3 days, then return. Investigating the deep-sea creatures could wait for later. Tap tap. Lost in thought as I walked, shaking off my lingering regret while forcing myself toward a conclusion, I ended up deep inside the royal palace. There was nothing here I was particularly curious about. Still, having lost my way, I spread out my tide sense. Just when I found the route back and was about to leave, something strange entered my field of perception. To be precise, it was more like something impossible than just strange. There was something underground. I immediately turned and headed down. Even if I was blocked by countless false doors, they were hardly an obstacle before my tide sense. The closer I got, the clearer I sensed it. I opened the door that seemed like it hadn't been used in ages and descended underground. I walked along a dusty path. At the end of it stood a massive stone door without even a single torch nearby. It had taken me about 30 minutes to reach, despite having taken the shortest possible route. This secret passage was absurdly long and complex. I gazed at the stone door for a moment, hesitated, then charged some wind. The compressed wind turned into lightning. Boom, as the door shattered, I sent in a light sphere. Inside were rows of coffins. It looked like a morgue. This time I stepped inside immediately, opening one of them with no further hesitation, and was faced with a corpse. It wasn't a skeleton, nor did it even show the faintest hint of decay. It looked as though it had died just moments ago. No, rather, it looked as if it were merely sleeping. I let out a hollow laugh as I stared at it. That face wasn't unfamiliar to me. In fact, I had just seen it moments ago. The coffin contained a man perfectly identical to the King Jahian. Without any delay, I opened the other coffins. Each contained people with the exact same face as those above ground. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to comprehend the situation, then clenched my fist. There was only one person I knew who could pull off something like this. Found you, you slimy bastard. It seemed the time to keep that promise had come far sooner than expected. Chapter 88 Hunt Part 1. I sat on top of one of the coffins and thought for a moment. At first, I misunderstood. I assumed the people above ground were all impersonators, and these bodies were the real ones. But after lifting and investigating a few of them, I realized the truth. These bodies had no external wounds and didn't seem as if they died of old age. They were pretty much just copies, or put in other words, spare bodies, puppets made to imitate the people above. At least they aren't the lump. I pondered more. I'd heard of this before, stories of a city where every inhabitant died without a single mark left on their bodies. At a glance, this ability seemed similar to that of the lump, who could freely inhabit others' bodies, but it was fundamentally different. Either way, the connection was now clear. This country was deeply tied to Scarlet Abyss. Then with this ability, the puzzle pieces in my mind clicked neatly into place. The prince, that puppet, was created by imitating me. And then they swapped us. The king never noticed and raised it as his own child. If so, it made perfect sense that he believed he never abandoned his son. He simply thought he raised the same kid he'd had from the start. But why? What's the point of all this? To sum it up, Scarlet Abyss infiltrated this place about 7 years ago. They created all these spare bodies underground, did absolutely nothing else, and only swapped out the prince. Simply put, they somehow discovered that my world hid immense potential and stole it. But there was still something that didn't quite add up. Then why did they lose track of me? If I was such an important existence, how did they never recognize me? Even the executive-level members thought I was just some fellow fallen that popped up out of nowhere. Even setting aside that they could have toppled over this country anytime they wanted if they had my power, they could have replaced everyone if they wished. So why didn't they? Why did they do nothing for 7 years other than replace one prince? The answer was in the empty coffins nearby. It wasn't just the prince, several others had already been replaced. It also dawned on me why there were only the bodies of high-ranking individuals here. Their goal wasn't to destroy this nation. They were trying to slowly consume it. Looking at the chamber filled with coffins, of which half were empty, I realized that the day they would succeed wasn't far off, but instead of feeling fear, I felt a smile forming on my lip. This situation was great, no, even better than great. I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. I immediately headed upstairs. The banquet was still ongoing and Karos was busy issuing orders to the knights around her. I approached and tapped her armor. "Come with me for a moment." Taking the bewildered Karos with me, I led her into a secluded, empty side room. While checking if there were any eavesdropping devices or similar in this room using Tide Sense, she was the first to speak up, showing clear confusion. "What is this about? This place is one of Scarlet Abyss nests." "What do you mean by that?" I briefly explained the situation to the stunned Karos, that there were spare bodies created by Scarlet Abyss in an underground space below the palace, my deductions about them, and the reasoning behind those deductions. As she listened, the atmosphere around Karos slowly grew serious. "So that's the general outline. There are parts I still don't understand, though." And what would that be?" Scratching my head, I answered her question. "For example, why they spent 7 whole years and still haven't taken over this place. They could simply wipe everyone out and replace them with those puppets, right?" After pondering for a moment, Karos spoke up again. "Have you ever heard of a devoured city? I assume not. It's a term used only among us." "A devoured city? Yes." Faint anger seemed to stain her voice as she continued. "Cities that fell to Scarlet Abyss. Some of them are given that label. When you first observe a devoured city, nothing about it looks strange. But after watching for a few minutes, you'll see the residents repeating the exact same actions. Quite eerie behavior. Even if you attempt to intervene, they won't say anything, nor would they react, simply repeating the same motion until they all suddenly die at some point. Every last one of them. It's horrifying. Places like that exist. There were about 5 such cities. Scarlet Abyss is far more brutal and ruthless than imagination allows. I was already painfully aware of that fact. At the same time, it proves that their puppetry isn't flawless. Yet the prince of this country has grown without issues, hasn't he? Which means he is a puppet they put extraordinary effort into. Creating such a perfect one likely isn't something they can do freely. This must be one of Scarlet Abyss' long-term projects. So it's happening not only here but probably in other places as well. Possibly, yes. There were still some questions spinning in my mind. Like, what exactly was I to Scarlet Abyss? But getting answers to those would have to wait. For now, we should get out of here, call for reinforcement, and report this to Her Highness. Wait, I grabbed Karos's wrist just when she was about to move. Is there something else? If it's something trivial, save it. This is an opportunity. What? Seeing her tilt her helmeted head slightly, I explained slowly. This is the first time that they don't know we're aware of their existence, but we know about them. The sudden visit of an Imperial envoy will surely have made them sense something. If they did, they would have struck first. That means they believe they haven't been exposed, or they're protecting something. If we retreat now, they will either prepare for an attack or escape. The line we've managed to catch purely by luck will vanish forever. Right now might be our first real chance to hit them where it hurts." Karos hesitated, then spoke as if she was at least willing to hear me out. "Do you actually have a concrete plan? We use the method they excel at most." I grinned. "Let's cause a little chaos." My plan was simple. We must not get caught. As I said earlier, Scarlet Abyss has undeniably invested 7 whole years into this place. They won't give up on it so easily. From their perspective, they can't risk attacking someone with the status of an Imperial envoy. Their best move would be to play it safe, avoid suspicion, and make our doubts completely disappear. True. I agree, we must do the same, act like we have suspicions but have no evidence to turn them into certainty, pretend to investigate but make it clear we have nothing solid. Yes, that makes sense. That's your answer, really. Dame Karos, you are the one who has to do this, you know. Even though she was wearing a helmet, I could still see her frowning as she replied, "I am not good at psychological games." "Couldn't you do it yourself, Jern?" "I can't go to the front lines. The fallen can easily recognize each other. To be more precise, those who also possess great realms. Even then, Decay barely managed to identify me as one, so that meant most fallen would never notice I was the same as them. Still, for a job like infiltrating an entire nation, they wouldn't plant some low-level fallen. In other words, I had to stay out of sight. You need to make them think, these people don't really know anything, this might be manageable. Ask nobles some vague questions, poke around for information, but just enough to keep Scarlet Abyss from giving up on this place. The key thing is that they must never realize that we know. This job suited Karos perfectly. She seemed a bit reluctant though, so she immediately suggested an alternative. Couldn't we just call in Lady Dersha? I can only open the portal leading to the capital at night, and this isn't a task requiring strength, I shrugged. If someone like my master shows up, the scales will tip instantly. The moment they see a 9-star mage coming here, they'll use every method possible to escape. We can't let that happen. We had to catch the Scarlet Abyss executive who was behind all of this, both to uncover my past and a few other reasons. In the meantime, I'll try to identify which person here has been replaced with a puppet. Do puppets have some special characteristics? No, not when they're lying still. I can't distinguish them from real humans at all. Then how do you plan to tell them apart? There is one person we know for certain is a puppet. Ah, Karos gasped softly as if having realized something. If I couldn't tell puppets and normal humans apart, I simply had to study the one puppet I knew existed to figure out their characteristics. I'll go investigate the prince. Meanwhile, please make sure to cause a spectacular mess. I'm not sure this is really okay. If we fail, seeing her slightly shaken expression, I answered lightly. If we fail, and then what happens? Obviously nothing good. We'd only make things worse, right? Not really, we've already won. I shook my head and declared our victory. We already confirmed the existence of the puppets, Scarlet Abyss ambitions, and their goals. We found out all of this before the country was completely devoured. Even in the worst-case scenario, we've learned far too much. We could head home right now and still call this a success. Everything else is just casting a fishing line to see if we can reel in even more. No need to take it too seriously. Is that so? It is, I'm counting on you. Yes, Karos clenched her gauntlet as though steeling herself. I left the room with the realization that she was really easy to deceive. Of course, I didn't actually deceive her. Most of what I said was true. I simply left out a few details about my past. And the fact that my actual goal was capturing a Scarlet Abyss executive. Overall, there wasn't a huge difference between my real intentions and my words. As I spread Tide Sense lightly across the whole kingdom and walked, I spotted guards patrolling and approached them. Hey you there, Esser Royal Envoy, do you require assistance? It's nothing serious, do you know where the prince is? He wasn't at the banquet, so I grew slightly concerned. Ah, well. It seems His Highness is feeling a little unwell. The way their voices trailed off told me everything I needed to know. A lie, I nodded calmly. I see, my apologies for asking such a pointless question. Carry on? Yes. I had already located the prince's room earlier. Avoiding the guard's line of sight, I approached the area, only to find another guard posted right in front of the door. After thinking for a moment, I slipped into the adjacent room and placed my hand on the wall, concentrating intensely on Tide Sense. The prince was inside. He sat at his desk reading a book, occasionally letting out a creepy little giggle. He seemed to be around my age and his face was, looking at him like this, he really did resemble me. His hairstyle was different, and most importantly, I didn't laugh in such a creepy way. I observed him for a while, but he didn't show a single unnatural action, to the point that I started wondering if he really was a puppet. He wrote in his diary, putting great emphasis on his feelings and celebrated his own writing with odd satisfaction, but even that felt human in a way. No wonder the king never noticed his son had been swapped. There really was no way to tell. Just as I was thinking that, the kid suddenly froze and stared into empty space. Then he grew visibly distressed and started looking around him. What is this? What? I didn't do anything. As I stood there in confusion, guards burst into the room. Your Highness, what's the matter? Can't you see this? This thing, pardon. What is this? It just appeared out of nowhere, over there too. And there, I'm afraid we do not understand what you mean, Your Highness. Wait, no way. I looked toward where the prince was pointing. A lone eel-like creature was lazily floating where the prince pointed, a deep-sea creature. You really can't see this weird fish thing, really? Watching the panicking prince, I quietly sighed. I couldn't deny it anymore. Since it was made after me, it was only natural in a way. That puppet, it's visible only to me. Why? It lives in the same world as I Chapter 89 Hunt, Part 2. Your Highness, shall we call for the royal physician? If you wish, we can also summon the court mage. The guards watched the prince's frantic behavior with worried expressions. The prince's lower eyelids trembled, then he muttered in a quieter tone. No, it's fine, I must have imagined it. Are you certain? Haven't you been losing sleep lately as well? For the sake of your health, at least allow us to. I'm fine, there's no need to check. In the end, the guards couldn't do anything about the prince, who desperately shook his head. If they dragged him away against his will, that would be treason. With no other choice, they left and headed toward the hall instead of standing guard. See, he couldn't even look us in the eyes. I did. How can someone be that timid? Well, he's still young, Let's report this for now. It seemed the prince's mental state was so poor that even the guards were genuinely worried. As soon as the sound of their footsteps faded, the prince, slumped over his desk, let out a sigh. What is it this time? This time, it was about time for me to step in. I took off my mask and moved out onto the terrace. The prince's terrace was designed to be extremely narrow to counter against an assassin's infiltration attempts. It was barely wide enough for a single person to stand on it, just wide enough for a single boy. I swung my legs lightly, testing the strength of my currents, then charged a tiny thunder gale. I heavily reduced the compression rate and didn't concentrate it to a single point. Peering down at the dizzying drop below, I steeled myself. Falling from here wouldn't kill me anyway. Tap, I leaped as far as I could. But it wasn't far enough. The terrace was still several meters away and I began to slowly descend. I immediately detonated thunder gale under my feet. Sounding like a muted firecracker going off somewhere, it propelled me farther forward through the air. I landed as gracefully as an elephant. The output was far stronger than I expected, so I only barely managed to grab onto the terrace railing before clambering up in a really undignified fashion. The prince heard the sound and turned toward the terrace. More precisely, he looked toward me through the glass window. He must have had some princely training. In a situation like this, he should call the guards and immediately report the intruder. This time it looks different. But it seemed like his curiosity outweighed fear for now, though I couldn't really understand what he meant with his words. I grabbed the terrace door. It was locked, but picking a lock was trivial. Click. The door opened easily. Only then did the prince tense up. An assassin? We looked alike, but that didn't change the fact that I was an intruder. Anyone sneaking into the prince's chambers was unlikely to have any good intentions. The prince quickly backed away, trying to sound threatening. Take one more step and I'll call for help. Even his threat sounded completely deflated. A timid voice, eyes that couldn't meet mine, narrow shoulders, familiar. I had seen plenty of kids like that at the orphanage. Those who arrived when they were old enough to understand they'd been abandoned by their parents. Their self-esteem had already hit rock bottom. I had no idea why this prince turned out that way, though. Anyway, handling kids like this wasn't difficult. Nice to meet you, little brother. Come here, let me give you a hug. Kids like him were weak to familiar affection. Naturally, the prince didn't believe any of my words. That can't be, I don't have a brother. Father met a maid in his younger days, which is how I was born. It's only natural you wouldn't know. I casually brushed my hair back. But look at us, don't we look alike? Even if I was wearing a slight frown on my face, our resemblance couldn't be denied. The prince, staring at me with his mouth hanging open, panicked and quickly shook his head. Looking alike could just be a coincidence. Is that so? Then how about this? I scanned the prince's body with tied sense. At this close a distance, I could detect even the smallest skin blemishes with it. Acting as if I was trying to recall something, I let out a thoughtful hum and asked something only the prince would know the answer to. I remember when we used to bathe together. You had 2 moles on your thigh. Do you still have them? At that, the prince's eyes flew wide open. We used to bathe together. Yes, you were so young back then, so it's natural you wouldn't remember. Confused, he shook his head hard. No. Father would never hide something like that from me. Then use magic. Magic? Why yes, the prince blinked rapidly. A star appeared and fire blossomed in his hand. I frowned. Using magic here was dangerous. However, perhaps because his understanding was still shallow, the deep-sea creatures didn't react to him at all. Still, the output of his flame was incredibly high. Even for elemental magic, a 1-star mage shouldn't be able to procure a fire strong enough to scorch the ceiling. Feeling proud, the prince declared, "If you're really my older brother, you should be stronger than me, otherwise you didn't inherit father's blood." So he still had some pride as a royal. I snapped my fingers without saying another word. Why isn't it working anymore? The flame the prince summoned fizzled out instantly. Incredibly flustered, he stared at his hand, then met my gaze, 2 stars. It seemed like it took him about 10 seconds to realize that even though I seemed to be about his age, I managed to become a 2-star mage, which was an impressive feat. Even Lumia, who was recognized as a peerless genius in the Empire, only got her 2nd star when she was older than me right now. It was already pretty much decided how the prince would react to this. Brother, there wasn't even a single hint of doubt remaining in his reverent gaze. Why did father hide your existence from me? Try to understand his choice. I was the child of a maid. My very existence would have stirred up trouble. He had no choice but to conceal me. I see. The prince sat beside the desk, looking up at me with sparkling eyes so bright it almost felt burdensome. It seemed he was rather thrilled to suddenly discover that a mature, capable 2-star mage turned out to be his older brother. He was supposed to be a puppet, yet nothing about him felt different from a normal human. As impressed as I was by Scarlet Abyss level of technology, I felt fear creep up inside of me. Could they have made someone like me, a fallen living in the abyssal sea, had he awakened just now? If so, was this entire kingdom just a breeding ground to raise him? I had no clue. For now, I extended my hand toward my cute, gullible puppet pseudo-brother, who seemed ready to tell me anything as long as I asked. My name is Horan. Ah, Rahian, my name is Rahian. Was it this body's original name? We shook hands before I spoke to Rahian with a serious expression on his face. Little brother, there are plenty of things I want to talk about, but this isn't the time. Huh, why? The kingdom's in danger. Rahian blinked slowly, seemingly unable to comprehend my words, then suddenly opened his mouth wide. Why, SSH? Having noticed that the guards had returned to their post, I tried to make him lower his voice. We can't trust anyone with how things are right now, that's why I didn't go to father. As horrible as it sounds, even he may have fallen into the enemy's grasp. That's ridiculous. I think so too, but we must consider the worst, that's why I came to you first. Jay, just what happened? Have you ever heard of Scarlet Abyss? No, Rahian shook his head, seeming genuine. From that I became certain of a single fact. These puppets weren't under Scarlet Abyss direct control during normal time. Certainly, if they had to be controlled at every given moment, then Scarlet Abyss would have had to keep their personnel tied up in this kingdom for the last 7 years. They were indistinguishable from living, breathing humans. Then how was I supposed to tell the difference? There was practically nothing that set this puppet prince apart from a real person. Should I wait until night and ask Dersha? Brother Horan, I had been lost in thought for quite some time, it seems. Reassuring the anxious Rahian, I explained the situation to him. They infiltrated the royal palace, wearing other people's skins and pretending to be human. If we don't find them, they'll slowly consume everything. In the end, this kingdom will fall. Is that really true? Yes, I came here to stop them. I had to figure out some way to tell them apart no matter what. As I focused on Rahian, wait, Rahian's eyes suddenly widened as he sank into deep thought. Be big brother, I'm not sure, but I think they might have done something strange to me. Something strange? Yeah. It's happening even now. What do you mean? It's different from normal. There are fish floating in the air, and everything looks kind of dark. That's how the world looks to me. Is that so? They might really have done something to you. You fell. I kept that thought to myself as Rahian continued, his expression growing more serious. But I remember something similar to this happening to me before. What? Sometimes. Suddenly, for no reason, everyone in the world looks like me. So when I first saw you, I thought it was just that again, but this time felt a little different. The boy, hesitating for a moment, said something I could barely comprehend. I tried explaining it to father and others several times, but no one ever understood. Could this be the process of them trying to consume me? Can you describe that phenomenon in more detail? Well, Rahian stared into empty space, muttering as if he was remembering something. Everyone looks like me, and I don't know which one is really me. It's so confusing. Then the person I thought was me talks to me, and then I suddenly realized that the me I thought wasn't me is actually me, and I barely managed to respond. In short, he sometimes completely loses the ability to distinguish between the individual and the collective. That obviously wasn't a burden the abyssal sea bestowed. I had never had anything like that happen to me before, nor have I even heard of something like that possibly happening. Resting my chin in my hand, I pondered over his words. He sometimes experienced these strange burdens. However, when I approached him, he suddenly became a fallen of the abyssal sea. Did his abyss realm get swapped out or something? No, Rahian, can I borrow this for a moment? Oh, okay. I tore down the curtains in the room and twisted them into a rope. After tying it to the terrace, I hopped down. About 3 minutes later, I climbed back. Did anything change? Why, yeah, Rahian nodded vigorously. When you were nearby, the fish were swimming around, but when you left, they disappeared. I stared intently at the prince. He might be able to distinguish puppets from humans. No, maybe more than that. Maybe we could approach this matter in a different way. I grabbed Rahian by the shoulders and said proudly, Rahian, why yes, I think you might be able to save this country. Me, watching the doll, wearing the same face as mine, look at me in disbelief, I smiled deeply to myself. Rahian, for some reason, had the ability to see the worlds of nearby fallen. The palace kitchen was always busy, but today it was especially chaotic, all because of the sudden arrival of the imperial princess envoy. Since they were pouring out luxurious ingredients that they normally never used, not only the chefs but even the maids had to help with kitchen work. In a situation where mistakes were bound to happen, the worst possible one did. Crash, a pot full of boiling water spilled, soaking a middle-aged woman's foot. The head chef rushed over in shock. Miss Head Maid, are you all right? I'm fine, but the boiling water. Only then did the head maid look down at her foot, her face twisting as if in pain. I see, I should rest for a bit. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I can see how busy you are, so things like this can happen. Excuse me, dragging her foot at a steady pace, the head maid headed toward her private room to rest. The chef stared blankly at the absurd scene, then hurried back to the battlefield when he heard someone call for him. Tusk, the moment she entered the room, the head maid's demeanor changed instantly. She opened the diary hidden in her robes. Checking, stand by. The instant she read the message, she scrawled a reply with her pen. What do you mean stand by? If an Imperial envoy showed up, that means we've already been exposed. Let's just kill everyone and take only the valuables that bitch made before we leave. You can do that if the worst-case scenario happens. Isn't this already the worst-case scenario? After reviewing the report, it appears that the night truly came with nothing more than flimsy circumstantial suspicion. It seems they were searching through every city in the area, so this is a mere coincidence. There is no reason to retreat. Can't I just kill them? That night looks pretty strong. If I don't take care of those guys first, I'll be the one in danger. For a moment the page remained blank, then new words appeared. Keep to the current orders, however, summon decay in advance. That bastard hates me. What if he doesn't come to save me? Nothing more was written after that. The lump let out a sigh and slipped the diary back into its pocket. Wait and wait some more. Ah, for fuck's sake. I only caused a tiny bit of trouble, and now they're locking everything down. Staying idle like this only made its burdens grow worse. By now, it was hard to tell whether it was itself that was injured or whether the head chef who had called it was itself. It had to kill and wound those around it so that it could be certain that it was itself, to survive, and that it was the most horrific thing alive. That it was the most grotesque and unparalleled monster no one else could ever reach. It had to affirm that again and again. That was why this waiting mission was so unbearably dull and tedious. Maybe I should just enjoy myself a bit in secret. The itch was getting more and more unbearable. The lump's hand twisted grotesquely. Even if not in the royal palace, maybe it could slaughter a few people in a nearby village. As it smacked its lips at the thought, knock, knock, knock. Miss Head Maid. You're being summoned. With no other choice, the lump restored its hand to normal and opened the door. What is it? The maid answered with a face that clearly said she didn't understand what this was about either. The Imperial Envoy. The envoy, the lump lowered its voice. It would decide based on what this maid said next. If it truly had been found out, if this really was the worst-case scenario, then it would kill this woman first, take what it could, and flee. As it began twisting the hand hidden behind its back once more, preparing for the next words. He's furious, demanding how you dare to welcome him with such a paltry banquet. He says if you don't throw a banquet at least 100 times grander immediately, the imperial family will consider this a grave insult. The lump carefully relaxed its hand. Chapter 90 Hunt, Part 3. Jahian, the king of this country and Rahian's father, well, how should I put this? He reacted a bit more intensely than Rahian did. What in the world is this absurd nonsense? Unfortunately, it's the truth. Without his cooperation, our plan would be greatly delayed. With no other choice, I stirred things up first and explained the basics, even if it didn't contain all the details. Since we were in the middle of the banquet they prepared for us, I approached him, glass in hand and mouth wide open, quietly whispering to him. Try not to make it obvious. I would have preferred to call you somewhere else for a private discussion, but the situation is urgent, so it couldn't be helped. Understood. Jahian immediately shut his mouth and put on a calm expression. I hadn't told him everything, but even after hearing that some of his own retainers had been replaced by members of Scarlet Abyss, he managed to return to his usual demeanor in an instant. That alone was already reassuring enough. It wasn't a perfect poker face, however. His eyes were trembling a bit as he asked, his voice tinged with distrust. I understand the situation. In fact, it puts me somewhat at ease. If an Imperial envoy is personally intervening, there must be some basis beyond mere suspicion. However, his gaze drifted toward Rahian, who was at the far end of the banquet hall, awkwardly trying to keep up conversations with others. His expression turned into a concerned one. Rahian, you're saying he can distinguish them? Why, I don't quite understand. He looked as though he didn't want to accept the facts, so I added a bit more to my explanation. His Highness, the Prince appears to possess exceptional aptitude as a mage. Indeed. It seemed like living among them allowed him to discern differences in their mana. It seems the process caused some issues with his perception and communication. What do you mean by that? That once we capture all those spies within the palace, the prince will likely feel much better as well. Rahian has complained of strange symptoms from time to time. No matter how much we examined him, we found nothing wrong and assumed it was a mental issue. This was probably the cause. If we successfully eliminate the Scarlet Abyss members here, the prince's condition should improve significantly. He didn't reply, but I could see resolve forming on Jahian's face. This much should suffice for now. To be honest, even I didn't know exactly why Rahian possessed that ability. I carefully scanned my surroundings and lifted my glass. The scale of the banquet had increased dozens of times over. Jugglers, attendants, and maids had all gathered here, turning it into a grand festival rivaling an imperial celebration. Nobles had been summoned at short notice and stood around in confusion, glasses in hand. Even so, a handful of attendants and maids hadn't come yet. Karos would investigate those individuals. Now then, the ideal outcome would be for the culprit to be here. I spread my tide sense over the entire banquet hall. No matter if he's an imperial envoy, this is excessive. This is far too extravagant. Perhaps we failed in our hospitality. Maybe this is how the imperial court lives every day. Even if that were true, demanding the same treatment from a small country like ours. The nobles were enthusiastically voicing their complaints. Why are we even here? We're just standing around. He said if there weren't enough people, it wouldn't feel like we were properly welcoming him. Wow, so the imperial court has these kinds of rules, huh? There's so much food and we can't even touch it. This is nothing short of torture. The attendants weren't much different. My head started to ache, making me squint slightly. There was simply too much information flowing into me that processing every single piece of it led to headaches. I found the prince standing off to the side and using the currents traced words across his back. Rahian, don't speak out loud, just whisper quietly, I'll be able to hear you. Startled Rahian flinched, glanced around, then carefully shaped his mouth. Why, you can hear me? Yes, perfectly. Whoa, what kind of magic is this? It seems like some magic of an incredibly high level. Is this really possible at only 2 stars? Will I be able to do it too? If you put in enough effort, do you feel anything strange? And no. Rahian shook his head and flinched slightly. There are just too many people, so it's a bit hard, but I'll try my best. As if steeling himself, Rahian took a few deep breaths, then started walking through the banquet hall. Even if he was the way he was, a prince was still a prince. His presence immediately drew the attention of nearby nobles. Wait, isn't that Prince Rahian? My apologies for my late introductions. We haven't had the chance to meet on any official occasion. It's fine, it's my fault for not coming out, haha. To think you've grown so much already, it's truly difficult to catch even a glimpse of your noble face. Ha ha ha. Though clearly overwhelmed, Rahian kept moving forward. However, even after sweeping through every group of nobles, Rahian shook his head. There's nothing. I had assumed they'd be among the nobles. After several meticulous checks, I had confirmed that Rahian could glimpse a fallen's world within roughly a 5-meter radius. And over the course of 30 minutes of scouting, every noble had entered Rahian's range at least once. If he had glimpsed a fallen's world often enough to develop social anxiety, I had assumed it would be a noble he interacted with frequently. Then again, he probably interacted with the attendants and maids a lot more than nobles. Next, take a look at the attendants. Focus on people you normally interact with. Yes, answering briskly, Rahian approached the place where the attendants were. Unlike the nobles, the attendants greeted him far more gently. Your Highness, is something the matter? Are you all right with so many people around? I'm fine. Rahian looked timid even before the attendants, then his eyes suddenly flew wide open. Ah, Your Highness. I trust you've been well all this time. Why yeah. Thump, his heartbeat spiked sharply as he lowered his head. Even then he didn't forget his task. His lips moved ever so slightly as he whispered, Brother, it's... Now, well done. I checked the 4 people who had just been near Rahian. 2 were nobles. They had already been cleared. 1 was a maid. She had already been cleared as well. The last one was a middle-aged woman, the head maid. She tilted her head when she noticed Rahian didn't look so well, then left. Only after she was gone did Rahian finally breathe more easily again. Found the bastard. As I kept focusing my perception on her, Rahian muttered in confusion. Brother could the head maid just now be the culprit? I'm not sure. Why? That doesn't make sense though. When I was close to the head maid before, nothing really happened. Does it only happen when I'm with a specific person? Hearing that, I fell into silent thought. Rahian can glimpse the inner world of certain individuals. Then whose world had Rahian glimpsed? Everyone is himself and he is everyone. Or, put in other words, there is no self, no individual existence. The terror of being unable to distinguish anything. And if it was a burden born from that terror where one couldn't even tell who was scared, there was only one I could think of. She probably switched bodies. The head maid you knew has probably already been dealt with. What's there now is nothing more than a monster that devoured her memories and is mimicking her. That's possible. Unfortunately, yes, only one, it is possible. Hey, don't call decay, they're just idiots. Explain. Back in the head maid's quarters, the lump scribbled down a rough report. These envoys don't look like they plan to investigate at all. Sure, maybe the higher-ups noticed something, but the ones sent here are totally clueless. They blew the banquet up to insane proportions and even demanded bribes. I mean, they are outright now stuffing their faces with local specialties under the excuse of inspection. From the knights to the envoys, they were so focused on lining their own pockets it bordered on absurdity. If they had even the slightest bit of suspicion that they were seriously dealing with Scarlet Abyss here, they'd never behave like this. Anyway, that's the situation. I'm heading out on a short trip to nearby cities. I won't kill too many. Wait, what now? The next message didn't come until a full 10 minutes later. Lump, take what you can and run. I'll spell it out for you. Retrieve only the prince, the minimum asset that still holds influence over the kingdom, and escape immediately. I won't permit anything else. The rendezvous point is the usual one. The lump stared blankly at the page for a moment, confused, then hastily wrote back. Wait, what the hell are you talking about? Did you even read what I wrote? Those guys are seriously nothing. I will not repeat myself. Your situation is critical. Act immediately. Why should I? Who the fuck says I have to obey you every time you open your mouth? The thing I'm afraid of isn't you, it's Great Void. If you can't convince me I'm not doing shit. Even as it scribbled furiously, the lump assumed the form of a knight just in case. The reply came after a short delay. One, an imperial envoy would not come here merely to indulge himself. Why? He's an imperial envoy. If he wished, he could take several countries or cities of this size without resistance. What he could gain here is negligible, almost nothing actually. Greed is boundless. 2. If we assume point 1 is true, then there must be a reason he is pretending like this. The envoy has confirmed your existence through some means and is buying time. Time? Yes, it is reasonable to assume that you have already been identified. Hold on, what kind of bullshit is that? Confused, the lump tilted its head and gripped the pen. So what, isn't that all just speculation? And because of one guess, we're supposed to abandon a kingdom we've spent years cultivating and just run? Yes. Have you all collectively lost your damn minds? Do you really think I'd agree to that? An imperial envoy implies that he has a direct connection to the princess. What could normally be dismissed as groundless speculation becomes certainty. That's so, then you failed to convince me. What now? This is the Council of Heavenly Balance, heed it. You should have said that from the start. Muttering bitterly, the lump picked up a sword and shoved it into its mouth. Its esophagus naturally swallowed the blade along with its hilt. New text appeared before its eyes, now once again in the form of the head maid. If you wish, we can call in decay. The lump listened carefully to its surroundings. It was so silent that the only thing one could hear was the chirping of insects. Even if Heavenly Balance's speculation was correct, it didn't seem like the plan had already been set in motion. No need, we'll summon him for now. I said there's no need for that, Tusk. As it prepared to leap out the window, the lump reminded itself that it had to take the prince, so it stepped out into the corridor instead. On its way toward the prince's chambers, it ran into 2 guards. They stopped it without the slightest suspicion. Miss Head Maid, beyond this point is the residence of the royal crack. The guards collapsed without ever realizing their necks had been twisted 180 degrees. Even then, the lump's steps didn't slow in the slightest. It stopped in front of the prince's door, raised its hand to knock, then hesitated. It knew that the prince would undoubtedly scream if it tried to take him by force. It couldn't kill him either. Too much effort had gone into his creation. To silence him, it would have had to knock him unconscious, but since he was still a child, it didn't know how to subdue him without killing him. No matter how carefully it held back, the boy would die easily. With no other choice, it used a different method. The moment it entered the prince's room, it shouted, "Your Highness, an intruder." Wang, the prince, who seemed like he just woke up, rubbed his eyes in confusion. It immediately hoisted the prince onto its back and whispered, "Assassins have overrun the palace. We must escape immediately, so don't make a sound." Assassins? Why? This isn't the time to think about that. Okay, it had considered choking him out even if it ended up killing him if he dared to resist. Fortunately, the boy was so frail and meek that he simply nodded, fear filling his face. I swear I've seen this face somewhere else before. Tilting its head as that thought crossed its mind again, the lump leapt straight out the window. Yuya, just endure it for a moment. Without making a single sound, it exited the palace, leaping across rooftops and vertically scaling the outer walls. It figured that it would at most take an hour for the guards' corpses to be discovered when the next patrol unit came around. That was more than enough time to put distance between them to easily escape, rendering all means of pursuit useless. 5 minutes later, they were already deep in the desert. The prince clung to the lump's neck, trembling. "Wait. You're too fast, how far are we going? We'll wait here." Crossing the desert with just a single body was impossible for it. The lump set down the prince and wrote another line in the notebook. "I brought him to the rendezvous point. Send transport immediately." There was no reply. Growing irritated, the lump wrote more. "Hurry up and send it. I already killed 2 guards. If we get discovered and I have to fight that imperial envoy you mentioned, I'll just wipe this entire country off the map." Still no response. The lump's gaze slowly turned cold. They had been communicating just fine until moments ago, so being cut off like this could only mean one thing. Something else had happened. Something more important than its matter. Shut up and stay still." It didn't have any time to worry about the prince at the moment. If necessary, it would break the boy's legs and immediately seek out Decay for help. However, despite the harsh words, the prince continued speaking, the anxious expression on his face still there. Could it be that Decay suddenly got into a fight with a powerful enemy and that's why the response is delayed? The lump's gaze properly settled on the prince for the first time since it rushed out of the palace. The boy, who had always been frail, constantly subservient, and unable to speak with certainty, was a little different now. His manner of speaking remained unchanged, but his behavior was rather different. There was not a hint of retreat in his demeanor, only quiet confidence radiating from him. You, for example, it's impossible, but maybe he's fighting a 9-star mage right now, or something like that. Who are you? You're seriously unable to tell the difference, huh? Even if you live in a world like that, there has to be some way to distinguish between things. The prince snorted, ran a hand through his hair, and stared straight at it. It had been subject to many murderous gazes before. It had seen them transform into fear again and again, but a gaze filled with murderous intent mixed with iron conviction was something it had never seen before, or so I thought. He. Only then did the lump understand. The one who had fallen into this trap wasn't just it was Scarlet Abyss as a whole, the skin keeping it disguised as the head maid burst apart, twisting and reshaping into the grotesque lifeform it was. Yeah, there is a way. I thought my world just makes it a little hard to tell others apart. I see. I could have sworn it was the prince. Just what the hell are you? Jern slowly widened the distance between them and replied calmly. We're not close enough to talk about that, don't you think? Yeah, that's true. I guess we'll just need to get a little closer first. At the same time, it felt relieved. This kind of threat, it was nothing. It didn't doubt Heavenly Balance's judgment, and it admitted this brat was somewhat amusing, but not someone it would ever see as a real threat. It had confirmed it many times over. After crushing this brat, it would head off to assist Decay. Just as it reached out intending to lightly snap Jern's neck, Jern clenched his fist, his expression the image of indifference. You think, I don't really want to though, crunch. For the first time in its existence, the lump experienced being crushed alive. Chapter 91 Hunt, Part 4. The emotion I felt when I crushed a person was, strangely enough, not guilt or anguish but a tangible sense of growth. Before, it felt like even gripping an apple too hard using pressure would make my body burst into pieces. Maybe it was because I had the water partition, and with the robe added on top of that, even after crushing someone, all I felt was a faint resistance. I couldn't waste it. Every time I used water pressure, the water partition's protection would diminish. Once it completely disappeared, I would have to suffer from the same backlash I did before. I never thought this would be enough to kill that thing in the first place. Hey, that hurt, you bastard. As expected, paw still crushed, it leapt backward to widen the distance, grinning. Its body was a grotesque sight to behold, like a ruptured sack. But after spitting out a mouthful of saliva tinged red by some blood, every wound on its body started healing instantly. It was the same sight I had seen when Dersha was fighting it before. A lump of flesh crudely stitched together from human meat, a monstrosity. No matter how many times I saw it, I couldn't get used to that appearance. I frowned unconsciously, sharp words slipping out of my mouth. If you can become anything, why do you choose to live as something that hideous? Because I can become anything, I. Cough, it vomited up several swords and then grabbed one with each of its hands. In just a few seconds, a knight with bulging muscles and bronze-colored skin stood before me. The knight slowly closed the distance between us as he spoke. Kairais, do you know this man? No, do you? Even its voice had changed into a deep, heavy one. He was an outstanding knight who once served as a knight commander of a small nation. He could have joined the empire and lived in luxury, not missing anything, but instead he was content living in a small cabin and with a single horse. I don't really care. What's your point? I stepped backward instead, measuring the distance. The lump continued walking toward me regardless. Then it suddenly stopped, a blank expression appearing on that face, and then looked around. Where am I right now? Where is this place? Was it joking around? As I thought that, the lump suddenly looked up at the sky and muttered to itself. My last memory, yes, I was fighting monsters that invaded to destroy the kingdom. That was the end I wanted. I have no regrets. However, thud, it abruptly let go of the sword. It pierced straight into the desert sand. Rather than laughter or madness, the knight's expression was filled with fear and realization. What am I right now? Why have I become that monster? Are you acting? Boy, where is this? What about Lagrissa? What happened to everyone? Why, what are these memories? No, I couldn't have done that. This felt far too genuine to be an act. Trembling violently, the lump dropped to its knees, cold sweat pouring down as it clutched its head in panic. I remember the sensation. My lord, his heart with my own hands, I the one who was supposed to protect him. Yeah, something like that. Boom, my tide sense traced the trajectory. That bastard suddenly grabbed the sword and charged, but instead of my torso, it blasted apart the sand. Wearing that vulgar grin again, the lump aimed the tip of its sword at me. It took less than a second for it to pull out the embedded blade from the sand to hurl it at me. It seemed like it didn't exaggerate by calling Kairais an outstanding knight. This is why I choose that grotesque form. That didn't look like acting. Well, I deliberately loosened the reins on the guy just now, but I'm telling you, it's really dangerous if I don't make a clear distinction. That's the part you'll have to understand. Since I've shown you my weakness, now it's your turn. The lump suddenly turned serious and threatened. What are you? Why do you look exactly like one of our dolls? Don't you think there's another possibility? We threw the original into a river when he was 4 years old. I guess I got lucky. Wahaha, that doesn't make any sense, you know. It burst into laughter, then wiped the corners of its eyes. How absurd. We struggle like hell trying to make some fallen, and all we get out of it are corpses. Yet the kid we casually tossed into a river comes back as a fallen who can crush me to death. Is that what one calls life's twists of fate? Casually tossed into a river? That couldn't be right. Dersha was quite adamant that my world had to have been artificially created. Even that damned elf shaman said a great realm isn't something that could just form like that. In other words, I was probably subjected to something else by Scarlet Abyss. If the lump wasn't lying, it was probably done by someone even it didn't know. I'd have to subdue it somehow and conduct a proper interrogation. Before that, there was something else I wanted to ask though. How many people do you have locked up in that head of yours right now? If that earlier act was actually real, then that meant this bastard was a living prison. Those killed by Scarlet Abyss weren't even granted peace in death. They were used as tools for even greater suffering. I finally started to understand why Scarlet Abyss cherished this monster so much. The lamp tapped its head in thought. I stopped counting after 100. If I have to estimate, it should be at least 10,000. Anything else you want to ask? Let's keep this pleasant Q and A going. It'll be good for you too, you know. It seemed like it wanted to pry some information out of me. Indeed, it should have quite a lot of questions for me. For example, how I was able to find it or how I fell and so on. But my answer had already been set from the beginning. Do you remember the promise? What you're saying right now is hard to believe, so I'll have to beat you up first and then carefully draw the details out of you. We've got plenty of time. I'm actually a bit pressed for time here. A smile appeared on that thing's face. A grin pulled so far upward that it looked like it shouldn't be physically possible. Well, Decay should be able to hold out a bit longer. After all this boring stuff I had to endure up until now, how about we have some fun? It was utterly repulsive. You sure you don't want to call for more people? The lump didn't charge at me like it did before. Instead, it glanced over at my hand. It was probably quite wary of the water pressure. Certainly, getting instantly crushed without any warning signs was an ability unimaginable even to an executive of Scarlet Abyss. You don't really have room to worry about others right now. My goal was suppression. My need for information aside, I simply wasn't capable of killing that thing right now. Even Dersha had struggled with it for some time. Its regeneration alone was beyond what I could keep up with. In that case, just enough so that it would not explode into pieces. Oh, crrrrrrack. I slowly crushed the lump using the pressure. Unable to even breathe, it looked down at itself in shock, then burst into manic laughter. KGH, so it really is a great realm, one even I can't glimpse it properly. Are you telling me there was a sapling out there that was able to grow into a great world without us ever touching it? Or, its muscles suddenly began to swell as it tried to pry more information out of this moment. It's that bitch Dersha, isn't it, the one who made you fall? Its muscles kept expanding. In an instant, its body grew massive, nearly 3 meters tall, forcing its way forward against the pressure crushing it down. I squinted. It felt like trying to pin down a steel giant. Without using abyssal fusion, I wouldn't be able to crush it. I wouldn't even be able to stop it from moving, for that matter. The lump nodded as if it had just come to a realization and continued approaching. Looks like your so-called master figured it out too. If you want to touch the heavens, you have to first feel the ground beneath you. I let it indulge in its delusions. Pressure alone wasn't going to cause it any damage. Letting it get closer would also be dangerous. So whoosh, I compressed some wind, forming it into a single sphere. Wait, that's magic. Not wanting to give that thing a single second to react, I instantly launched it. Boom, thunder gale. A bolt of compressed wind directly slammed into the lump's abdomen. Even a steel-like body wouldn't be able to withstand this pointed strike so easily. And yet, there it is. It instantly shifted into the knight's body and endured it with great ease, arcane strengthening. He was using a body that had already mastered this art that allowed one to withstand magic. It didn't get away completely unscathed, but a mere scratch wasn't nearly enough to stop something that had already been crushed to death once. The lump smiled, clearly even more intrigued. As expected, a product of a 9-star mage is something else, This is my first time ever seeing a fallen use normal magic. But that's actually quite the bad move in this situation, you know. You shouldn't do that again. What I'm best at is borrowing the bodies of strong knights. Of course I've mastered arcane strengthening. It wouldn't do you much good is all. That calm and deliberate tone it spoken made its words seem more like advice than mockery, which only made all of this more absurd. Giving advice to one's opponent mid-fight usually was just bluffing, but this time its assessment was almost spot on. In any case, I had no intention of firing another thunder gale at it again. Don't let it bruise your pride too much. It's admirable you came to face me all alone, so I can spare you that much advice. The lump spread its arms. From the start, it hadn't looked like it was even fighting. Despite having already been crushed to death by me once. I'd love to play a little longer, but if that decay bastard really got caught by a 9-star mage. Scratching its head roughly, the lump let out a sigh and forcibly shook off the pressure. Its body slimmed down into a lean, reddish-brown form, then vanished in an instant, accelerating at an absurd speed. I was left alone in the desert, engulfed in the darkness of the night. By all appearances, it seemed as if the lump had run away. Even though that was the most logical conclusion, I knew better. That thing wasn't the type to do that. I quietly closed my eyes and narrowed the range of tide sense. Expanding its range would be completely pointless. At that speed, spreading out my perception wouldn't be the best choice if I wanted to detect it. 20 seconds passed as cold wind bit into my body. Boom. Oh, I leapt sideways just as the lump burst up from the ground, slicing through empty air. It stared at me with genuine amazement, its expression clearly conveying something like, "How'd you manage to react to that?" I had to thank Brimdel, who had forced me to train my tide sense to the brink of death and back. I once again placed my pressure upon that thing. CRRRK, this time I didn't let go, firmly applying force to the nape of its neck. My goal was to knock it unconscious. I left it not even the slightest breathing space, yet it just let out a calm hum, frozen in place. What kind of world is this, being crushed to death, sensing killing intent, something like that? Never heard of something like that, though. It was playing around. It hadn't been serious from the start. Only now did I realize that it didn't matter the least bit to this thing whether Decay lived or died. Or perhaps it simply found playing with me more entertaining. Or wait, I feel like I have heard of it somewhere. Applying pressure to its neck didn't really do much. At some point, a mouth had opened in the center of its chest through which it was talking. It was a truly grotesque sight. I had no choice but to admit it. Water pressure alone wouldn't cut it against this bastard. Our compatibility was terrible. My world could kill instantly without warning, but this thing revived no matter how many times it died. If I couldn't even knock it out, pressure was perfectly useless here. And since it had clearly mastered arcane strengthening, my Thunder Gale wouldn't work on it either. Even setting all of that aside, it was a Scarlet Abyss executive. I couldn't even begin to imagine how many tricks that thing still hid, and to be honest, my odds in a straight one-on-one didn't exactly look good. If it got serious, switched bodies to endure the pressure, closed the distance, and forced a close-quarter fight, the countdown to my death would begin. Of course, I didn't come here without a plan either. That's not. Our medicine, I pulled out a red pearl from my pocket and swallowed it. Then, facing that thing watching me with interest, I slowly opened my mouth. "You seem very curious about my world. So you finally feel like talking, yeah. I'm damn curious. If you want to live a little longer, conversation's your best choice." I casually answered it, who was grinning widely. The Abyssal Sea. What? Was this the first time I actually ever told someone from Scarlet Abyss? If this information reached them, they might try to hunt me down. Even knowing that, I still chose to explain. I live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean. You can't breathe. The moment you relax just a little, you'll get crushed into mush. You can't tell front from back, up from down. W8, the Abyssal Sea. For the first time since we met, the lump looked genuinely shaken, its eyes wide open. That world can't exist. Aren't you just confusing it with the Grand Sea? You don't have to believe me if you don't want to. One of its eyes twitched. Then, as if realization struck it, it blinked rapidly. I see. Water pressure, that's what you crushed me with. Correct. Huh, it scratched his head, then let out a long sigh. Wait, why are you telling me that? Its presence had changed. The night before had been strong without a doubt, but this transformation was on another level. Scars began carving themselves into its body on its fists, face, back, and abdomen. Countless grotesque, brutal wounds appeared, making it look as though it was killing itself. But in reality, it was the complete opposite. Through tide sense, I felt that its presence was slowly growing blurred. It was the same kind of phenomenon I saw first-class heavenly knights of retribution displaying. That signified that the lump had transformed itself into a knight of the same level. "Now this just ruins the fun, you bastard." Genuinely disappointed, it grumbled as it clenched its fist. Just from that single motion, I understood. The power packed into that fist wasn't something I could ever withstand. No matter how much pressure I exerted, it wouldn't be able to stop it. It would break through and immediately kill me. Swallowing drearily, I took a step forward instead. "Looks like I'll have to take you alive and drag you back with me. I can't afford to play with you anymore." What a coincidence, that's what I've been thinking as well. If you're going to blame someone, blame your master's absurd genius for letting something like you live. No, seriously. How do you even keep someone who fell into the Abyssal Sea alive? That's just impossible. Even with preparation, no one could endure that kind of pressure. Like you right now, what are you talking? The lump, who had been about to step forward, blinked and turned its head to the side. It seemed like it saw something brush past it just now. It probably wasn't anything with a clear shape and was closer to a silhouette. "You. Don't tell me the reason you just explained all that was trigger." I gave it a short bow to show some hospitality to the lump, who seemed to have just realized what was going on here. "Don't hate it too much. It's a shithole, but it's still my home. Chapter 92 Hunt, Part 5. 2 hours before I was kidnapped while disguised as the prince, I was in the middle of my first battle. This seems far too dangerous. In a certain mansion located in the imperial capital, Dersha shook her head, a weary expression on her face. I couldn't quite accept that answer, so I elaborated. Right now, there's only one lump there. To me, this looks like an opportunity handed down by the heavens. Are you certain of that? About 50%. Even after locating the lump, I used Rahian to scan every single person in the royal palace. There was no one else, or at least no one else with a world Rahian could detect, which led me to reach a single conclusion. If we capture the lump now, we can get an enormous amount of information. Especially if you help Lady Dersha. She looked troubled. This undoubtedly was a chance gifted by the heavens, so I couldn't understand why she hesitated so much until she properly explained her concerns. First of all, Jern. This isn't your fault, but this operation has likely already been exposed. What? The moment the lump sends in its report, Scarlet Abyss will issue an order for it to flee with the prince. The banquet is over, so they'll be moving soon. Wait, would they really react this drastically? Between Karos's and my experience back on Earth, I was confident I perfectly embodied the incompetent Imperial envoy. In this situation, no matter how aggressive Scarlet Abyss was, their response should have stopped at something suspicious about this. Investigate further. They weren't the kind of organization that would immediately choose to flee. Noticing my confusion, Dersha explained it in a clearer way. Your judgment was nearly flawless, but there was a slight problem with the role you assumed. Being an Imperial envoy, more precisely being the Princess Envoy, this is a list of missions the Princess Personal Guard has been conducting in secret. How did you get this? Dersha didn't answer. I shot her a glance and scanned the densely packed list, then frowned. What we'd been seeing was only the tip of the iceberg. Yes, Scarlet Abyss has been far more active than we thought. The actions Decay had mentioned were meant to make their name widely known before going fully underground. Those had been drastically understated. In reality, there were 10 times as many incidents. The reason all of them had been reduced to non-existent events was entirely thanks to the princess. Discovered modified children in Coral. Liberated them. Found 34 regions in the Pewin Mountains coated with flammable substances. Dismantled them. Patients in the capital's psychiatric ward, infused with mad blood, attacked doctors with bladed weapons. Incident covered up. I could feel the princess' tear-soaked efforts from every single line, along with Scarlet Abyss tears of blood they must have shed. Within Scarlet Abyss, the danger rating assigned to Princess Charmia is probably extremely high. Higher than anything else, they've probably already identified her capabilities to some extent. Then, from the very beginning, yes. Whether you thoroughly investigate or act lazy and indulgent, as long as the person behind you is believed to be the princess, they will react more violently than might be necessary. Our worst-case scenario would be them attempting to cover everything up, but their worst-case scenario would be the capture of the lump. Understood. So because the princess was too competent, even if I acted like a dull kitchen knife, they would still see me as a greatsword. Did the princess anticipate this situation? That was an interesting thought, but now wasn't the time for that. If Dersha was right, then things were already quite dire. Of course, I'm willing to help. Even if the lump reports to Scarlet Abyss, there should still be a brief window of time for us to act, so it might still be possible to capture it. Then, the problem is that our opponent is the lump. Dersha slightly narrowed her brows. If that thing falls into my hand, it will immediately commit suicide. In that case, all we would gain is a useless corpse and a pile of information about our own goals handed over to the enemy. True. Capturing another Scarlet Abyss executive they called in as backup wouldn't be a bad option, but they likely had their own methods to escape as well. And the biggest issue is the realm declaration those who possess a great world are capable of. Realm declaration? Yes. Even as a 9-star mage, I can't avoid suffering from their burdens within their expanded realm. If I encounter a new opponent and are forced to suffer from their burdens, depending on what it is, the situation could become extremely troublesome. I might not be able to reach you in time. The transferal of burdens. After pondering over this matter for a moment, I asked one more thing. Is it possible to prevent the lump from escaping by dying? If it's brought in unconscious, it might be possible. But it has already crossed hands with me once. The moment it sees me, it will flee instantly. Then how about this? I explained my idea. As she listened, Dersha's expression slowly darkened. Are you serious? This goes beyond merely dangerous. We have plenty of countermeasures at this point, and I believe you could even call it relatively safe. Seal, Dersha called out to Seal, who had been silently listening to us, standing behind her. Seal scratched her cheek awkwardly while looking at me. It somehow feels like you two switched roles after fighting. What? The lady is prioritizing safety while Sir Jern is the one taking risks. But from a strategic perspective, it doesn't sound that bad. We'd be able to capture a Scarlet Abyss executive after all. Jern is not yet at a level where he should be confronting a Scarlet Abyss executive in direct combat, but it's not a completely impossible strategy, right? And given the dilemma we're faced with, it looks like an excellent solution. 1 against 2. Catching Dersha hesitating as she looked at my face filled with conviction, I pressed forward. Master, please help me. I want to know my past. Take this, sighing, Dersha handed me a red vial. It's a drug made by modifying the pearl pills Scarlet Abyss provided you with. Oh, did you reduce their risk? No. In fact, their drug is a lot safer. The one I'm giving you right now is far more dangerous. After taking it, you'll have to endure much stronger burdens. However, it has the same effect as swallowing one of their pills every minute for 1 hour after taking it. You've made something pretty strange. Normally, I would have discarded this, but I kept it because I had a feeling that a time might come where you'd need it. You're the kind of person who inevitably walks straight into a death trap after all, as expected of Dersha. She knew me far too well. She glanced at the clock, then opened her book. There are a few more things I need to explain, but before that you must promise me one thing. What is it? If things become dangerous, you must run. Of course. If I'm injured even a little, I'll immediately retreat. I reassured her with a gentle smile. This was more of a test for me after all. If it truly meant risking my life, I would never even dream of attempting it. Ha, of course. I was willing to give up an arm at least, the desert at dawn. For a moment the lump stood there frozen, its eyelids twitching as it stared at me blankly, shock, disbelief, confusion. These unexpected emotions were so obvious on its face that I didn't even need Tide sense to understand them. It took a full minute before it spoke again. I see. The lump's tone, usually disgustingly lively, was now deeply subdued. I can understand you being the owner of a great realm. That Dersha is certainly more than capable of creating something like that. Nothing strange about that. Even you being of the abyssal realm, it is rather astonishing that you're still alive, but considering that you were trained by a 9-star mage, I'm willing to even accept that. I could just chalk it up to Dersha having used some sort of method I'm not aware of. Thunk, it lowered its sword. The long line that was its mouth was no longer twisted into a smirk and showed a hint of unease now. But manifesting your realm is an entirely different matter. That's something you cannot do. Really, I don't think so. I casually stroked a jellyfish floating nearby. As long as I had my water partition, I could observe this world far more calmly than I expected. Hearing my calm response, the lump quietly shook its head. I misspoke. It's not that you can't, you mustn't. I see, I nodded in agreement, then stopped me. It didn't reply, however its presence changed. I licked my dry lips. If I had to compare this to a game, then this felt like I just entered the second phase of a boss fight. The next instant, the lump's compressed body shot forward like lightning. Something blurry entered my vision for a moment. I tried to ignore it and dodged, but its body only twisted grotesquely. What? Its waist rotated a full 180 degrees, a motion that would have killed any normal human, yet it swung its blade as if nothing had happened. In my shock, I managed to narrowly evade it, but the edge was already right in front of my nose. I couldn't afford to lose the first exchange of blows. Pouring all my strength into catching the blade using water pressure, I forced it to slow down. However, even with all that, it still lightly cut my cheek, thick drops of blood flowing down from it. The lump snorted lightly in dissatisfaction, and without even a moment's pause, charged at me with its twin blades again. I responded by pushing Tide Sense to its absolute limit. The sword of the strongest knight, an unsung hero, the lump had probably ever seen in its lifetime rained down on me like a torrential downpour. Hangul ko uenus, letting that thing control the distance was a fatal mistake on my part. I charged Thunder Gale and stared straight at the incoming blades. 3 seconds, 29 strikes. The only reason I was still alive was my small body and the fact that this knight was weaker than Brimdal. Of course, I hadn't mastered Thundergale perfectly yet. The unstable, wrapped ball of wind swelled, yearning to be released. I was about to fulfill its wish. I detonated the explosion between the lump and myself. Boom! Instead of the lump, who barely suffered from minor injuries, my small body was blasted across the desert, tumbling and slamming into the sand repeatedly. Pei, spitting out the sand stained with some blood, I immediately jumped backward. The lump had no intention of giving me even the smallest opening. Something felt off. Even with the distance I had bought myself, its speed was just absurd. What was that? I looked at its lower body. It was different from before. Its legs were developed to the extreme like those of a sprinter. It somehow stitched a knight's upper body on a pair of legs purely built for speed. It could even do something like that. Grinding my teeth, I forced it to back off using the water pressure. Thanks to the drug Dersha had given me, the water partition granted me far more protection than usual. But using water pressure, this intensely kept shaving away at it every second. In the briefest opening, as I wiped away the blood that threatened to flow over it, the lump, who had been completely silent ever since the fight began, muttered something. So you understand how great realms work. Roughly. I had heard about the combat style of someone who had manifested their realm in the real world from Dersha. I politely smiled at the lump. This place is seriously awful, try surviving it. From the start, calling their realm into this one was nothing but a disadvantage for a fallen. The burdens themselves grew far stronger to an absurd degree at that and multiplied every time I used abyssal magic. Just standing still would lead to death, much faster, but the same went for the invited opponent. So combat with one's realm manifested was quite simple. You had to keep running. There was no need to fight. The world itself would identify the opponent as a foreign object and start to slowly digest them all on its own, watching the process until the enemy was fully dissolved into the world. That horrific act was the way one could fight with a great realm, and a way available only to those who owned a great realm. The lump forcibly endured the pressure, clenching and unclenching its fists. An abyss realm belonging to the three calamities, the abyssal sea. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the grand sea? Muttering nonsense in the middle of this fight, it kept looking weirdly at me. I have to take you with me no matter what. I forced a smile. That was welcome news. If the lump's goal was to capture me rather than outright kill me, then I could be assured that I wouldn't lose my life here at least. And the biggest problem of manifesting my realm, that it would just flee, had just completely vanished. It seemed like it thought that this was still doable. Honestly, it wasn't just doable. Catching me before it got devoured by the abyssal sea's burdens was probably just a trivial matter to it. Ignoring me and just running away probably felt like leaving gold just lying on the ground to it. Grrrrk. It overcame the water pressure with sheer physical strength, and I stopped wasting power on keeping up the pressure. There was no point in blocking anymore. The burdens growing more and more intense would overwhelm me faster than they would consume that thing. GHK. Narrowly evading the sword strikes stabbing at me over and over, I silently thanked Brimdal. If that madman hadn't trained me, I would have died to the very first blow. That training was the only thing that kept me alive in this fight. The only problems were those afterimages. Right before that thing attacked, eerie white phantoms kept flickering into my view, disrupting my vision. Could knights even do stuff like that? The afterimages would appear first, distorting my sight. As I dodged while clutching my aching head, the lump looked at me with interest. Is that also an ability granted by the abyssal sea? Want me to tell you? Was he talking about my tide sense? Instead of answering, it let a far more violent barrage of strikes pour down on me. Dozens of afterimages overlapped, rendering my sight completely useless now. Clenching my teeth, I kept dodging, purely relying on tide sense. This had already gone far beyond just dangerous. Since the body the lump was using was that of a first-rate knight, my tide sense sometimes lost it, just like when I was facing Brimdal. Tide sense was the only reason I could evade attacks from something that strong. If I had to name a single flaw of it, it felt like standing in front of a cracked dam. In battle, I had to perfectly perceive everything with tide sense. However, right now that wasn't happening. Tusk, so it owned the body of a knight that strong, huh? As I hurriedly considered my next move, the lump drew in a deep breath. At the same time, my perception was completely severed. It seems like the lump was pretty determined to end the fight right this instant, tired of me slipping away again and again. Through my blurred vision, a sword strike, filled to the brim with killing intent, began to carve its trajectory. I couldn't predict that attack's path. In other words, I couldn't dodge it. I had to run immediately, but I saw another phantom once again. This is still unfamiliar with my realm. I had dismissed it before. But now that I took a closer look at it, they were bubbles. The bubble's trajectory brushed past my neck. I dodged almost on pure instinct. The next moment, those bubbles seemed to turn into a living being. The lump, who had been nothing but bubbles just a moment ago, clicked its tongue. What an annoying ability. Watching the bubbles shooting up into the sky, I tilted my head, momentarily forgetting we were in the middle of a fight. I had already become accustomed to predicting where my enemy's attack would come from next using tide sense, so familiar that I hadn't even noticed it. These bubbles. Not prediction, but precognition. Yeah, even as the lump raised its sword, clearly uninterested in my rambling, I felt bubbles forming around the nape of my neck. That was when I realized it. Inside my manifested realm, I could feel the bubbles that would be created after an attack in advance. Chapter 93 Hunt, Part 6. I had never been inside my manifested realm for very long. Naturally, it took me some time to realize what this actually was. I'm seeing my opponent's movements before they happen, between 1 and 3 seconds in advance, sometimes even less than that. The lump's phantoms' motions formed from bubbles would attack me first. The real attack would follow that exact path not long after. Why? I wasn't using this intentionally. I had never even imagined something like this being possible. I started by analyzing this phenomenon. While narrowly dodging the lump's sword by a hair's breadth, I gathered information. Tusk. Watching the lump growing irritated at its repeated failure to land a clean hit on me, I finally understood the difference between this phenomenon and tide sense. Predicting my opponent's attack using tide sense was, in the end, just sensing their movements by reading the currents and reacting afterward. All I could do with tide sense was read their muscle tension, trace the path of their blade, and then choose the best way to respond using that information. Its weakness was that if the movement was too fast for my currents to reach, or if the opponent used some technique exclusive to high-tier knights, it could be blocked. But inside my manifested realm, things were a bit different. This place was nothing but a space filled with extremely dense currents. When I used tide sense here, my focus shifted away from my opponent and moved it toward the sea itself. Even if I couldn't perceive the individual called the lump, it didn't matter. If one threw a punch underwater, a small cluster of microscopic bubbles, not even a millimeter wide, would form in front of one's fist for a split second. However, for a first-rate knight, those clusters were far larger and longer. That was the true nature of those bubbles. When tide sense was activated inside my manifested realm, the movements of individuals made inside this world were made visible in the form of bubbles for me. Now that I could see them, I was practically invincible when it came to evasion. With that thought in mind, I dodged every sword strike with movements that bordered on acrobatics. Just what the... In the end, the one who had to give up was the lump. It raised its sword, clicking its tongue in clear dissatisfaction. I wanted to take you in with all your limbs intact. You brought this upon yourself. The next moment, the world turned completely white, or that was how it felt at least. When I came to my senses, bubbles wrapped around my entire body and my surroundings. Gritting my teeth, I realized it. I wasn't invincible after all. I couldn't dodge the attacks of someone a lot faster and stronger than me. The lump moved to finish me off. Purge, 0.1 seconds or even less than that. I had to give up something. I had to make a decision this instant. Crunch, using Purge to shut off the pain, I decided to give up on my right arm. Maybe it was because I hadn't practiced it much recently. I couldn't completely shut off the pain, so my vision felt like it was spinning. Gritting my teeth, I clutched my broken arm and staggered backward, preparing for a follow-up attack. You're not right in the head. But the lump didn't attack again. Instead, it stared at me as if I were some kind of lunatic after I willingly let it break my arm. You broke your own bones just to get out of my sword's path. If you broke my legs, I wouldn't be able to move after all. A correct judgment, a viable one indeed. The lump stopped attacking and nodded slightly. What the hell was wrong with this bastard all of a sudden? As I forcibly put together my shattered arm with my currents, he continued. Fast and precise, any other knight would have reached the same conclusion. What are you trying to say here? But if you're really the original prince, you should be barely over 10 years old, right? Yeah, haha, the lump let out an incredulous laugh. What kind of hell did you live in? What? No 10-year-old in this world would even consider snapping their own arm just because there was no other way to escape a sword strike. Even if there was one who would, they most certainly wouldn't reach that conclusion in a single instant. To make that kind of call, you'd need experience. For example, knowing from experience that having your arm severed hurts a lot more than just having it broken. There was no way this shameless bastard was suddenly sympathizing with its enemy, nor would it show mercy just because I was a little kid. As I tilted my head, wondering where it was going with all that, it raised its sword again. To be honest, after seeing that judgment of yours just now, I realized I can't do this myself. If it were Decay, he might be able to freeze you and haul you off, but I don't know how to do that, and I just learned that breaking your will and dragging you away won't work either. So what are you trying to say? I'm going to kill you. I was shocked by the lump's intelligence. Really? I had no idea. I thought you were trying to kill me all along. Thanks for telling me. How considerate. Up until now, I was holding back a little because I wanted to take you with me alive. For me, the best solution would have been to capture you and extract your secrets. But if that's not possible, then killing you is the next best thing, and that's far easier than taking you alive. I could tell that those weren't just empty threats. If it repeated that last attack a few more times and forced me to give up more of my body, I would most certainly die. But you still have another choice. The lump extended the hand it wasn't holding a sword with, as if offering a handshake. Join us. I'll say this in advance. I already rejected the same offer from one of your comrades. It wasn't even worth considering, but the lump seemed genuinely intent on persuading me. I know. But think about it, how much did your master torture you in the process of making you fall into the abyssal sea? In that crazy mage's eyes, you're not a disciple, you're just a lab rat. At least we'd treat you as a colleague. It's not much, I'm just saying that you'd do better choosing the lesser of two evils. The lump was gravely mistaken. It believed that Dersha had done something to me to make me fall into the abyss. If one thought normally, it seemed pretty much impossible to even imagine a great realm manifesting out of nowhere without anyone's interference. It was easy to fall under such misconceptions, one I could use. As I let out a hum, pretending as if I was pondering over the lump's offer, I asked one question. Let me ask you just one thing. What is it? You stole Illusory Flower's ability last time and controlled Elysia, didn't you? Elysia. You mean that brat I possessed for a bit? Yeah, can you do that again? No idea why you're asking, but no. If I borrow a fallen's body, I inherit their burden as well. Illusory flower's burden is way too dangerous for me. I used it once for fun, but doing it again would be suicidal. I see. I let out a sigh of relief. Judging by the lump's steady heartbeat, it wasn't lying. The possibility I had feared the most has proven to be non-existent. With that out of the way, there was no more reason for me to hesitate. I raised my middle finger. Then go die. I'm not joining you even if it kills me. ... It seems I misjudged you. Do you still not understand the situation? No, I understand it perfectly. I smirked and glanced at it. You started the fight aiming to capture me, then suddenly switched to trying to kill me, then tried to recruit me. Anyone can see what that means. What are you getting at? You're starting to have trouble breathing, huh? Heh, the lump smiled. Its lips were twitching violently, looking genuinely amused. As I gradually backed away and straightened my posture, I continued. The seawater keeps catching on your body, making it hard to move. You're feeling pressure pressing down on you, your vision's getting darker. At this point, you probably can't even see me clearly anymore, and every so often, unknown monsters swim around you in that darkness, right? Yeah, you sure live in a damn shitty place. At least the Grand Sea has light. Thanks for the compliment. As a longtime resident, here's some advice you won't last. I calmly stated the truth, even Dersha had said so. That she herself wouldn't be able to hold on for very long in the abyssal sea. This wasn't a place where a Scarlet Abyss executive could possibly survive. Surrender, let me throw that right back at you. If you want to live, surrender. Once it's come this far, that means I've already won. Do you know how the Fallen of Great Realms fight? The lump suddenly changed the subject, a wide grin on its face. They meet, manifest their realms, and then do nothing. What? They just stand there. I mean, they have no reason to do anything. Each side's burdens are their greatest weapons after all. And eventually, when one side can't endure the other's world anymore and collapses, that's when the victor is decided. Long fights take about 12 hours, short ones are about 6, quite boring, right? The lump slowly raised its trembling hand. Only 5 minutes or less have passed. You were right, I can't endure this any longer. Do you know what that means? A sudden sense of unease crept up inside of me. The lump calmly continued. Your world is outside common sense, you bastard. How am I supposed to beat this? I did everything I could. Then it raised its sword and placed it against its own throat. You win, brat. I can't kill you or capture you. At best, all I can do is report this. I hadn't expected that. That battle-crazed maniac was admitting defeat so easily and stepping back. If I let it end like that, the only thing I would have done was hand over pretty detailed information about my ability. But the next time we meet, I'll come prepared. I look forward to our rematch. The lump suddenly widened its eyes. It seemed like I had no other choice. I had to throw out some bait. I released my realm. While that bastard seemed quite bewildered by the sudden sense of freedom it felt, I collapsed onto the ground, vomiting blood. Og. After a moment of confusion, the lump narrowed its eyes. Did you just lose to your own world? Cough. I didn't answer and only vomited out more blood. I wasn't acting here. I had deliberately crushed my own organs using water pressure as I dismissed my realm. This bastard was an executive of Scarlet Abyss. Someone who had tortured and killed countless people. If I only pretended to be in pain, it would immediately notice. In other words, I needed to feel real pain, obvious enough for the lump to notice. Judging by the way its expression changed from confusion to irritation, my prediction was right. What? So that's how it ends? Kind of hard to accept. Tusk. How boring. Shaking its head, the lump let out a frustrated sigh and walked toward me. Being crushed by your own world must have been unbearably painful. You endured all that with sheer willpower. You really are something else. It didn't doubt me. It couldn't. Even if I were acting, letting the lump approach me this much would mean my immediate defeat. There was no reason for me to pretend to lose. Let's see, Decay will be fine on his own. I'll just take this guy with me and leave. Tap. As the lump grabbed the back of my neck, pondering over various things, I clutched its grotesque shoulder. Before it could react, I whispered in a croaking voice, this world, Tusk, he's about to die. It didn't pay it any mind, assuming that it was just the mad ramblings of someone about to die. That was how I managed to smear my blood onto its shoulder. All the blood I had shed during the fight had remained within the water partition up to this point. That was why the deep-sea creatures hadn't been able to detect it. But I knew better than anyone else what would happen if I applied it to something outside of it. I continued to whisper into its ear. This world is the abyssal sea. My abyss realm unfolded itself again. In that fleeting instant, the lump realized that I had been faking my injury. At the same time, I saw the side of its hand swing toward my head. The world around me turned pure white. Just before the burdens could intensify, the lump unleashed its strongest attack at maximum output. I couldn't avoid it at this distance. Even when it attacked me from further away, I strongly doubted that I could have dodged this blow. Unable to escape my inevitable end, I shut my eyes tight. It would take about 0.02 seconds for its hand to reach my head. Tap. I felt something making contact with me. However, it wasn't a strike and felt more like a gentle pressure. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling that. What the? The lump stared in disbelief at its own body, both of its arms torn away from its shoulders. 0.01 seconds. In that span of time, two-headed eels had arrived here and severed its arms as clean as if cutting meat with a cleaver. That was all they did. The lump's blood was spreading through the abyssal sea. Seeing that it was now armless, the lump started to panic. It seemed this was its first time experiencing the terror of the deep-sea creatures. Wait, this is... I could see bubbles spilling from its mouth as it tried to speak. Fortunately, the burden stacked. It slowly started to suffocate. No matter how great a night was, without air they would eventually lose consciousness. This was my victory. KGH, having understood what was going on, the lump gritted its teeth, trying to kill itself somehow. It opened its mouth, trying to bite off its own tongue. I had heard somewhere that biting off one's tongue to die wasn't actually that easy, but looking at those sharp teeth, common sense didn't really apply to that thing. I won't let you take me. Ignoring the pain that seemed about to crush my abdomen, I stopped him with water pressure. GHK, the lump desperately tried to end its own life. And I tried my darndest to keep it from doing that. I could feel the water partition gradually thinning. Bite force versus water pressure, this struggle dragged on for quite a long while. But then when the water partition finally reached its limits, oog, I watched the lump slowly sinking to the ground. Only then did I manage to let out the breath I had been holding in. Chapter 94, 3 Calamities, Part 1. My arm was broken, my entire body was covered in wounds, and my organs were crushed, but I was still standing. That was the most important thing here. Looking down at the lump collapsed on the ground, clutching its stomach, I spat out some bloody phlegm. 2. I wasn't doing it as a form of mockery. This stuff just kept welling up into my mouth. My vision swam. The water partition was already clinging close to my skin, and the drug was about to demand its inevitable price. After savoring my victory for a second, I felt my head spinning, finally sinking to the ground. I felt like I was about to throw up. I dropped to one knee, one hand pressed into the sand below me, gasping for breath. About 10 minutes passed while I was in that state. I heard crunching footsteps coming closer. I let out a sigh of relief, thankful that I didn't pass out before she came. You're late. What happened to Decay? In the end, I couldn't capture him. I hurried here as quickly as I possibly could afterward, but cold fingers touched my head. The nausea ravaging my body eased a little. As I barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit, I could hear some awe mixed in Dersh's voice. Unlike me, you truly managed to do it. Seems like you didn't think I could. Then why did you send me at all? You look like you have forgotten, but I never intended to send you to fight. And to make one thing clear, I believed that you wouldn't be defeated at least. Really? Yes. The lump doesn't possess a great realm, and its methods are limited to borrowing the power of other bodies. I judged that it lacked the power to kill you, now that you can freely manifest your realm. However, wearing a subtle expression on her face, Dersha pulled out her fountain pen and drew several lines in the air. The lump was completely turned black, then vanished, as if it had never existed. She hadn't killed it. She must have sealed it somewhere to prevent it from committing suicide. I never imagined you would go beyond merely surviving against a Scarlet Abyss executive and actually defeat and capture one. You always exceed my expectations, Jern. If I'd failed, it would have all been for nothing, so I gave it my all. As I awkwardly fixed my broken arm in place, something from earlier came back to me. Now that I think about it, that thing said something kind of strange. What was it? It claimed it never tortured me, and that all it did was throw the original the puppet was based on into a river. That's me, that must have been a lie. Dersha shook her head slightly, dismissing those words. At first, I thought you were simply a child cursed with absurdly bad luck. But rather than something with the odds of lightning striking a needle happening, it is far more plausible that they did something to you in your early childhood. You think so? What remains unclear is why they tried to make you fall before the age of 10, and what exactly was lost in the process. I thought it might have been another executive, someone even the lump didn't know about. That creature seemed to hold quite the important position within Scarlet Abyss. It's unlikely it was unaware of such matters. That certainly made sense. As I nodded, Dersha looked down at me, her eyes narrowed. But you're injured far too severely. What exactly happened here? It used the bodies of first-rate knights it stole. And that was a problem. I was told your senses were sharp enough to give you an overwhelming advantage against knights. There were attacks it used I couldn't avoid even if I knew they were coming. Let's get you treated first. We'll talk about the rest later. Dersha carefully examined my injuries, then suddenly lifted her fountain pen and let some ink fall onto one of my wounds. Ow, isn't dropping ink on an open wound going to cause an infection? This isn't ink. Swish, she lightly rubbed the ink and the wound it had dripped on was completely gone. I was taken aback. Wasn't healing magic supposed to not exist? I looked at Dersha with slight suspicion. After the previous abduction incident, my trust in her had taken a small hit. You're not like shaving off my lifespan to heal me, right? Look at my arm. Dersha held out her pale, slender arm. There was a cut on it, identical to the one that had just vanished from my body. This isn't healing. I'm transferring the wound onto myself. I don't know how this works, but please stop. I tried to stop her, feeling alarmed, but Dersha completely ignored me and dripped ink onto another wound. Think rationally. The injury carved into her arm healed in the blink of an eye. An elf's natural recovery rate is incomparable to a human child's. If someone must bear the damage, it's far more efficient for me to do so. So elves have exceptional regeneration too. You didn't know. Apparently, it was common knowledge that elves healed very easily in this world. But still, doesn't it hurt? I'm already accustomed to pain. I couldn't shake off this uneasy feeling. After finishing some basic first aid, we returned to the kingdom and went up to our assigned room on the highest floor. It was already dawn. Since you're both back safe and sound, I suppose things went well. What about the prince? He's sleeping soundly right now. Seal was twirling Rahian's hair playfully as he slept. I didn't notice it when he was awake, but now that he's asleep, he really does look exactly like you, Jern. She was right. With his expression relaxed while sleeping, our resemblance was uncanny. As I was feeling strangely conflicted, Dersha snapped at me with an exasperated look. He's still just a doll. Once this is over, it would only be right to dispose of it and tell the king the truth. Huh. No, wait, that's not right. I shook my head in surprise. Why dispose of him? Even if he's a doll, he can think for himself and he helped me. I want to just leave him as he is. Jern, that doll stole your life, Dersha added, sounding completely dumbfounded. You could have lived a life without want as the prince of this small kingdom. That doll is standing in the place that should have been yours. It wasn't Rahian who took it, it was Scarlet Abyss. That's true. But regardless, the position that doll occupies is rightfully yours, and it's clear that you should reclaim it. Are you really planning to leave things as they are? It's been working just fine without me. There's no reason to step in now and stir up conflict. What about your parents? Are you saying it's fine for them to live their entire lives never knowing you, believing a doll is their son? It's a little sad, but you have to think about it from their side too. Imagine how much pain they'd be in if they found out that the son they cherished and loved their whole lives was just a doll, and their real son is some sickly wreck barely hanging on to his life. Let's just leave it. Jern, Dersha's gaze turned cold. Just say that you don't want to be a prince. Yeah, I really don't. I absolutely hated positions that would burden me with responsibility, but positions that were nothing but responsibility were even worse. They were worse than the most horrifying torture this world had to offer. Seeing my genuine disgust on my face, she sighed and nodded. If that's how you feel, I won't force you. To begin with, even if you did become the prince of this kingdom, it would likely bring more harm than good. As she said that, Dersha took out a small book from inside her robes. Then let us begin the interrogation. Ah yes, I forgot about all the pain in my body and focused. The anticipation of finally learning fragments of my past mixed with the anxiety of wondering what exactly had been done to this body left me feeling strangely exhilarated. Then feeling like something was off, I asked, but are we really doing this here? There are quite a few people outside and it's night, so wouldn't it trouble them if we're too noisy? Shouldn't we go somewhere like an underground dungeon? This interrogation will be a little different, don't worry. What did she mean by that? As I wondered about that, Dersha opened the small book and dripped ink onto a page. Where is the lump? It's here. At first, I didn't understand what she meant, but when I got closer to her and looked into the book, I saw the ink writhing as if it were alive, forming letters, then words, then sentences, only to collapse and reform again. Eventually, a single sentence surfaced. WHATTHEFUCKISTHISPLCE, Master, I called out to Dersha, feeling anxious. She replied nonchalantly. I've converted it into a record. It was quite difficult, but most certainly possible. No matter how much it screams, no sound will ever come out, so there's no need to worry. Converted into a record, I looked at her with pity. When did you fall? This is clearly magic. No matter how I look at it, this feels like the power of some abyss realm. It's the highest tier magic among those I can use. I believe I once told you that I have already placed one of my feet firmly in the heavenly realm, and that the difference between the heavenly realm and the abyss realm is simply whether you are the ruler of your world or its prisoner. I had nothing more to say to that. Still, it was a truly unsettling ability, making me shift further away from her. To imprison a person inside a book and turn them into a record, in a way that magic suited Dersha like a glove. Let's begin with the first question. We don't have much time until it's fully digested. She lightly flipped through the book and began writing several commands in a language I couldn't decipher. What did you ask? I asked about memories related to your existence. Everything connected to that should soon surface. Not long after, the book opened to what looked like a transcript of various conversations between certain beings. We need to take over the cities, why bother? Can't we just kill everyone? We need a sustainable base. Why? Because it's necessary. It was a conversation between the lump and another executive. I couldn't tell who the other person was. I could only guess that it might be Decay. I knocked out that prince and brought him along. Anything else you want me to do? Good work. What, you're just going to throw him in the river? Then I could have just killed him and brought the body. I don't trust you enough for something like that. I needed to confirm it myself. And then, that was it. We looked at each other, confusion evident on our faces. Is that all? I told it to recount everything it knows about you. That should be everything. So to sum it up, I was abducted purely to help establish a sustainable base. And after that, once they created space to insert their doll named Rahian, I was of no more use to them, so they just threw me into a random river. Put more bluntly, I really wasn't anything special, huh? I was kind of connected to Scarlet Abyss, but only to that extent. They hadn't tortured me and they didn't care about what would happen to me after. So the reason they failed to recognize me later was out of genuine ignorance. All they did was throw me into a river. Of course they wouldn't remember. This doesn't make any sense. Dersha staggered slightly as she sat down, seeming genuinely confused. Even if you weren't important to them, I assumed Scarlet Abyss had tortured you, confirmed that you didn't give them the results they wanted, and then discarded you. I believed that you had at least that much of a connection with them. But if even that didn't happen, then learning about my past got a lot harder. I let out a sigh while watching the deep-sea creatures drifting around us. It seemed the reason for their existence had become even more obscure. Then what about this? We're not finished yet. She shook her head and began writing something else in the book. Even if it doesn't know the cause, that doesn't mean it doesn't know what to do about this. I'm sure it definitely has some clues. I'll search for everything related to your circumstances. With a grim, almost haunting expression, Dersha continued to write for nearly 10 minutes. Found it. At the same moment, another transcript appeared in the book. Creating the three calamities, that is our highest priority. Ah, the three calamities. I had heard that term a few times before. They had gone rambling on about whether I was one of them or not, so I came to the conclusion that the Abyssal Sea probably was one of those calamities. An unidentified member of Scarlet Abyss continued speaking as if they were explaining things to multiple people at once. The stimulus needed to make a mage fall is ultimately an artificial burden. You need to grind down hundreds of mages, young children at that, to barely create one. That's far too inefficient. It won't get us anywhere. Well, I disagree. And why is that? I mean, I get it. You want to spread a microscopic burden across the entire world. The transcript was still getting rolled out, but neither of us could just let that statement slide. We looked at each other, realizing the scale of this discussion. Is that even possible? It's impossible, but it's clear that it's what they're aiming for. Regardless of the shock we were feeling, the transcript continued. But why do we need the three calamities specifically? They are basically just legends. Is there really a reason you need their burdens? I mean, if you just spread that bastard Decay's burden across the entire world right now, you get 1,000 people falling every day. Lump, you stupid bastard. Microscopic burdens. Microscopic. Do you think spreading a realm across the entire world is easy? So what? Would it be any different if it were the three calamities who did it? Are they really that special? I mean, the only thing all those who awaken to the Grand Sea could do is probably fall a bit slower when they fall at most. Is it really worth hunting those things down? Lump, I understand your doubts. You simply haven't lived very long, so your knowledge of the three calamities is lacking. Obviously, I'm not even sure if they really exist, and even if they do, I don't see what sets them apart. Given your level of intelligence, it's probably best if I explain it in simple terms. What? The transcript ended with the following words. You're not wrong, even the three calamities realm wouldn't produce very powerful burdens if they forcibly spread it across the entire world. Then what's the point? Because their realms are inhabited by living beings. Living beings. What kind? Who knows? If they were to spread their burdens across the whole world, then regardless of their intensity, the world would become a place where life itself is a burden. Those beings living in their realms would become able to freely roam the real world. That is what it means to live in the three calamities realm. I silently stared at the deep-sea creatures drifting around me. Even if I tried to deny it, no matter how I looked at it, this really did seem to be about me. Chapter 95, Three Calamities, Part 2, Spreading Burdens. Across the whole world. Dersha, seeming interested in that phrase, turned the page with a serious expression. Did something come to mind? It did, but for now it's nothing more than speculation, so I'm hesitant to tell you. At that moment, Seal, who had been quietly listening from behind us, interjected. Lady CIA, even if it's just speculation, please explain your thoughts properly. What? Dersha raised an eyebrow, but Seal, not losing her momentum, continued. You do this all the time. You brush things off with, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it, and then just act on your own anyway. This isn't the first or second time. Last time too, you jumped straight into action without even thinking about explaining anything. Even a rough explanation is fine. I believe Sir Jern would feel more at ease if you shared what you just noticed. Dersha, unable to refute any of Seal's statements, sighed and replied, It really isn't anything worth mentioning. During the last battle, the one called Decay once said something along the lines of the real world itself being someone's inner world. What does that even mean? It's nonsense, not worth a single thought. If the real world were someone else's inner world, then what would that inner world be made of? In the end, an inner world is composed of the real world itself. It's nothing more than a chicken or egg paradox. She dismissed it bluntly. That said, I just thought that they were only able to come up with such an absurd plan because they were a group of lunatics capable of entertaining such thoughts, that's all. But coming up with a plan and actually executing it are two different things, right? That is true. Even now, I don't fully understand what they mean by this. Spreading burdens across the world, that would imply overlaying an individual's realm onto the entire present world. Dersha narrowed her eyes. No matter how I think about it, I can only come to the conclusion that it's impossible. Still, I also can't bring myself to believe that Scarlet Abyss consists of only fools chasing illusions. So they must have some kind of method. Jern. There's something I'd like to ask you, it's purely out of my own curiosity. What is it? She blinked, seeming genuinely curious. Let's assume their plan succeeds and your abyssal sea is now spread across the entire world. I've seen your illustrations of those deep-sea creatures in these books, and I understand that they're dangerous, but I have never heard exactly how powerful they are. What kind of outcome do you think it will have? I answered without hesitation. It would absolutely fail. This burden can't possibly create a fallen. So does that mean they are easy to handle? Does it mean they aren't that strong individually speaking? On the contrary. Pardon, they're far too strong, so strong they couldn't even be described as mere burdens. If those things were unleashed on the real world, that would mark the beginning of the Empire's inevitable downfall. If the deep-sea creatures were released, and if humans other than me became their target, from that moment on, there wouldn't be a single safe place left in this world. Those things were capable of using tide sense. No matter where someone hid, they would be able to find and kill them with ease. Taking their speed into consideration, it would take about 3 hours for half the population to be wiped out. I see. Dersha, a weary look in her eyes, lifted the back end of her fountain pen and let ink drip onto the page. If that's the case, then we don't have time. There's much more I'd like to ask since that thing is a Scarlet Abyss executive, but for now, I'll erase it. Erase? If the lump is fully digested like this, it will die. And then it will return to Scarlet Abyss carrying information about you, Jern. If that happens, it's painfully obvious what Scarlet Abyss will do next. Can't we just imprison it forever? We could, but that would make us Scarlet Abyss target as well. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble, so I'll just erase the lump's memories. Dersha spoke as casually as if she was telling me her dinner plans. What's recorded by me can be erased, altered, or supplemented at will. However, since I haven't fully reached the heavenly realm yet, my control isn't perfect. I can't alter too much. I'm still far from the stage of complete revision. Still, maybe I can add this much. As I watched her muttering to herself and editing the book, something suddenly occurred to me. Did you develop that spell recently by any chance? Yes, that's right. You didn't make it to use on me back in the Elven Forest, did you? In any case, we gained something significant here. We now know Scarlet Abyss' purpose for creating the 3 calamities and what they intend to do with them. Dersha abruptly changed the subject. You didn't write, what we don't know is what we should do next. That is, how to make one capable of resisting the creatures residing in the realms of the 3 calamities, specifically your deep-sea creatures. It seems like even the lump didn't know. Which means that the Scarlet Abyss executive it spoke with does know how to control them. Ah, yes. I stood up from beside Dersha and sat next to Seal. She naturally reached out and stroked my hair, nodding. If Sir Jern wishes to survive, contact with Scarlet Abyss is inevitable. That's the conclusion we're left with. In the end, we need their knowledge. Dersha sighed and closed the book. Black ink began to bubble out from the closed pages, spilling onto the desk like blood. It's finished. The lump is dead, but all it should be aware of right now is that the Empire noticed something amiss and sent Dersha. In the process, the lump fell into a trap and died instantly. That's really impressive. I put quite a bit of effort into it. I can tell. Perhaps feeling kind of self-conscious despite no one accusing her of anything, Dersha stood and opened the door. Seal and I will return first. You still carry the title of Imperial Envoy, so handle things appropriately tomorrow before coming back. And she glanced at the bed where Rahian lay sleeping, then added, you truly won't tell your father the truth? Yes, I nodded. Rahian wasn't Rahian, but that didn't mean that I was Rahian either, so why deliberately poke at it and create trouble? If we leave this doll as is, Scarlet Abyss may still have room to interfere. In the end, it would just be a pointless illusion. I still believe revealing the truth and clearing up everything would be the best course of action. Well, I can't deny that. After all, he was an artificial lifeform created by Scarlet Abyss. There was no telling what kind of side effects leaving him be might have. Still, I never considered killing him an option. The moment she let the word kill fall, the outcome had already been decided. However, I don't think Scarlet Abyss' goal was to wipe out the kingdom using these dolls. As we saw in the book, their main goal was to create a sustainable hideout. Up until now, they have maintained the status quo without causing any real trouble, so even if they return, I doubt much will change. And I glanced at the sleeping Rahian and let out a small chuckle. If he were truly under their control, he wouldn't have helped us capture the lump. We were able to resolve this incident so quickly because of him. Rather than a puppet, I'd like to think of him as a separate human being they happened to create. You really haven't changed. Dersha looked at me with a complicated expression. It seemed like she was displaying a mix of several emotions, but taken as a whole, it didn't seem negative at least. When you return, let's talk more about Scarlet Abyss. And did you feel your burdens deepen during this battle? I lightly swung my arm. The current felt a bit heavier than before, but it was still manageable. A little, but thanks to the water partition, it's not too bad. That will require further research. But fine, we'll depart tomorrow and we'll meet up again at night. Yes, understood. After Dersha and Seal left, only Rahian and I remained in the room. I tucked the mask into my coat, prepared myself, and tried to bring my thoughts in order. The deep-sea creatures weren't created separately after I woke up in the abyssal sea. They were a defining trait of the three calamities' inner world. I now understood why the deep-sea creatures existed, but the overall situation remained shrouded in mystery. In the end, what mattered wasn't the reason, but rather finding even a fragment of how to control those things. If it truly was a characteristic of the realm, meddling with it would be far more difficult. Thinking about it again, there was one thing that didn't quite add up. If all of that were true, then what exactly happened to me? Scarlet Abyss didn't torture me, but great realms couldn't form unless they were deliberately created. And yet I somehow ended up with a great realm, one of the three calamities, and the abyssal sea at that. An impossible worst-case scenario stacked upon another. Was this really just a coincidence? I couldn't afford to dwell too much on that right now, since dealing with the deep-sea creatures was my top priority right now, but it certainly was strange. I don't know. I thought about it for a while longer but came to no conclusion. With no other choice left, I gently woke Rahian first. Rahian, it's all over, wake up. Part of me wanted to just pick him up and go, but when I checked using Tide Sense, there were still plenty of guards outside even at this early hour. The tension was palpable on their faces. Even though they'd been ordered by Jahian to keep this a secret, they'd clearly heard that one of their comrades had died. If I carried the prince on my back at a time like this, well, all I could say was that things wouldn't end well. It would be better for the two of us if Rahian just woke up and we walked side by side. Rahian rubbed his eyes and looked up at me, blinking as if he wasn't fully awake yet. Brother Horan, yeah, it's all over. Scarlet Abyss has been completely driven off. Are really? Phew, thank goodness. Rahian let out a sigh of relief, then blushed slightly, seeming embarrassed. I'm sorry. I should have stayed awake as the prince of this kingdom, considering what happened, but I suddenly got so tired. It's fine. We caught the guy because you told us who it was. You did more than enough. You can be proud of yourself. Really. I couldn't ask for anything more then. I've been having a really hard time ever since I was little because all these things just suddenly happened to me and no one listened. I examined Rahian carefully as he spoke with a bright expression on his face. No matter how I looked at him, he seemed like a completely normal human. He could use magic as well. It at least seemed like creating something like him was extremely difficult. If mass production were possible, those damn lunatics might have just turned their dolls into fallen. Perhaps that was their goal from the start. I shook my head, clearing away those stray thoughts, and lightly patted his shoulder. Let's head back to your room for now, get some good rest today. Okay, right, brother, come to think of it, I got a new ability. What? What kind of ability? I tilted my head at that sudden announcement. Rahian began to explain, his eyes sparkling. Today at the banquet, I met more people than I ever have in my whole life, so I really pushed myself right. Yeah. You did? I think that's why. Around this evening, I finally figured out what my ability is. Really? That piqued my interest. Things had been urgent, so I just put any thoughts regarding his ability aside, but I'd been genuinely curious about how Rahian was able to see other people's worlds. As I listened closely to him, Rahian proudly raised his hand. Look at this. At what? Look a little closer. At first, I couldn't really see anything, but when I focused harder, there was an extremely thin, translucent film wrapped around his skin. What is that? I tested it out and it turns out I have this kind of ability. Rahian detached the candle from a nearby lantern and gently brought the flame closer to his palm. Ah, hot, ouch. And then he yanked his hand back in surprise. I thought it was some sort of protective ability, but it seemed like it wasn't. I frowned and grabbed a jug of cold water. What if it leaves a scar? Give me your hand. No. This is where it starts. Rahian steeled himself and once again brought his palm over the candle flame. I tried to stop him, but his expression looked completely different this time. There wasn't even a trace of pain on his features. It doesn't hurt at all. What? This is my magic. I don't feel pain I've already experienced. And look at this. Rahian raised the palm that had touched the candle. The shimmering film was on fire. More precisely, flames were burning on top of it. Even though the only thing sustaining it should have been Rahian's hand, it was perfectly fine. The fire continued to burn for quite a while, until Rahian finally blew it out. Even after it seemed to be completely extinguished, the flame flared back up, refusing to stop. In the end, it was only after I poured water on it that his hand returned to normal. That's how it is. I think it's adaptation. Yeah, that's what I think. I knew this ability, the water partition, the small world that protected me from the abyssal sea. I continued slowly. The reason. You could see the world of other fallen. Brother, because you'd been in contact with a fallen since you were young, so your inner world decided that it needed to adapt to that world. My water partition wrapped around me to keep me alive, acting as a tiny diving suit to protect me from the abyssal sea. Even now, it was still fighting desperately to keep me alive. Rahian had been exposed to the danger, the fallen. So his water partition, shaped through constant contact with the lump since early childhood, had learned to protect its master in this way. To warn him the moment a fallen got close to him, it would somehow manage to sense it and recreate their world. It wasn't that the water partition possessed some sort of intelligence. It was simply something that constantly adapted to ensure survival. If I hadn't spent all day submerged in the abyssal sea, my own water partition might have acted in a similar way. Are you okay? Why did your face suddenly go pale? Are you hurt somewhere? Rahian seemed quite concerned about me, who was just standing there blankly. I forced a smile and nodded. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something for a moment. Shall we head back? Yeah, right, it really was nothing. A doll could use the magic of its original. That was all this was. There was nothing strange about that. If they could perfectly reproduce its humanity, then it wouldn't be strange at all for it to possess a similar world. There was just one problem. That is, if my inner world and the inner world of Rahian were both this water partition, then whose world was the abyssal sea? Where did it come from? This isn't the time to blame others. I muttered to myself low enough so that Rahian couldn't hear, followed by a quiet sigh. Scarlet Abyss didn't torture me, right? No one in this world ever tortured me. Did I awaken to a great realm for no reason? No. The me from the Republic of Korea. That was who the Fallen was. Chapter 96, Three Calamities, Part 3. Someone once said that mental pain surpassed physical pain. That the pain of being abandoned by someone you love is more agonizing than being burned alive. Whenever I heard things like that, all I could think of was, has this person ever suffered fourth-degree burns over their entire body? Probably not. They might have been abandoned by someone they loved, though. I did agree that mental pain was real pain. I wasn't trying to argue some hardline nonsense about depression not being real. But it's in a different category from tangible physical agony. That was the conclusion I had come to. If mental pain was more effective in creating a great realm than physical torment, then why would Scarlet Abyss drown people in seawater or burn them alive? If the abyssal sea is my world, then that would mean I somehow suffered through torture on that level or even harsher in my previous life. Suffocation, my entire body being crushed. Monsters constantly lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to devour my flesh. Naturally, I've never experienced anything like that. I didn't think I had lived a particularly painful life. To be honest, my life was actually pretty far removed from suffering. The worst thing anyone ever did to me was throwing a potato out the window that happened to hit me while I was walking down the street. I think I got a small bruise from that. Of course, mental pain is pain as well. The decisive trigger that made Ren fall was due to her parents abandoning her. But again, being abandoned by my parents. Or similar traumatic experiences. Yeah, I never experienced anything like that either. Was Korea's competitive society really that painful? No way, this world is far more horrifying. No matter how many times I thought about it, I'd always hit a dead end. I kept combing through the memories of my past life, looking for some sort of cause, and eventually decided to just shove this whole issue aside. It was something I needed to address at some point. But if a forest fire breaks out, you should first focus on putting it out. You don't start by figuring out which cigarette butt caused it. You seem troubled. Yes. After the incident was resolved, as we rode our horses out of the kingdom, Karos approached me and spoke up. I owed her a lot. She'd even demanded bribes at the cost of lowering her own reputation. In the end, due to my identity as an imperial envoy, I was inevitably exposed, but it is safe to say that she had carried out Sharmia's orders faithfully. So even though her intent to fish for information was quite obvious, I answered her anyway. One problem gets solved and another immediately takes its place. Nothing in the world is ever easy. I see. Her eyes were clearly asking for an explanation. I would end up telling Karos sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to hide anything. We captured one of Scarlet Abyss executives and extracted a bit of information. Karos gripped the reins tightly, making it quite obvious how shocked she was. The horse she was riding looked quite uncomfortable. I cleared my throat and continued my explanation. It's nothing all that impressive, we just learned a bit about their objective. That sounds like something rather impressive to me though, what is it? It's exactly what you already know. They want to create more fallen. Their method is just a bit unusual. They plan to thinly spread burdens across the entire world, forcing all mages to constantly live in suffering and in doing so secure more fallen. Something like that? Is that actually possible? My master said it's impossible. Still, there must be some way, I guess. The best case scenario is that they've all just lost their minds. I trailed off. Scarlet Abyss was the kind of organization that executed irrational actions based on very rational plans. After breaking through the princess' protection and carrying out indiscriminate terror across the empire to make their name known, they chose to stay hidden and quietly expand after their goal had been achieved. By now, several major organizations in the underworld were probably already kissing Scarlet Abyss' feet. They might be insane, but whoever was handling them wasn't. Or rather, they were insane in a more refined way at least. I think we've come too far to hope for an optimistic outcome. I agree, Karos fell into serious thought. Jern, if a layer of burdens were to cover the entire world, yes, would that apply to ordinary people as well? Not just wizards? Well, I suppose so. Imposing burdens would mean tampering with the real world itself, and ordinary people live in the real world. But ordinary people aren't Scarlet Abyss targets, right? Their sole purpose is to make mages fall. That's right, I shrugged. And that's exactly why they don't care about anything else. To put it bluntly, if they had to grind up 10,000 civilians to produce a single fallen, they would do it 100 times over. Karos was probably already aware of this. It was just very hard to accept. I had noticed it before, but seeing how she worshipped the princess like a god, Karos seemed to be someone who solely lived for justice. Don't worry too much. If we know about it, we can stop it. If something happens, Her Highness Sharmia will foresee and prevent it. Ah, Karos's hand holding the reins began to tremble. What happened to the executive you captured? It committed suicide. It's probably back with Scarlet Abyss by now. So it's the lump, you know that thing. Only then did I realize something. She was the Princess Guard Knight. Of course she would know every Scarlet Abyss executive whose name and face were known. Karos nodded slightly and continued. It's come up a few times in conversations with Her Highness. Its combat strength is relatively low since all it does is borrow the bodies of knights, but because it would always resurrect inside Scarlet Abyss headquarters no matter how many times we killed it, it's an extremely annoying opponent. Had they fought before? It was an assessment that perfectly matched the lump's traits. Just as I was thinking that the Empire was a lot more competent than I had expected, Karos looked at me with determined eyes. I've heard many things from Her Highness that others would never know, not because I'm special but simply because I've absorbed a small fraction of the knowledge she carries. I see, Jern. I'm also aware of Scarlet Abyss executives you don't know about. What, was she bragging? I looked back at her with an expression that clearly said, so what, to which she cleared her throat before elaborating. I can tell you. About the executives who aren't known to the public, those whose existence no one knows about yet. Did Her Highness discover that through her prophetic ability? Yes, Karos nodded. It appears that you intend to actively make contact with Scarlet Abyss this time as well. Yes, it's directly tied to my survival. At this point, I didn't even know what 3 calamities truly meant. At best, I could only speculate that it referred to 3 great realms capable of sustaining life. In that case, knowing their core figures and how they operate would be helpful to you. What do you think? I can't say I'm not tempted, but I won't ask for anything in return. Before I could even finish my sentence, Karos cut me off. This isn't an order from Her Highness either. It's my own unilateral decision. This knight so utterly devoted to the princess was acting without her orders, without an obvious purpose, offering to provide me with such important information. It was a bit suspicious, but she wasn't the type to lie, and there was no harm in listening to what she had to say, so I nodded. Then I'll gladly accept. Do you want to tell me here? Karos glanced behind us and shook her head. It will take quite a while. When you return to the Empire, come find me. Tell the palace guards my name and yours. They'll notify me. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Aside from the lump and decay, I knew almost nothing about the Scarlet Abyss executives. Any information about them was invaluable to me. While her sudden change in attitude was quite puzzling, I genuinely thanked her. She answered, her body facing forward. You'll understand once you hear it, but I suspect you'll find it hard to believe. Why? Because among the executives there is someone you already know. Really? Yes, well, not yet. But soon. Karos's voice was filled with certainty. No way. Alarmed, I replayed her behavior toward me up until now. That subtle, unexplained hostility, all those attempts to coax me. I frowned as I replied. I think I know who you mean. What? Karos asked back, startled that I already had a guess before she even said anything. You already know? Yes, there's only one person around me who's closest to Scarlet Abyss. Who do you think it is? So this is what they mean by getting your foot chopped off by the axe you trusted. Under Karos' startled gaze, I answered her. Well, it seemed like Master was on the verge of falling recently, so that insane master of mine, Dersha, was finally going to fall and join Scarlet Abyss. I should have known the moment she started stuffing people into books and rewriting their memories. As I lamented, Karos snapped back sharply, her tone a mix of relief and exasperation. You're completely wrong. Absolutely not. Huh, wait, then who is it? I couldn't even begin to guess. A small mountain outside a city. Inside a cave somewhere along its slope, a man opened his eyes. It was cold. That was the first thing he realized before he clutched his head, struggling to sit upright. My head. As a splitting headache pounded through his skull, memories from the previous night flooded back. He was a mountain herb gatherer. He had learned to identify and harvest medicinal plants from his father, and having never learned anything else, he had been perfectly satisfied with that trade for as long as he lived. And last night he had gone up the back mountain to collect glowleaf herbs that only shone at night, and that was where his memory cut off. Where am I? Forcing himself to ignore the throbbing headache, he looked around. A cold, narrow, dark cave. It was so cold that water would freeze solid if left alone. He could see some not quite frozen water pooling across the floor. It only formed a thin sheet of ice on its surface, which meant that this water had just flowed here. Only then did the herb gatherer notice that his entire body and all his clothes were damp. He felt a chill far worse than the one the cave emitted seeping from those clothes, as if they had been frozen just moments ago. Unable to make sense of this situation, a shiver ran down his spine as he desperately searched his memory. Just what had happened last night after his memory went blank. That's right, I met someone halfway up the mountain. Fragmented memories began to assemble themselves. It was a knight, a man with muscles like a bear's and a body like a tree, a figure one wouldn't just call large but massive. And so the herb gatherer had killed him. At that, the herb gatherer froze in bewilderment. Killed him? He did, that night. A man wielding a greatsword larger than his own body, clad in armor that wouldn't even get scratched if struck by a stone. But it was true, he who had never truly fought anyone in his life, aside from some scuffles in his childhood, had toyed with that knight and torn him apart. No, the herb gatherer shook his head. His lifelong experience climbing this exact mountain told him the truth. The mountain he had been on in his memory was a different one. The hands and feet that killed that knight were not his own, and yet the memories were his. The terrified expression on the knight's face as he died, the sensation of crushing his armor, it was all so disgustingly vivid. Ugh, the headache only worsened, more memories surged up inside his mind. Had been a farmer, a guard, and sometimes even a knight. The guard killed the farmer killed the knight killed the merchant, his self killed his other self, and another self killed that self in turn, countless chains. Countless selves killing and being killed by other selves without knowing where it began or where it ended. Realizing what memory would surface next, the herb gatherer rolled across the ground, desperately trying to resist. He had to stop this. His memories couldn't reach that place. If it did, he would become part of it. Another link in this endless chain. An indescribable terror gripped him, but once memories started to burst forth, they could not be halted. They just kept going, slowly gnawing away at him, and at last the herb gatherer saw it. Who are you? Does this work for you? Well, the more preparations the better. A familiar back mountain, a familiar self, and then death. And so he was devoured. The herb gatherer could no longer distinguish between his past memories and his identity as an herb gatherer. Yet the memories continued to gnaw at what remained of his body. His body twitched again and again, replaying the memories etched into it. For a long time, the sun set, then rose, then set again. Fuck. When he finally stood up again, he was no longer an herb gatherer. The lump grabbed its head, stared out at the night sky beyond the cave, then tore off its own hand without any hesitation. Snap. The severed hand withered, transforming into a lump of flesh with an ear attached. The lump made his report without pause. You've probably heard it from Decay already, but Dersha joined the fight. That bitch set a trap. What could I do? She's a 9-star mage. I got caught. The twitching ear reshaped itself into a mouth. Confirmed. Anything unusual? The lump tapped its head repeatedly. It felt like there was something more, but having just finished its assimilation, the details just wouldn't come to him. Of course, even the feeling that something was missing in his memory was part of its burden, so it didn't take it too seriously. After thinking for a bit, something finally surfaced in the lump's mind. Ah, right. There was one thing I could confirm while I was caught in that trap. What is it? The disciple she's raising is a fallen. He's got a great realm. You mean the one Decay was trying to lure in? Did you confirm what kind of world it is? No, I don't have a great realm. How would I know? The lump paused, combing through its memories for a moment. For some reason, that particular memory refused to come into focus, as if it didn't quite recall. Rather than images, it felt like facts just surfaced instead. Still, no need to worry about it. He didn't seem like much. He's the type who'll get crushed by his burdens and die soon anyway. Understood. Confirmed. After finishing its report, the lump tried to sort through his tangled mind, only to realize that several facts just didn't quite add up. Strange, memory confusion was something it expected. But some parts just felt as if they were shrouded in fog. If it had to guess, it was probably just the acceleration of its burdens. The lump eventually stood up after concentrating on those few discrepancies. Tisk whatever, it might simply be because not much time had passed since the assimilation. It could always check later, so it relaxed and looked toward the village at the foot of the back mountain. Since I used that back there, it felt like it should expand a little more. With that, the fate of the villagers was decided. Chapter 97, Three Calamities, Part 4. As soon as I returned from the kingdom, I went to look for Dersha, who had arrived ahead of me. Ah, Sir Jern, but all that greeted me was Seal, wearing a troubled expression, and the mansion thrown into chaos and partially engulfed in flames. An attack. My first thought was that Scarlet Abyss had struck the capital. But looking closer, only Dersha's mansion was burning in various places. Seal let out a sigh before finally answering me. This happened while the lady was teaching Princess Lumia. Ah, right, that was the deal we made. Lumia and Dersha, they couldn't be said to be a compatible pair. I asked, feeling a little worried. Did it escalate to the point of treason? No, it just got rather heated. For now, it's best to leave them alone. No matter how unhinged the lady may be, she'll stop at correcting Princess Lumia's habits, so you don't need to worry about it too much. Understood. Given the situation, it seemed best to first seek out Karos. I went up to a palace guard and explained why I was here. He then handed me a letter. Inside was a simple map leading to the same tea house where I had met the princess before. I hesitated for a moment. Was it really wise to meet Karos alone? She didn't seem that fond of me. I felt a slight unease creeping up in me, but I still need to know about those executives. If there was one thing I had learned from fighting the lump, it was that I knew far too little about Scarlet Abyss. Even if they were skilled in covert operations, at this point I should at least have a sense of how they operated. Instead, all I really knew was that they were a bunch of lunatics obsessively creating more fallen. With no other choice, I headed to the tea house and opened the door, searching for Karos, but there was no sign of the dark-armored knight. I looked around for quite a while, until someone quietly cleared their throat at the table right next to me. Over here. I narrowed my eyes as I looked at the woman sitting at the table, her face distinctly sullen. She looked like someone who had just come up from the countryside. You look more ordinary than I expected. That was the gentlest way I could phrase it. I hadn't imagined that the princess' greatest sword would look so plain. I am aware that I lack presence. That's why I usually wear that set of armor. As I hesitantly took a seat, Karos let out a sigh, then she raised her hand and swept it through the air. At the same time, the surrounding noise dropped to almost complete silence. The chatter from the table next to us sounded as faint as if it came from 100 meters away. What an impressive ability. I let out a small exclamation and asked, Dame Karos, are you a mage as well? I am by all accounts a commoner. This isn't magic, just a simple tick. I sliced through the realm of sound. Can that really be called a mere trick? Isn't that more impressive than magic? This is all I can barely manage after reaching this level. What's so impressive about it? Even 3-star mages can accomplish something similar with a simple spell. All I've done is spend more time and effort to achieve inferior results. Watching her self-deprecating smile, I suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. I had thought I'd seen this face somewhere. Come to think of it, that was Her Highness' face when we first met, wasn't it? The impression was so different that I didn't recognize it. Yes, at the time Her Highness briefly borrowed my body. Borrowed, we possess a specific artifact that allows us to exchange our minds. It's a secret only known to Her Highness and myself. But now I know, is it really okay to tell me something like that? Was this some kind of setup leading to her killing me? I asked cautiously, feeling slightly nervous, but Karos only let out a short laugh before nodding. Compared to what I'm about to tell you, that's trivial. Aren't we just talking about Scarlet Abyss executives? Indeed. But bringing up that topic means I'm prepared to betray Her Highness. In that context, what significance does the switching of bodies truly hold? I studied Karos's face. Only now I realized that her face was filled with determination. I quietly shook my head and tried to stop her. If that's the case, I won't listen. There's no need to cross a river as dangerous as that. Her Highness Sharmia probably already knows. Her foresight isn't perfect. No, wait, I didn't come here to hear that. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I frowned and stood up. If she finished what she was about to say, that would mean real betrayal. And I had absolutely no intention of making an enemy of the princess. Living in the Empire and bearing fangs at its true ruler, and for no apparent reason at that. That would be nothing but stupidity. And now Karos, Her Highness' personal guard, was about to reveal secrets tied to the princess' ability. A secret that must be protected no matter what. That was an unmistakably hostile act. I thought you were a knight with unwavering loyalty. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? Loyalty. Karos lowered her gaze to the table and replied with a low voice. Have you ever heard the discourse on the difference between dogs and knights? No. A well-trained dog obeys humans absolutely. When it's told to bite, it bites. When it's told to chase, it chases. In that case, can we truly say the dog is loyal to its master? That's debatable, right? It's just following orders in the end. A knight's loyalty has similar aspects, executing orders as given. Becoming a blade wielded exactly as the master desires. Strictly speaking, aside from differences in strength and method, is there truly any distinction between a dog and a knight in the eyes of their master? A knight with the mind of a dog knight, would be the greatest knight of all. That was one side of the debate, countered by countless opposing arguments. I didn't quite understand why she suddenly brought this up, but I nodded anyway. What do you think, Dame Karos? I still don't know. She clasped her hands together and ground her teeth. Whether what I'm doing now is the right thing, or whether I'm simply being rash based on my own arbitrary standards. To be honest, all I feel is that I'm making a mistake. There's a saying, when you're torn between doing something or not, you shouldn't do it. That's what I've always done, but eventually I came to regret it. The more time I spend at Her Highness' side, the more I come to understand. There are things you simply can't not notice. Clench, her hands tightened until they nearly turned white as she spoke with desperation. Seeing the future is not a matter of ordinary magic. If anything, it's closer to sorcery. Her Highness pays for seeing the future with her very life. You mean her lifespan? Her life, Karos said it decisively. As she was about to continue, I raised a hand to stop her. Please don't go into details. I really don't want to become an actual traitor. Didn't you say before that you couldn't cooperate unless you knew these things? Yes. But that was a gamble based on the assumption that you wouldn't be able to say it. If I'm going to hear something like that, it should come from Her Highness Sharmia herself. Hearing it from you just makes me a traitor for no reason. Yes. Understood, she nodded, then changed the subject. From the age of 10 until now, Her Highness has protected the Empire without allowing a single breach. But after Scarlet Abyss appeared, that burden grew even heavier. So heavy that she even reached out to a child like you. I'm aware that you don't like me. This has nothing to do with liking or disliking. The princess can now only see the near future, but once when she was 10 years old, she saw something far beyond that. A very distant future. Her eyes grew distant. Her Highness saw you in that future. Is that so? So that was why the princess was so fixated on me. Interesting, I leaned in, feeling quite intrigued. What did I become in that future? A Scarlet Abyss executive. I did what? Exactly what it sounds like. You became the Empire's worst enemy, someone who obstructs it at every turn. Did Her Highness say that herself? Yes, that can't be right. I'd rather die than willingly join those bastards. Karos's bombshell of a statement was honestly quite incomprehensible. I hated Scarlet Abyss, truly. Once I learned they abducted and tortured children, I found them nothing but revolting, repulsive even. I had absolutely no desire to become one of them. If I ever ended up among them, it would be because I was taken by force. And I most certainly had no desire to end up as an executive. Yet Karos only nodded slightly and spoke with conviction. But it is true, in one way or another you will join them. It's like fate, something that cannot be changed. Her Highness once said that there were futures that can be altered and futures that cannot. Your becoming a Scarlet Abyss executive belongs to the latter. I see, I nodded slowly, starting to understand. So that's why you hated me. I said it wasn't a matter of like or dislike, but it's true that I was wary of you. If you were destined to become a Scarlet Abyss executive, then the correct course would be to kill you. That was my judgment, I apologize. You don't need to apologize, you weren't wrong. If anything, finally understanding the reason behind Karos's unexplainable wariness put my mind at ease. If the core strength of Scarlet Abyss were standing right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. The fact that she went so far as to permit an audience with the princess despite that speaks of her superhuman levels of mental fortitude. However, Her Highness still tried to make use of you. I believe the reason is that in the first future she saw, she recognized your competence. Competence? Jern, you are 11 years old. That's right. And that means you're still young and that you still have plenty of room for growth. You will develop far beyond where you stand now. A flicker of fear appeared in Karos's eyes. At first, I couldn't understand it. But now that I know you as you are, I can comprehend Her Highness' judgment. She saw you as a card that simply by being held could multiply one's available choices dozens of times over. I don't follow. You just said that my becoming a Scarlet Abyss executive is unavoidable, right? If I'm a card destined to fall into the enemy's hand anyway, why bother helping me develop? Because Her Highness is cornered enough to reach out even for such means. Karos looked straight into my eyes. She ordered that all of this be kept from you. Why did you disobey her? I've seen your ability, you are promising, and even at your current level you are more than usable. I've also come to understand your character. I know now that no reward or temptation would be enough to move you, but what I focused on was your humanity. Jern, you are a good person, someone who knows how to care for others, someone who can feel anger on behalf of the weak. At least that is my judgment. She blurted out those embarrassing words without any hesitation, then stood and bowed her head. More than any offer of reward or temptation, I believe that a sincere plea like this would be more effective. That is why I deliberately arranged this meeting. I have told you everything I know. Please, can't you help Her Highness? I'm just a fallen struggling to find a way to survive. I think you're expecting far too much from me. I am not asking for your help based on your goodness alone. As Her Highness Knight, I swear to you, if you help Her Highness, then I will betray her once more. What? There is no one who has heard more from Her Highness than I have. I will tell you whatever future knowledge you desire. For example, I know several hidden bases of Scarlet Abyss, places where their accumulated research materials are stored. That was quite tempting. If I were to extract future knowledge directly from the princess, I couldn't even imagine how steep a price she would ask for. But if I helped the princess through Kairos, I could clear my conscience while receiving tangible compensation from Kairos herself. Killing two birds with one stone. As long as Sharmia didn't foresee our secret contract through prophecy, it was a deal with virtually no downside. And prophecy itself didn't seem to be invincible either. More than anything, I met Kairos's clear eyes. Even if I couldn't fully trust the princess, I could trust her. I could feel the resolve unique to someone speaking the truth from her. I slowly nodded. All right. But there's one thing we should settle before moving forward. I apologize for having tested you so much up until now. That's not it. You said my becoming a Scarlet Abyss executive is unavoidable, right? Yes. That's correct. If that's true, then even I'm starting to be afraid of myself. Are you really willing to enter into a contract like this? Isn't that far too dangerous? I asked for your help, fully prepared to accept that risk. I looked at Kairos's stiff expression and gave her a slight smile. Can I ask you a few questions? Yes, ask anything you wish. First, when does it happen? When do I become a Scarlet Abyss executive? I don't know, it could be tomorrow or it could be in 10 years. Do I kill or attack anyone as part of Scarlet Abyss? That isn't fixed either. These things belong to futures that can be changed, unlike the fact that you enter Scarlet Abyss itself. With that, the pieces fell into place. I opened my spatial storage and took out the red steel choker. Kairos tilted her head when she saw it. What is that? During my last battle with Scarlet Abyss, I received an offer to join them. I rejected it, of course, but they told me to apply if I ever changed my mind and gave me this. I assume it's some sort of communication device. Why are you still keeping it? Dame Kairos, you said that I will someday become a Scarlet Abyss executive, that it's an unchangeable future, something that will absolutely happen. And therefore I'm dangerous. Ah, yes. Then wouldn't it be better to just do it now? I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean. I'll become a Scarlet Abyss executive and work as a spy. What? I steeled my resolve as I looked at Kairos's stunned expression. There was once a great person I deeply admired who said this: if you can't change the future, then deceive the world instead. Chapter 98, Three Calamities, Part 5, 1 week later, morning. What greeted me was the sight of Dersha and Seal agreeing with each other, which was quite unusual to say the least. Jern, this seems a bit excessive. Yes, wouldn't it be better to think this over one more time? To that I only had one thing to say. Wait, how did you even get in here? This place was a detention facility for nobles, located in the very center of the capital. While the facility was quite decent, it was still meant to imprison people. It was still a detention center after all. No one could enter without authorization, and while Dersha was my master, that alone shouldn't have been enough to grant her access to this place. Obtaining official permission should have been close to impossible. Without saying a single word more, she casually opened the door of the cell. Her mansion came into view. Didn't you say that you could only go to places you've been to using that spell, Sir Jern? Common sense dictates there's no way my lady has never been locked up in a detention facility. Isn't it pretty much impossible to imprison my master even if someone tried? Dersha snorted at my bafflement. They begged me to at least stay in the detention facility. This is hardly the time for such trivial stories. As I wondered just what she might have done in the past to warrant that, she continued, her expression slightly impatient. There must be an easier method. If we know nothing about the enemy, I highly doubt that it's necessary to go out of your way to consume this poison. Didn't we already settle this matter yesterday? I'm asking you to reconsider. Frankly speaking, this is utterly insane. As I scratched my cheek, the chain of my handcuffs shifted slightly, producing a metallic sound. They were bound around my wrists. I could remove them any time I wanted, but I had no intention of doing so. This was what I was aiming for after all. Okay, if you can answer me this one thing, I'll immediately stop. What is it? Do you think this method is irrational? Dersha didn't answer. Or rather, she couldn't. Persuasion had already ended yesterday. What remained was whether she could accept it emotionally. I know it's dangerous, that's why I'll need some help to feel even slightly safer. Jern, I'll bring back as much material as I can. Things that even you'd find interesting, Master. I met Dersha's gaze. I couldn't quite tell, but there seemed to be some worry mixed in that look. Was it reluctance to lose a test subject or reluctance to lose her disciple? I hoped it was the latter. Not long after, I could hear the sound of boots echoing outside. Letting out a sigh, Dersha turned and stepped back into her mansion. You have never once betrayed my expectations. You won't be disappointed this time either. Thank you. However, she shook her head, seeming slightly weary. At times, I find myself wishing you'd meet my expectations exactly. Thud. The moment Dersha and the worried seal closed the door, it opened once more. Two tense officials entered. Follow us? Yes. Even without using Tide Sense, I could feel their confusion. Well, it was understandable. The detention center Sharmia had placed me in was one reserved for nobles charged with the crime of plotting treason. Of course, they'd be wondering what in the world was going on. Escorted under heavy guard, I rode in a carriage for about 30 minutes before arriving at a building that was so tall it seemed to pierce the sky. As with most courthouses, a statue of a goddess stood at the front. It reminded me a bit of Korea. As I drifted into such nostalgic thoughts, I noticed that what the goddess was holding wasn't a set of scales but a human head, which made me furrow my brows. Clank, the doors of the courthouse opened. Its gallery was already packed with numerous spectators. The first faces I noticed were Elijah, clutching a handkerchief, her expression exceedingly anxious, and Aletis beside her, letting out a deep sigh. Jern, just as Elijah was about to speak to me, Aletis stopped her. They were probably already briefed on the situation. Beyond them were numerous nobles filling the gallery. The moment they saw me, quiet murmurs spread through the room. Curious, I spread out my Tide Sense to listen in on what they were saying. Is that him, Jern? Huh, I just thought it was a rumor, but he actually exists. I told you he's real. That boy saved my son. Then how will this trial end? If the rumors are true, he'll obviously be found not guilty. This must be Her Highness making a statement. What do you mean? It's probably something like, even after committing such crimes, he's declared innocent, meaning I've marked this person as one of my own. Don't touch him lightly. Who, that makes sense. By pardoning all his crimes, Her Highness subtly signals her connection to him. Were they writing a novel? As their chatter grew louder, the man seated in the judge's position struck his gavel to restore order. Silence, we will now begin the trial. Defendant Jern Espandel, please step forward. I walked towards the defendant's stand and looked at the judge. 11 years old, Jern Espandel. Apprentice of the Dark Magic Tower, trainee under Brimdel, and direct disciple of Dersha. Are these facts correct? Yes. Just the recitation of my background alone caused another stir in the spectators. What did he just say? An apprentice of the Dark Magic Tower at that age? No, putting everything else aside, what do they mean by Bimdel's trainee? I looked into his background. It seems like he won a Knight Cadet tournament with overwhelming skill. I mean, the people he fought were around his age, so it may not mean much, but they say he did it using only swordsmanship. No magic? Now that's just absurd. The judge simply sighed and continued, not even bothering to silence them. Prosecutor, present the contents of the indictment. Yes. The prosecutor standing beside me began to list my charges. The defendant entered the Elven Forest, a designated protected zone, and committed kidnapping, torture, and unlawful detention against innocent elves. At that point, I decided to glance at Dersha, who was seated in the gallery as well. Focus on the trial. Maybe this was why she tried to stop me. Turning back time to the day after I had a thorough talk with Karos, I went to see Sharmia immediately. Your Highness, Dame Karos has betrayed you. She whispered to me your most intimate secret, which you wish to hide more than anything. I recommend immediate and severe punishment. Dripped the tea Sharmia had been drinking spilled out of her cup. She looked utterly dumbfounded, turning her head behind her. See, Karos, what is he talking about? Jern, you bastard. Standing behind her with her hands clasped behind her back, Karos glared at me with clear murderous intent and spoke, her teeth clenched. We had already agreed on this, yet she was still angry. What a temper. Sharmia, clearly flustered, looked back and forth between us and asked again. What is this, Karos? Were you really trying to betray me? I trusted you more than anyone in the world. That's just too cruel. At least grant me the mercy of a single, clean strike in the name of our bond as Lord and Knight. I won't resent you. I am deeply sorry, Your Highness, Karos bowed deeply. It was far past just 90 degrees and closer to 110 degrees. I arbitrarily judged that this would be for the better and committed an ignorant and unforgivable act. I will accept any punishment, please execute me. Oh, come on, I was just joking, don't take it so seriously. Sharmia smiled brightly and placed a hand on Karos's shoulder, helping her up. I know you're not the kind of person who would betray me. In every future I've seen, you never betrayed me, and if such a thing were to happen, it would surely be for my sake. NP, this was for my own purpose. Jern, yes. Dame Karos chose to betray you for the sake of your Highness' safety. I would like you to take this into consideration. See, that's what this is, right? As she left Karos standing there, wearing an expression that perfectly blended gratitude and guilt, she turned to me. Those breathtakingly beautiful eyes looked straight at me as she asked, "So what exactly is this about?" This was the most crucial moment. I answer, my expression serious. "I'll explain in more detail. Dame Caros betrayed you because I refused to become your highness' hunting dog. I truly found that to be unfortunate. Have you changed your mind? If so, I'd welcome any sort of betrayal." "Not yet. But I think we can come to an agreement." I quietly placed the red collar on the desk. "I possess a means of contacting Scarlet Abyss." "Really? Where did you even get something like that?" She looked genuinely surprised. I was truly astonished by her level of mastery over her emotions. What she did was fabricate emotions well enough to even deceive herself. Compared to that, my poker face was a joke. Vowing to never challenge her in psychological warfare, I continued. "What Dame Caros told me was that I'm destined to become a Scarlet Abyss executive someday, which, quite frankly, is quite hard to believe." Sharmia let out a small gasp. "Thanks to that, I finally understood just how cornered you are, Your Highness. Trying to handle someone fated to become a Scarlet Abyss executive instead of killing them isn't something any sane person would ever attempt." Dame Caros's judgment was absolutely correct. However, at the same time, this seemingly innocent princess must have had quite a bit of confidence. Confidence that she could control me. That she could instead turn me into a tool to infiltrate Scarlet Abyss. She might even have been laying the groundwork for decades, all for that purpose. In any case, I'm nothing more than a disposable piece in the end. If anything, that removes my reason to side with you, Your Highness. That might be true, but now that you know that, doesn't it mean there's an option where you don't join Scarlet Abyss? Dame Caros said that this is a future that will happen, something that cannot be changed. Caros. So you truly betrayed me? I'm sorry. Caros hung her head gloomily. She was the truly good and kind one here, seriously. She didn't hide anything or twist the truth, honestly explaining everything and then asking for cooperation. She said she did it because she judged me to be good, but she didn't seem to realize that being good wasn't the same as being trustworthy. I briefly considered exploiting that trait of hers, but for my plan, Sharmia's cooperation was essential. The princess let out a sigh, her gaze briefly drifting to the dagger on the desk. I narrowed my eyes and continued. "Doesn't it feel like we can finally negotiate properly now?" If anything, it feels like the negotiation table just got flipped over. "On the contrary, I don't want to be discarded once I serve my purpose and you want to use me. How about we try and balance these interests out properly?" I tapped the collar lightly. "I'll become a Scarlet Abyss executive under your command, Your Highness." Sharmia blinked twice. "What do you mean by that? If the future where I become a Scarlet Abyss executive is inevitable, if it can't be changed, then we include that future within our plan itself. There's some information I really need from within Scarlet Abyss. I'm sure even you want some of that. If this goes well, I can eliminate the risk of becoming an executive who betrays you. I will also stop being a hunting dog and become a trustworthy collaborator instead. We can neutralize the danger I pose and obtain intelligence on Scarlet Abyss in one stroke. What do you say?" Sharmia pondered for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "I don't think that would work. Could you tell me why? Becoming a member of Scarlet Abyss and becoming one of their executives are completely different matters. You'd have to do what they want and act the way they desire. That would break you. I have a few tricks up my sleeve." When I explained what I had in mind, the princess' mouth fell open. "Jern, even I don't have that much authority, you know. You'll be fine if you try." "Setting that aside, you're my imperial envoy. Scarlet Abyss is extremely wary of me. Just the fact that you were employed by me would make executing this plan extremely difficult. Your Highness. I approached you under my master's orders to gather information about you." That's not true," she replied as if it were obvious. Did that mean she knew me better than I knew myself? I cleared my throat and continued. "But because your Highness was slow to make use of me, I grew impatient and even against better judgment obtained the envoy position with my master's help. Then, Your Highness sent me to a location where Scarlet Abyss was confirmed to be active, clearly intending to dispose of me. I survived only thanks to my master's intervention and in response resisted Your Highness. So, you imprisoned me and pinned my master's crimes onto me. Of course, my master could brush off such charges with ease, but to keep the elves' secrets from being exposed, she chooses to abandon me. I develop resentment toward both my master and Your Highness, and then, in prison, I suddenly realize that I'm still in possession of a means to contact Scarlet Abyss. After pondering over my words, she asked me another question. If you do this, public perception of you could hit rock bottom. I don't really care what others think of me, and later, when Your Highness brings me back in, they'll just assume it was all an act and move on. If you really can pull this off, it might change the entire board, but the smile on Sharmia's face faded. Why are you trying to do this? If Scarlet Abyss finds out about your intentions, if they sense something is off about you, you know nothing about them, don't you think this is a bit too dangerous? Because I know nothing, I need to learn. If I stay like this, I'll spend my whole life knowing nothing. Then why do you have to be the one to do it, Your Highness? I was genuinely dumbfounded by her words and replied. With all due respect, I don't think someone who's devoted their entire life to the Empire since the age of 10 should be saying that. I did it because it's something only I can do, and this is something only I can do. Who was a fallen? Who was a fallen with a great realm, who had been scouted by Scarlet Abyss, who had the potential to become a Scarlet Abyss executive and extract information from them. It was all me. It was no exaggeration to say that I was the only fallen the Empire could currently make use of. And unlike you, Your Highness, I'm not acting out of conviction. My objective is my own survival. I weighed two options. Infiltrating Scarlet Abyss to gather information and simply living on. This is the conclusion I have reached. I don't think that's true. The princess glared at me with suspicious eyes. No matter how I look at it, it feels like there's more to it than just survival. And what would that be? Maybe you've fallen for me. What the hell was she on about? Charmia rubbed the desk as if she was seriously considering that possibility. But it all benefits me far too much, you know. Those bastards are incredibly hard to track down, and now here you are offering to burn your own life to dig up all their secrets for me. I've never heard of something as convenient as that happening in my whole life, so it has to be for a reason that can't be put on a scale like love, right? Why are you trying to kill me off? And I have absolutely no interest in you, Your Highness. It might sound cliché, but I was the type who valued inner beauty over appearance. Anyway, yes, I understand what you're saying. Charmia nodded with a satisfied expression on her face. But there's still one unresolved thing left, and this might actually be the hardest part of all. And what would that be? Thinking that there really was one problem after the other, I asked, to which the princess frowned. Jern, persuading your master, that seems like the most difficult part. When she saw me hesitating, she took it as agreement and continued. She seems to care about you quite a bit. If I end up looking like I'm sending you straight into danger, doesn't that paint quite the ugly picture? I might get dragged into something rather troublesome. And she's a 9-star mage. That problem has already been resolved. I took a small cube out of my pocket and placed it on the desk. I apologize, but my master has been listening to this entire conversation. What? Of course, I told her beforehand. She was firmly opposed to it, but she said that if I managed to persuade Your Highness, then she would grant her permission. Charmia blinked 3 times. Then she asked cautiously, am I being targeted now? Of course not, my master isn't that narrow-minded. I shrugged as I spoke. But just in case, from today onward, I recommend taking Dame Caros with you whenever you go out. It was at that moment I realized that this princess was, in fact, capable of feeling anger. Chapter 99, 3 Calamities, Part 6. The trial proceeded quickly. There was no one to defend me, and I had no intention of offering a proper defense anyway. Do you have anything to say in your defense? If not, then the verdict will be finalized. Bang. As I watched the judge's gavel come down, I steeled myself. Still, I needed to show at least some defiance. Scarlet Abyss would be monitoring the movements of the nobles in one way or another. If I accepted the outcome too easily, they might grow suspicious. And that was the most important part of this entire plan, making sure they didn't doubt it. I had to make it look as if I had really been abandoned, leaving me desperate enough to reach out to them. I had to make them believe that. I have something to say. When I spoke up, the judge, who had been about to strike his gavel a second time, frowned. Something to say? Are you claiming you wish to make a defense? That's not it. No matter what I say, isn't the outcome of this trial already decided? I quietly glanced behind me. Charmia wasn't there, but standing by the rear entrance was a knight clad in full armor. It was Caros. Through the visor, her small eyes carried an emotion that was hard to put into words. If I had to describe it, it was something like, "You're really going through with this." For the record, I was. Since Her Highness the Princess is behind all this, please refrain from making statements unrelated to the trial. As I opened my mouth, those I knew each reacted differently. Dersha lowered her head and pressed her fingers against her temples. Seal looked at me with a faint smile, then sighed. Aletus, he couldn't bear to watch, so he opted to close his eyes instead. This was all agreed upon beforehand. However, actually witnessing it happen seemed to feel different. It is related. After all, the reason I'm standing here today is entirely thanks to Her Highness, isn't it? Enough, the court will now, truly remarkable. Is this the empire Her Highness seeks to build? One where a child like me is dragged before the court? Has imperial law always existed for the sake of just one person? I hurried my words before the judge could bring his gavel down and close the court. At this rate, it's hard to tell who the real sovereign here really is. The moment those barbed words left my mouth, the previously noisy courtroom fell deathly silent. Hiccup, even the judge froze in place, still holding his gavel. In the silence where even the sound of breathing would feel deafening, a single voice clearly echoed inside my head. Jern. Perhaps it would have been wiser to soften those words a little. I was about to write a reply on Dersha's back using the currents, but decided against it, realizing that touching my master's back like that seemed to be rather inappropriate. So instead, I wrote my response on the back of my own hand. Why, look how quiet it got. That means it was effective, right? Her Highness explicitly asked you to dilute that line as much as possible or at least add nuance. Saying it raw like that is far too shocking for these nobles. Was it really that harsh? If anything, I'd been worried that it was too mild, making it look like a staged performance. However, there wasn't any time for me to unpack every implication these words contained. As if she'd expected this, Darika sighed and replied, Princess Charmia is currently in a very unusual position. She is freely wielding powers that should belong to His Majesty the Emperor. Under normal circumstances, that alone would constitute treason, but the Emperor himself sanctioned it. Which makes the situation extremely complicated. I don't see the problem. She's borrowing authority with the Emperor's approval, right? She's not some random noble but a princess. What's there to find fault with? If I explained all of it, it'd take too long, so let me simplify it for you. The Emperor's sanction effectively transfers all authority, which means the princess can do the same thing the Emperor can. It means the current princess can transfer imperial authority to someone who is not her child. Someone not of her blood. Isn't that something the Emperor can do as well? No, the Emperor may only pass power to his own bloodline, but Charmia, having inherited the Emperor's authority without becoming Emperor herself, is free from that restriction. In other words, she can grant her power to anyone. That's complicated. I still don't see why that's such a problem. Then let me make it even simpler. If Charmia were to marry and transfer her authority to her spouse, then for the first time in imperial history, someone with no imperial blood would stand above all others. Someone not born of the Emperor's line would become the Emperor. The weight of those words was so heavy that even Dersha hesitated to utter them. Would she actually do something like that? Absolutely not even if it killed her, but the problem is that she could. The fact that she holds the hilt of a blade capable of such absurdity is the taboo the nobles whisper about but never dare mention aloud. And you just tore that taboo wide open and exposed it to everyone. After thinking about it for a moment, I shrugged. Even better then. At this point the nobles will definitely spread rumors. By the end of today, Scarlet Abyss will conclude that I've crossed the line of no return with the princess. You've crossed it, all right. If you ever wish to return to the Empire, you'll need more than the title of Imperial Envoy. You'll need a proper noble rank, a period of public reconciliation with the princess, and for every noble to acknowledge it. Are you capable of handling this? I'm prepared for it, but Aletis won't suffer any repercussions from this, right? We framed it as Aletis having filed a report against you, so he should be fine. Then there was nothing left for me to worry about. Despite the lengthy exchange with Dersha, the judge, who had remained frozen the entire time, finally came back to his senses and slammed the gavel down repeatedly. Life imprisonment, and this court is adjourned. Take that traitor away at once. It was a rushed, sloppy decision, but no one objected. The soldiers, clearly eager to get me out of there as quickly as possible, moved fast. I was escorted away before I could even say my goodbyes to the rest of the group. Dersha sent me one final message as she watched my back. Jern, you already know this, but remember. No matter what happens, nothing is more important than your life. I didn't bother replying. I completely agreed with that statement after all. The day the verdict was handed down, dawn when the moon hung highest in the sky. I looked around my prison cell, which had become far more dreadful than before. A solitary cell so cramped that even an 11-year-old child would hit the wall after taking just 2 steps. A tiny barred window several meters overhead, letting in the dim light of a torch, and a prison located so deep underground that not even footsteps could be heard. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like being locked inside a roadside sewer. I suppose they'd decided I was no longer worth treating decently. With even the key taken away and nothing left but my robe, I stared up at the ceiling, the only entrance, before pulling the red collar from inside my clothes. No one else could see it. Dersha had said she'd placed the highest tier perception obscuring spell on it, a concealment spell cast by a 9-star mage. But how was I supposed to use this thing? Dersha had examined it, commenting that it looked less like a magical tool and more like living tissue, before concluding that it was outside her field of expertise. Since it was a collar, I figured I'd just try wearing it. Maybe if I spoke while wearing it, the message would get through. And then, PSSHK, the collar turned to ash and vanished. For a moment I just stared at it blankly, wondering if this was some kind of Scarlet Abyss-style prank. Then the ashes suddenly rose into the air as if they were alive. So this was how it worked. It probably sent some sort of signal so they would come and retrieve me or something, which meant all that was left to do was wait. Leaning against the prison wall, I revisited the question that had bothered me the most ever since I had come up with this plan. How are they going to pull this off? Decay wouldn't miss this opportunity, that much was certain. If he'd gone so far as to seek me out and hand me this collar to recruit me, then now that a rift had opened between me and the princess, he'd absolutely exploit it. What I was curious about was, what method would he use to do it? This was the heart of the capital and one of the most heavily guarded prisons. A frontal assault was impossible as long as Dersha was around. They'd have to somehow approach me if they wanted to extract me, and I was extremely curious how they would manage that. Judging by the fact that Decay had appeared in the library before, it wasn't as if they lacked the means. As I leaned against the wall, letting my imagination run wild, I heard the sound of footsteps coming closer. Wow, that was fast. The collar had just turned to ashes moments ago, not even 3 minutes had passed yet. I was absolutely certain that it wasn't time for the guards' patrol either. They sure were terrifying. Awestruck by Scarlet Abyss speed and precision, I looked up and was confronted with an unexpected sight. Red hair. Wow. So you're actually locked up. Princess Lumia, that face looking down at me belonged to someone I knew. Princess Lumia was with Scarlet Abyss. No, that couldn't be. Staring at Lumia as she looked down at me with clear amusement, I asked, "What brings you here? I heard you've been imprisoned, so I thought I'd come take a look." What? She came to see me. I hadn't had much contact with Princess Lumia, so I tilted my head in confusion. She added, almost apologetically, "I merely wish to see what became of you after ignoring my warning." Your warning? I clearly told you. That associating yourself with my sister would bring you misfortune. Ah, she hadn't actually used those words. She never really bothered to hide her dislike for Charmia. Charmia, on the other hand, seemed rather fond of Lumia. I'd brushed it off at the time, but thinking back, perhaps it wasn't because she desired power. Maybe it was the unease of living alongside a prophet, feeling that unsettling atmosphere unique to such people. Lumia crossed her arms confidently and continued. Look at you now, life imprisonment, your entire future stripped away. That is the fate of those who get involved with the first princess, Charmia. It is inevitable. Yes. As expected, you truly are the one most suited for the throne, Princess Lumia. Watch your tongue. I figured she was hoping for some flattery, so I wanted to indulge her a little, but instead she panicked, glancing around to see if anyone overheard. As I was starting to wonder why she even came here, Lumia sighed and said something I hadn't expected at all. Talking to you gives me headaches, seriously. I'll get to the point. If you wish, I can take you out of here. I won't repeat myself. I mean that I'll overturn your life sentence. Even if my authority is paltry compared to my sister's, extracting a single prisoner is still within my reach. No, I understand what you're saying. Also, she did say it twice even though she said she wouldn't repeat herself. It would certainly benefit me, but why are you doing this all of a sudden? I can't see what motivates you to spare me, Princess Lumia. Humph, I'm simply repaying a favor, she replied curtly, then raised a flame in her palm. Whoosh, the fire was bright enough to turn this dark cell into one touched by the sun in an instant. I heard you lend me your master. I don't know how you managed to lend out that Dersha, but thanks to it I've grown considerably. My congratulations. Helping me is to deserve something of equal value in return. And since my slight growth is worth as much as your life, saving you is only appropriate. I glanced at Lumia, scanning her with tied sense. Her heartbeat was slightly fast, but it didn't seem like she was lying. And at her waist she wore the dagger I had gifted her, or rather a lettuce had gifted her. She wore no other ornament. It seemed like she was quite fond of it. In other words, she had no ulterior motive. This rude, shameless princess had truly come here to save me. Just as a warm feeling spread through my chest, a bolt of inspiration struck me. I could use this. Princess Lumia. What is it? But don't misunderstand. I can't get you out immediately. Your remarks were far too extreme. I personally found them rather refreshing and correct, even. Anyway, it will take some time to sort it out, but you'll only need to stay here for about 2 weeks at most. Would it be possible to receive a different kind of compensation for those lessons, to prepare a hidden dagger just in case? What? Lumia looked at me with a puzzled expression, tilting her head. Something else. If you don't accept this offer, you'll rot in here for the rest of your life. What use would you have for anything else? Please. There's something I truly wish to receive from you, Princess Lumia. And what might that be? From now on, whenever you see me, please ask me a question. Ask whether things are better now than before. Lumia still didn't understand. Truthfully, neither did I. This was nothing more than a safeguard against an absurdly unlikely scenario. Even I, the one setting it up, wondered whether it was truly necessary. Why would you want that? Because I wished to speak with you for as long as possible, even just a little. That was why the reason itself was this flimsy and ridiculous. What? Lumia's face flushed as if in anger, her body trembling. Then she nodded slowly. That's all. In addition to getting you out of here, I'll grant you that special favor as well. Thank you very much for your boundless mercy. As expected, Princess Lumia, you truly possess noble grace. Yes, it's nothing, I'm leaving. Safe travels. She backed away and left the cell, and I was alone once again. I let the silence settle for about 10 minutes, praying that what I had just done would amount to nothing at all. As I swallowed dryly and rubbed my neck, squeak, squeak, a far less welcome guest than Lumia appeared at my feet, a plump sewer rat. I frowned and shifted aside, but it didn't stop at just one. Three more, then six, then there were 10. In the blink of an eye, with no room left to step, the rats suddenly began biting each other. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blood splattered everywhere. The rats, now soaked head to toe in blood, wiggled toward the cell wall and began carving letters into it. It wasn't a long message, just 2 words. Get down. Before the final letter was even finished, I ducked. Screech, squeak, squee. Boom, the rats exploded, giving off small popping sounds. FSSSH, a small hole appeared beyond the melted wall. A narrow, filthy passage, barely large enough for an 11-year-old child to crawl through, slick with rat blood and genuinely disgusting. Without a word, I gathered the remains of the rats with the current and wrote new letters on the adjacent wall. Could you make it wider? Unfortunately, no reply came back. Chapter 103, Calamities, Part 7. What worried me most was the clearly acidic properties of the rat's blood. If all the walls were smeared with that stuff, my hands and feet would melt away before I even made it halfway through. I tossed a small stone in as a test and discovered something peculiar. When did they do this? It was dried. Except for the section of wall the rats had just melted through, the rest of the passage was coated in dried, brown residue, giving off a foul, putrid stench, which meant this tunnel had been prepared in advance. And the location of my cell within this underground person had been completely random. In other words, they'd done this to nearly every cell, not just 1 or 2. I realized once again how long the organization known as Scarlet Abyss had been preparing for this. I'd once dismissed them as something out of far-off legends, but if this organization was really the one from the history books, I shook my head, clearing my mind. There was a bigger problem right now. Tusk, I had to crawl through this horrible tunnel myself. Even trying to escape reality wouldn't be of much help. I forced my small body into the opening, held my breath, and crawled through. Fortunately, contrary to its appearance, the tunnel widened as I advanced. Before long, it was wide enough for even a grown man to pass through. The stench aside, it was easier to move in than I had expected. Which raises the next question. Where the hell did this lead? There was no way this tunnel would somehow lead outside the imperial capital, and soon enough the guards would notice my escape and raise the alarm. I had maybe 30 minutes at best. Whatever awaited me at the end of this tunnel had to be worth that much. With a hint of anticipation, I reached the end and found a small wooden door. Creak. Instead of an exit, there was another similar cave. A dim lantern hung from the ceiling, the air acrid. Inside the space that couldn't be larger than a dozen square meters, a pale-faced man turned to look at me. He was squatting there holding a pungent-smelling pipe. When he saw that I was here, he just stared at me blankly. So you actually came. Scarlet Abyss? Who knows? The man trailed off, his expression completely blank. It was as if he had already forgotten that he had been talking to me at all. What the hell was with this guy? I looked around the cave. Several wooden doors lined its walls. It seemed they had dug tunnels from multiple cells, all leading to this place. And then there were those huge sacks. The pouches packed to the brim with herbs almost filled out the whole space. The man staggered to his feet, grabbed a handful of herbs and packed them into his pipe. Even though the guy hadn't lit them, the herbs started to burn on their own, releasing a nauseating scent. Just breathing it in secondhand was enough to make my head spin. Watching the man sit back down, I felt some confusion. There was no exit here other than the crawl spaces. And if every one of those crawl spaces connected to prison cells, how long have you been here? No idea. The man's vacant expression, the sheer amount of herbs he'd just smoked, and the sack piled around him. Taking the number of empty sacks around him into consideration as well, I had arrived at a rough estimate. This guy had been sitting here, smoking, for years. Escaping the prison had only led me into a space more terrifying than the prison. What the hell was this? As I continued to scan the room in confusion, the man glanced at me, then nodded as if he had just remembered something. Right, that was the deal. What? Come here. The man waved his hand. I hesitated at first, but seeing no better option here, I approached him. The man grabbed some herbs and packed them into his pipe. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls, almost an entire sack. Yet somehow all these herbs fit inside the pipe. As I watched in amazement, he inhaled deeply. Don't resist, it's a pain if you do, I blinked once. The moment he exhaled, the abyssal sea filled with something soft and swelling. Liquid gas. The fact that something was interfering directly with the abyssal sea could only mean one thing. I stepped back in shock. A great realm? Why is someone with a great realm here? Size alone doesn't mean much. The man's smoke touched my body. A searing heat followed instantly. My face twisted as he added, I told you not to resist. I'm not resisting. I pressed out those words between my grinding teeth. He tilted his head at that. Then why is it this difficult? I kept my mouth shut and just endured the pain. Soon my arm fell off. No, that's not it. I thought it had fallen off because it felt so light, but it was still attached. I had just faded. Like it was dissolving into the world itself. It didn't take long for the rest of my body to follow. By the time I realized it, I had become translucent like a ghost. I had become something like smoke. This sensation was incredibly strange. My body felt lighter than anything. It felt like I could fly anywhere with just a few leaps, slipping through even the tiniest cracks. Seizing that moment, the man released a small breath. That breath turned a dark blue and rose through a narrow crack in the ceiling of the cave. Follow that, as if his job was done, the man slumped back down and resumed smoking his pipe. Before leaving, I asked one last question. Won't the guards notice I'm gone soon? Instead of answering, he let out a second breath. That breath turned into me. Smoke shaped like my body was sucked back into the crawl space I'd come from, a decoy, even if they noticed. There was no way this man wouldn't get away. I glanced at him, who no longer paid me any heed, one last time, then slipped my body into the gap the dark blue breath had exited through. Floating came naturally. Slipping through the crack, I found myself in a narrow back alley. The dark blue breath didn't scatter. It shot straight up into the sky and vanished from sight. I hesitated for a moment before kicking off the ground. Wow, I had to admit it. I was rather envious of that smoker's ability. My childhood dream of flying freely through the sky, something I had dismissed as childish fantasies, was finally realized. This pure sense of liberation was incomparable to riding an airplane. Looking down at the Capitol, its countless lanterns weaving a tapestry of light, I finally understood why people pursued things like paragliding. But I couldn't afford to get lost in the moment. The breath moved with the speed of the wind, so I had to move at full force just to keep up. My body scattered and reassembled itself again and again. Flying was good and all, but this sensation was quite hard to endure, to be honest. If I were to scatter and fail to reassemble, I felt like I would split into two people with separate thoughts. That would no longer be me. I would vanish, replaced by two new individuals. Was that why they didn't make use of that guy often? Clinging desperately to my sense of self, I followed the dark blue breath until I reached a forest. At the peak of a mountain beneath a single tree, the breath dispersed. Cough, cough. I landed hard, grabbing onto a tree and spitting. The moment I reached this place, my body had returned to that of a normal human again. What had just happened felt unreal, not unlike a scene from a dream. Yes, a dream. How could someone fly through the sky and squeeze through narrow cracks like that? If I were to live in a world like that my entire life, it's understandable, I guess. I finally understood why that guy was so dazed. As I muttered to myself while steadying my breath, someone answered me. Still, you did better than most. The mentally weak ones scatter halfway through or turn into wrecks afterward. I abruptly turned. Atop a tree, a woman who gave off a snake-like impression sat perched on a branch, looking down at me. Snake-like in every way. Bleached white hair flowing down to her waist, crimson eyes, and wearing a black garb like something an assassin would wear. She smiled, her thin, vertical pupils staring at me. Those kinds aren't a fit for us. Our goal is to benefit mutually from each other, so why would we take in useless trash that needs unilateral support? Were you waiting for me? Yeah. Decay told me to wait here. She hopped down lightly and approached, extending her hand toward me. Sunken mire, the world is a swamp. A swamp? Yeah, a quagmire might be easier to understand. Smiling brightly as she felt solid ground beneath her feet, she held out her hand toward me. I didn't take it. Jern, I don't know my world. I have 3 questions for you. Sunken Mire didn't lower her hand. Instead, she asked curiously, aren't you Jern Apsendil? I abandoned that surname. According to the setting, I had fallen out with my master. I couldn't forget that. Seeing the anger flickering in my eyes, Sunken Mire asked her second question. Why don't you know your own world? Like I said, I don't know. Really. But you should naturally know where you are. No matter how many times you ask, the answer won't change. I don't know what I don't know. And your last question? My hand hurts. Her pupils dilated like an animal's. Aren't you going to take it? It seemed she wouldn't lower it unless I did. With no other choice, I grabbed her slender hand. It was cold, so cold that I doubted it was that of a living person. In an instant, the menacing atmosphere vanished. Sunken Mire beamed again, swinging our joined hands back and forth as she spoke. Welcome to the group. Well, there are still a few more tests left, but I think you'll pass. Tests? Yeah, tests. But you only need to take one. Decay vouched for you after all. Really, what is it? What should it be? She tapped her chin in thought, then casually tossed it out. Escaping from there, before I could even process what she meant, I noticed something was wrong. I was getting shorter, not just me, the trees, the rocks around me, everything was slowly sinking into the ground. Yeah, you weren't lying. You really don't know? Then listen carefully. She raised one finger as she explained. The fallen are worlds. To come into contact with them with a world is the same as seeping into their world. It's absolutely forbidden. Well, some of those with great realms can expand their world so much that they forcibly invite others without direct contact, but only few people, including Decay, have reached that level. If you're not confident, you shouldn't touch anyone. By the time I calmly processed her words, I was already sunken up to my knees. Sunken Mire looked down at me and twisted her lips into a smile. If you're thinking that you won't sink further as long as you stay still, you should think again. You're sinking even when you do nothing right. That's true. The test period is 1 month. While my world is maintained, survive however you can. Run, climb, hide, or even sleep. Everything you stand on will make you sink. I didn't answer right away and just pondered. What was the purpose of this test? At one point, Decay had already decided to recruit me, so did a test even mean anything? I thought again about what kind of organization Scarlet Abyss was. A den of terminally ill madmen determined to survive at all costs. To put it simply, it was hell. I couldn't describe a place where fanatics, sociopaths, and schizophrenics capable of casually wiping out entire cities gathered together as anything but hell. While I was thinking about these things, I sunk up to my chest, making me look quite ridiculous. Seeing this, Sunken Meyer frowned. If you stay like that, you'll actually die, you know. Once you submerge completely, you won't even be able to breathe. I get it now. What? There's no test, is there? She stared down at me, surprise evident on her face, and then, I guess you're not a complete idiot after all. She squatted down and sneered at me. Yeah, honestly, I just hated this. Hated what? What do you think you are anyway? You weren't even born among us, you don't even know what a world is, and you were a noble on top of that. You must have lived quite the cushy life. You know, my mother dumped me into a swamp. I survived 3 days eating the dog that was dumped there with me. A dog? Yeah, the living thing I loved most in the world. It's gone now. It wasn't easy to put into words all the negative emotions mixed into her expression, but I'd expected something like this. Except for odd cases like Decay, Scarlet Abyss was a final refuge where abandoned, broken people gathered just to survive. Regardless of their strength, it meant only those so twisted that even Dersha would look cute by comparison could exist there. So get up already, struggle like I did, at least you still have hope, right? Your world might get deeper. The ground bubbled up to my chin. When Sunken Meyer noticed that I remained absolutely calm, confusion crept into her. That was when I spoke up. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I'm not a noble. Yeah, I know, you were just a mage's disciple, right? No, I wasn't even a commoner. I was an orphan before I was Dersha's disciple. Bullshit. How does an orphan end up meeting the princess? It seemed not everyone in Scarlet Abyss knew everything about me. Thinking about it, I guess that was only natural. The one they cared about was Dersha. If anything, only Decay and the lump paid attention to me, her little pet disciple. They probably believed that illusory flower had been killed by her as well. In that sense, Sunken Meyer seemed to be a fairly high-ranking member within Scarlet Abyss. Even she didn't know the details. In other words, I finally understood what stance I needed to take inside Scarlet Abyss. You're not expecting me to pull you out if you're about to die, right? If you die, we'll just say you dispersed while in smoke form. Ha ha ha, you're laughing. Sunken Meyer's eyes filled with killing intent. I shook my head and apologized. Sorry. I just had some expectations. Even if it made me look a little rude in a world ruled by survival of the fittest, it seemed better to make it clear who stood above whom. Chapter 101 Three Calamities, Part 8. Within the vast organization known as Scarlet Abyss, the role Sunken Meyer was assigned was warehouse. Something used to store and hide things. A word meant for places rather than people became the core of her identity. Sunken Meyer accepted it. No, she was even proud of it. She wasn't the only one entrusted with the role of warehouse, but no one else possessed as much as she did. Each time Scarlet Abyss wealth piled up within her swamp, she felt a sense of belonging and accomplishment. And among those items, the rarest and most expensive was the world-sealing elixir. This elixir, shaped like white pearls, possessed such powerful efficacy that it could halt the burdens of an abyss realm itself. Most members followed Scarlet Abyss for the sole purpose of obtaining these pills. She stored hundreds of them. The fact that so many of these pills slept within her swamp led Sunken Meyer to fall under the illusion that she wasn't just a cog in the machine, but something important. Yes, an illusion. Take out all of the world-sealing elixirs. What? The back mountain of a small town, Sunken Meyer's hometown. Summoned without much warning, Sunken Meyer knelt down, her mind filled with confusion before she hurriedly lowered her head. Though they were members of the same organization, the gap between those who gave orders and those beneath them was as vast as heaven and earth. There were those whose only goal was survival, and those who taught these members how to survive. Some of the members feared them, others despised them, not even knowing their real purpose. However, most respected them as they showed a way to live through hell. Sunken Meyer was among the latter. So instead of questioning the order, she reached into the swamp and retrieved the box, handing it over. As Decay lifted the box and turned to leave, Sunken Meyer hesitated, then called out to him. Lord Decay. Decay did not respond. He merely glanced down at Sunken Meyer, who was still kneeling. It wasn't so much a reaction to her voice as it was a cold question directed at her. Something like, "Why are you still here?" Even as a freezing chill gripped her lungs, she forced herself to speak. Some of the world-sealing elixir contained in that box was meant for her own use. The next batch of world sealing elixir will arrive in a month. If you take all of them, the amount left to distribute to the general members. Don't use them. Leaving the bewildered sunken mire behind, Decay replied curtly and turned away. Fight the world. If they can't last even a month without the drug, then they were never capable of fighting it in the first place. But she couldn't finish her sentence. There was no one left to speak to anymore. Decay had not been having a conversation with her. He merely issued an order. All that remained where he once stood were frozen footprints. For the next month, sunken mire was thrown back into hell. The ground was no longer something she could step on. No matter where she climbed, no matter what she grabbed onto, everything liquefied, even people. She walked without rest, collapsed, only to wake up choking for breath, her shoulders submerged. Once again, she was forced to relive the shock and terror of the first time she had sunk into her world. When she barely survived the month, sunken mire overheard rumors making their rounds among the other members. Did you hear? Decay, that bastard, took all the world-sealing elixirs to give to some newbie. A newbie? Who? No idea, probably some heaven-blessed monster or something. At the time, sunken mire was in too much pain and distress to give it much thought. Or more like she couldn't. She only recalled that fact an hour ago because of a direct order that had come from Decay. So it was him. Crunch, sunken mire crushed the letter describing Jern in detail. Decay wasn't the sort of person who would bother sending a letter for the sake of a single member. So this piece of paper carried an unspoken pressure, saying that this person is important. Sunken mire didn't like that. At the very least, she wanted to rough him up a little. If Decay himself had vouched for that brat, it was easy enough to get an idea of his level of strength, but he's only 11, right? Which meant it hadn't even been a year since he had awoken to his world. Rather than having found a way to overcome his burdens, he should still be running around in terror. No matter how vicious his world was, that age made him perfect for some tormenting. If she actually ended up killing him, Decay would come down on her hard, but this little lecture should teach this brat who was superior to whom. With that in mind, sunken mire waited atop a tree, her eyes fierce. She had no idea what kind of person she was about to meet. Thought that's impossible. When I effortlessly waded out of the swamp, sunken mire stared at me in shock. It seemed she was shocked by the fact that I had escaped that place, rather than by the insult I had just thrown at her. Was that really so surprising? I tilted my head as her gaze dropped down towards it. Why, you've only lived for a year in that world. So what? How are you able to use your world however you please? Using my world. Yes, you're controlling it at will. Since when was that even possible? I tilted my head in the other direction. What was she talking about? If using the world meant using the power of one's world, then my first time would go all the way back to when I first made those books float in the orphanage library. Since the time I had my soul fever. Isn't that normal? No, a newly fallen who's been swallowed by their first world either dies or suffers until they're on the brink of death. They can't control their world at all. At least 3 years of desperate survival are needed before someone can barely create something akin to magic through sheer will. Was that how it worked? The only freshly fallen I'd ever seen was Ren, and Ren, well, considering she tried to spew fire at civilians, she seemed pretty much able to use her world. Maybe you're just incompetent. No, a fallen who's only lived a year in their world will die if they try to move their world. How? Are you still alive? Watching the genuine confusion on sunken mire's face, I recalled Ren again. She'd been practically dying. Was that a backlash from forcing her world to move? As I felt the pieces click together in my mind, I nodded. So most people my age die from their burdens if they try something like this. Why yeah, a world inverted to endure pain. And the only thing not inverted within it was the world's owner. Naturally, every movement would be agony, a constant brush with death. My water partition, my struggle to survive, Darika's help, I'd managed to endure through all those factors, but not everyone could. Ordinary fallen who drew on their world's power met the same fate as Ren. I'd vaguely known this already, but now it solidified into certainty. Not every fallen was a monster like the lump or Decay. Most were just prisoners, barely managing to survive. Thanks for the advice. I tightened the water pressure around the still flustered sunken mire's neck. KGH, and then I lifted her straight up. She struggled, showing clear pain, staring at me with a mix of confusion and fear, so I explained. You told me to survive for a month, but surviving in a world like this doesn't even qualify as a test for me, you know. I think we need to raise the difficulty. Seekoff, a great realm, fight me, I muttered with cold anger. Guilt, no way. These guys were all human trash who purposely kidnapped and tortured children. If you're a member of Scarlet Abyss, you should have at least that much strength, so let's see what you've got. Thud, I hurled her, who continued to squirm into a nearby tree, but something about her impact sounded off. It wasn't the kind of sound a human body hitting would make, but something lighter. I frowned as I saw the tree sunken mire hit melt, turning into viscous liquid. I could tell at a single glance. That texture and density was that of the swamp I had just stepped into. KGH cough. Instead of answering, Sunkenmeyer only coughed violently. I stared in disbelief, seeing wherever her arms and legs touched slowly sinking. She acted all high and mighty, but the truth was that she would sink and drown the moment she lost focus. So that was what all the bravado was hiding. As I looked down at her contemptuously, she began to tremble, pulling something from her robes. It was a pearl-shaped pill, the same I had once received from Decay. Sunken Abyss desperately tried to raise it to her mouth as if it were her lifeline. Tack, tack, roll, roll, roll. Ah, unable to control her trembling hands, she dropped it. The pill rolled over the floor until it came to a stop at my feet. Sunkenmeyer's eyes quivered as she stared at it in despair. I said nothing and just waited, waiting for her to pull out another pill, swallow it, and stand back up to challenge me. To properly establish the hierarchy, I had to break her at her best, so I could afford to wait that much. But all that Sunkenmeyer did was stare at the pearl pill that had rolled to my feet, her face as if the world had collapsed. Don't tell me she has no spares. She was carrying just one. Wait, why was she just unprepared? Even as that thought crossed my mind, Sunkenmeyer continued to sink. Her lips trembled like she wanted to say something, but her pride wouldn't let her. What should I do? I completely had the upper hand here. If I did nothing, she would probably die, but then I couldn't really predict what would happen after. From my perspective, she was just an idiot who mouthed off and then just self-destructed. From Decay's perspective, though, it might look like I was just some bastard who came here to ambush Scarlet Abyss. Just as half her body sank into the swamp, she finally opened her mouth, shaking. Saw save me. No helping it. I picked up the pill and tossed it in her mouth. KGH, I practically shoved it straight down her throat. Sunkenmeyer swallowed it reflexively and instantly stopped sinking. I used water pressure to grab her limbs and hauled her up from the ground, then asked, "You only have one of those pills. W-World Sealing elixirs are precious. We only receive one per day. If we carry more, we'll become targets." Her voice was much lower than before. She was even speaking formally now, a clear sign of submission. Hearing her words, I frowned and asked, "Targets? Why yes. By whom? Other members. What are you talking about? World sealing elixirs are always in short supply, so members kill each other for them." What? I was genuinely taken aback for a moment. Why would they do that? Sensing my confusion, Sunkenmeyer hurriedly explained. Low-ranking members like us can't survive without the world sealing elixir. Everyone joined Scarlet Abyss to get them. Me included. Fine, I get that you can't live without them, but Scarlet Abyss only gives you a small amount of them. Why, if people died like Sunkenmeyer almost just did, that would cut into their own strength. And they were killing each other to get these pills. Was this an organization or a pit of starving beasts? Sunkenmeyer continued carefully, watching my expression. At first, before joining Scarlet Abyss, were given a fixed amount. When you take them, you feel normal again, your world becomes calm, so people scrape together all their money to buy them. They were selling them, they're incredibly expensive. But they gradually raised the price, and once you've spent all your savings, it's already too late. You can't live without the pills anymore. A world without them is just too cruel. Then that's when they dangle membership as bait. Why yes. The picture came together. To the fallen living in the hell that was their own world, they showed a path to live like normal people. They would drain every last coin the fallen possessed, reducing them to beggars, and then at that point offer them membership, coaxing them with world-sealing elixirs whenever they obeyed orders. I see. I could guess why Scarlet Abyss adopted this method. Fallen lived miserable lives after all. Many thought death would be better, and many actually chose that path. With their humanity scraped down to nothing, most feared nothing at all. What could possibly frighten someone already living in hell? So they created the world-sealing elixir. They made it look like there was a way out of hell and used that illusion to put a leash on them, to turn people who didn't even fear death into obedient sheep. In fact, the more the members fought each other, the more valuable the pills became, making it even easier to control the remaining members. It was a system that showed signs of careful planning. Just how many thousands of years had this been refined? The people who came up with this must be the executives. Yes, we call them upper tiers. If we carry out the missions they assign us, we receive a few world-sealing elixirs. If we fail, we die. Upper tiers, then what are you, lower tier? Yes, alright. I more or less understood how Scarlet Abyss functioned now. A massive trap designed to control the fallen. A multi-level organization consisting of exploiters and exploited. That was Scarlet Abyss. But if this was true, achieving my goal just became a lot harder. Do you know what the 3 calamities are? Ah, yes, I've heard of them. What are they? Terrifying great realms. As I thought, in organizations like this, all critical information and capital were held exclusively by the top, refusing to release anything. Upper tier and lower tier. There was no middle tier. If I wanted to get my hands on the information I needed, I had to stand at the very top, which meant things were going to be far more troublesome than I had hoped. Is there a way for a lower tier to become an upper tier? Why yes, that's what I'm working toward. If you become an upper tier, you can get unlimited world-sealing elixirs. I heard that if you complete missions, you'll be summoned and tested. Recently, a member called the Lump became an upper tier that way. Good, that's enough. I nodded and decided on my course of action. First, I had to become an upper tier. Did Decay leave any other instructions? Ah, yes. Sunken Meyer spoke with an anxious expression on her face. He said that you should prove that his eyes weren't wrong. In other words, this was as far as my parachute would carry me. What missions are there? Here's the compiled list. As I examined the collection of missions Sunken Meyer politely handed over with both hands, she spoke up hesitantly. But what is it? Perhaps because I had clearly demonstrated the gap in our strength, Sunken Meyer's attitude had done a complete 180. Handling a great realm that freely. What kind of method are you using? Method? Yes. If you move it like that, you should be suffering from your burdens at least a little. Sunken Meyer looked me over with eyes filled to the brim with disbelief. You look completely fine. I don't know either. What? I had already decided how I would handle information on my world inside of Scarlet Abyss as well. Come to think of it, you might know. Try to guess what kind of world I have based on the traits I tell you. Gee, guess I don't really know much about great realms. Is that so? I pulled out 2 world-sealing elixirs I habitually kept on me. That's unfortunate. Helping me identify my world would surely be worth at least this much. I smiled inwardly as I saw her greedy gaze locked on the pills. The abyssal sea's tide sense, currents, and water pressure had near-infinite ways of application. If it was so vast that even Decay couldn't perceive it, I mean if it's great realms, I do know most of them. Then I would just have to imitate something that's similar enough. Chapter 102, 3 Calamities, Part 9. Before that, just one thing. Why yes. Looking at Sunken Meyer, who had visibly tensed up, I asked something I had been curious about for a while. What exactly makes a great realm different from other realms? I mean, I know they are supposed to be vast or be able to exert influence without directly touching things. But is that all? Great realms target the real world. What? I furrowed my brows, unable to grasp what she meant. Perhaps taking my reaction as anger, she hurriedly continued. And no, I mean we only destroy our own inner worlds. In my case, everything I touch turns into a swamp and anything that sinks into it dies. Isn't that destroying parts of the real world as well? The swamp forms because I, who is broken, touch the world. To put it another way, I'm like a person who's been lit on fire. Everything my hands touch burns, but that's because I am burning, not because the world itself has changed. Then what am I? Fallen of great realms don't just distort themselves, but the world around them as well. Just by existing, they erode the real world. Our individual inner worlds are hells, but a great realm turns the place we inhabit into hell. I tried recalling the fallen I had met who didn't have great realms. Faris, Illusory Flower, Sunken Meyer, Ren, and the Lump. Faris shed blood and used it as a weapon. Illusory Flower became a monster, the Lump took the form of knights. Ren burned everything she touched. Sunken Meyer turned every place she touched into a swamp. It really did feel less like the world itself was changing, and more like creatures from other worlds were walking around inside of it. As for me, I simply lived within the concept of the abyssal sea. Was that the difference between a great realm's fallen and an ordinary fallen? I see. Sunken Meyer looked at me, clearly confused. I can't even start to imagine what kind of world you live in. I couldn't let her find out that my world was the abyssal sea. Judging by how these people kept drowning unfortunate wizards in seawater, there was a good chance I, or someone similar to me, was their actual target. So I played dumb and described a few traits that were deliberately slightly off. First, list the great realms you know. Solitary plateaus, sand ravines, absolute frost, underworld. Most of the great realms she listed were terrain-based, but one of them stood out, so I stopped her. The underworld, that's just hell, isn't it? That counts as a great realm. Yes, it's a world that uses the dead. One of the upper tiers possesses it. I don't know much, just that most city occupations are handled by that person. Is it different from the Lump? Ah, yes, the Lump as well. We've crossed paths. Among those, is there a great world that can use telekinesis? Could you specify what you mean by telekinesis? The ability to apply force at a distance. I don't think so. Flustered, Sunken Meyer asked another question. May I ask what kind of burdens you're receiving? If I knew that much, it'd be easier to narrow it down. I don't want to say. Alright, that makes sense. It'd be dangerous if it got out. Fortunately, hiding one's burdens didn't seem particularly unusual. After that, she listed a few more great realms, but none of them felt like something I could convincingly imitate. The common knowledge Sunken Meyer had wasn't exactly high-level information either. Yeah, after talking for a while, I came to the realization that this girl wasn't really anything special. I'm a warehouse? That was the answer I got when I asked her what role she played in Scarlet Abyss. What do you mean by warehouse? Things that I drop into my swamp can't be dug out no matter how deep you dig. But I can pull them back out anytime, anywhere, so most valuables are stored with me. If you can do that, shouldn't you be able to pull yourself out when you fall in? I'm unable to do that. Talking about her burden, Sunken Mire looked a little gloomy. I once tried controlling it while sitting inside a wooden box and sinking into the swamp, but the bottom of the box became part of the swamp as well, so I sank in anyway. So how do you usually deal with your burdens? I take the world-sealing elixir. And when you don't have them, I endure it, I walk or run. What kind of brute force method is that? Most members of Scarlet Abyss seem to have chosen dependence on world-sealing elixirs rather than finding ways to resist their worlds. Well, it was convenient and immediate, so it's not a bad way. I'd benefited from them too. Still, I couldn't afford to rely on them that much. My burdens weren't something the world-sealing elixirs could easily suppress. I decided to look for another great realm to impersonate later and just opened the book that supposedly listed missions for now. The booklet was crammed full of dense text. Strangely, the letters repeatedly appeared and vanished. Destroy the defensive barrier of the Azure Magic Tower. Special note, must fight a 5-star wizard. Quantity 200 equal, 6/7, the quantity probably referred to world-sealing elixirs. Below that were 6 names along with the mark 6/7. Before long another name appeared. When the page changed to 7/7, it wiggled for a moment and then returned to a blank page. What is this? This is the recruitment ledger. It's where people get gathered to complete missions taken from the mission ledger. Recruitment ledger? Yes, Chapter 1 is the mission ledger where tasks issued by the upper tiers are recorded. Chapter 2 is the recruitment ledger used to gather people to carry out those missions. Chapter 3 is the trade ledger, and Chapter 4 is the record ledger which keeps track of completed missions. Aha. Then equal means the world-sealing elixirs are divided evenly. If I wanted to get the information I wanted about the 3 calamities, I would have to first climb up by clearing missions. So I flipped through the recruitment ledger looking for something that suited me. Eliminate the stray dogs of Parasak Fortress. Special note, stray dogs is the alias of the underworld bosses. The objective is achieved only after annihilating all 390 members of the organization. Quantity, 50 equal 1/3, only recruiting 3 people to kill 390. Yes, we're fallen after all, right. This is something one person could handle on their own, but since some could slip away, Sunken Mire tilted her head, acting as if my question was strange. Well, she wasn't wrong. Even if they were lower tiers, they were still only a hair's breadth away from the heavenly realm. This level of work would be easily taken care of by them. A quick glance through the mission list, and I could roughly tell what Scarlet Abyss was focusing on the most lately. Retaliatory strikes against a few magic towers that had been pursuing them aggressively, while at the same time crushing and absorbing underworld organizations. Whatever their ultimate goal was, I felt a slight sense of relief. If missions like kidnapping children had been their focus, that would have been quite the big deal. All right, let's start with this one. I was about to write my name under Eliminate the Stray Dogs of Parasak Fortress but hesitated. I felt like I shouldn't write down Jern. I couldn't really think of a good alias, so I just used the name I had used before. Undercurrent. Less than 10 seconds passed after I wrote it, then the name disappeared. The page itself, however, remained. Does that mean it worked? And no. When a mission officially begins, Chapter 5 automatically opens so the members can communicate. Then what was that? Well, the member who took the mission. Deleted your name. At my puzzled expression, Sunken Mire spoke carefully. This is your first mission, Jern. No one knows what kind of world you have, there's no record of you. Nothing, that's why. They won't accept you, so I had been rejected. Swallowing the dizzy feeling, I asked again. Then what am I supposed to start with? You need to clear smaller missions first. Once word spreads among the members that you're a strong and trustworthy fallen, they'll accept you. What do you mean by trustworthy? Sometimes there are people who don't care about the mission at all and just kill other members to steal their world-sealing elixirs. And the upper tiers don't regulate that at all. No, what the hell. Not even subcontracting organizations operate like this. At this point, it was more accurate to think of the lower-tier members not as members of Scarlet Abyss, but as mercenaries Scarlet Abyss exploited. So that's what he meant. Only now did I understand the meaning behind Decay's words, that I should prove that his eyes weren't wrong. He meant that I should rise from this pit. This entire process was a trial and a way to make the upper tiers of Scarlet Abyss acknowledge me. Tusk, I clicked my tongue. So the best-case scenario, joining Scarlet Abyss, draining them of information and slipping away, wasn't going to happen. Everything I did in the lower tier would serve as my resume, a record the upper tiers would use to decide how to treat me and what kind of position they'd give me. In that case, is it possible to clear missions solo? And no. It depends on the mission, but at least 2 people are required, 4 for large-scale ones. I see. If I had to do this anyway, then it made sense to fill that resume with the best possible entries. I had been looking at the ledger listing thousands of jobs when I turned to Sunken Mire. How many missions do you usually get here? Everyone knows I'm a warehouse, so I'm not counted as combat power. I doubt anyone would accept me. I see. That was even better actually. I handed her a world-sealing elixir. She received it hastily with both hands as I gave her a gentle smile. Sunken Meyer, why yes, you work with me on a job. Sunken Meyer looked a bit anxious, but that was none of my concern. Results obtained with a porter were evaluated far more highly. Underground prison. Looking down at the spot where Jern had been held, Karos took out a crystal orb and reported, "He's gone. I don't know how, but he left behind a decoy." Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. If this timing is right, he's already made contact with Scarlet Abyss. At this point, he's no longer in our hands. All we can do is pray for his safety. That should have been the end of the conversation. But Karos gripped the orb and added one more thing. Your Highness. Karos had never pried into Sharmia's ability before she herself had spoken of it. She knew that would be overstepping her bounds. However, is this truly possible? This time she found herself unable to hold back. Of course, Jern's proposal had been incredibly persuasive. If it succeeded, it would be a miraculous breakthrough. An opportunity to uncover most of Scarlet Abyss' long-hidden secrets. But the opposite was also true. I haven't known him for very long, but I believe I understand what kind of person Jern is. He's likely already noticed most of your Highness' secrets. Well, you're probably right about that. I did try to hide them as much as possible, and I really mean if he truly became influenced by Scarlet Abyss. Karos swallowed the rest of what she wanted to say. She trusted the princess. Having watched her from up close, she also knew that this trust was not blind faith. No matter who the opponent was, if the princess resolved herself, she could overcome them. To Karos, that was less faith and more a cold, hard fact, but perhaps he might become your Highness' greatest enemy. Not now, but if that child grew into an adult over the next few years. If he accumulated even more connections, knowledge, and power than he already had, he might stand at the same height as the princess herself. That was why she felt so uneasy. I apologize. I've troubled you with my pointless worries. Surely, your Highness was already aware of this and chose to test him regardless. Even as she apologized, Karos secretly hoped that the princess would dismiss her concerns as something foolish. That she would say such a future didn't exist among those she had seen. However, Sharmia's sigh-filled voice carried the opposite answer. That's genuinely scary, really. I still can't believe that Jern is only 11 years old. If he grows further and becomes my enemy, I'm getting chills. Does that mean such a possibility truly exists? Yes, Scarlet Abyss understands the Fallen very well after all. It's possible Jern could be taken in by them and turned against us. Hearing the unease in the princess' tone, Karos found herself speechless. She knew that possibility existed and still sent him to Scarlet Abyss. Why? But Jern will grow there. He could become my greatest enemy or my strongest ally. Then, Karos wanted to say that it was too dangerous, that it would be better to eliminate Jern and act without allowing any variables and go on with just the two of them. Until she heard the princess' self-deprecating voice. But want to know something interesting? What is it? I'm reaching my limit. It was the last thing Karos wanted to hear. Seeing her flinch, Sharmia chuckled softly and shook her head. That's not what I meant. I can still challenge fate many more times. The real problem is this. No matter what I try, it's never good enough. So whether it's dice, coins, or cards, I have no choice but to enter every gamble. Not good enough. The Sharmia within the orb rested her chin on her hand. This is a bit of a different matter. Please command me. Even if Jern becomes my enemy, I wonder how much of a difference that would make. Pardon? Sharmia smiled bitterly at the confused Karos. Whether enemy or ally, that distinction will soon stop meaning much anyway. Chapter 103 Three Calamities, Part 10. There was a term in this world called the Royal Road. Taken literally, it meant the King's Road, but in the world of sports it carried a different meaning. It described a rookie winning the very first tournament they entered, their debut year. It had to be international. It had to be the first competition of that year. The details of those criteria varied widely, but in short, it was a term reserved for rookies who put on performances that simply shouldn't be possible for them. The problem now was that there was no clear goal like winning. So instead, my objective became to gather as many rewards as possible. How many of those world-sealing elixirs do you have? If you mean the ones stored in my swamp, then about 500. What, that's all? I flipped open the book and scanned the missions. The higher-level ones offered far more than a few hundred, so if she only had that much, it pretty much confirmed that I would get shortchanged no matter what. Seeing me like that, Sunken Meyer answered cautiously, I'm not the only one acting as a warehouse, they're split up. That's quite the annoying arrangement. Is that to reduce the risk of betrayal? That's not it. She shook her head, her expression showing slight fear. Even if we kill each other, none of us can disobey the upper tiers. Warehouse or not, betrayal is not possible. Why? Come to think of it, if Sunken Meyer truly was a warehouse, she should have been able to pull those world-sealing elixirs out of her swamp when she was about to drown, but she didn't. The reason was simple. Because at that point, dying would be a kinder fate, a fear that transcended the fear of death. I studied the darkened look in her eyes, then turned my gaze back to the book. I could dig into this later. Right now, there were more pressing matters. While looking through the mission list, I found one that only allowed 2 participants, offered a reward of 1,500 world sealing elixirs, and yet had no applicants. The location was close by as well. I showed it to Sunken Meyer. What's this? Subjugation of Lemon? It's in the city right next to us, right? It won't even take us 10 minutes to get there. Don't do that one. Sunken Meyer shook her head. This organization called Lemon completely controls the underworld there. They refuse to swear allegiance to Scarlet Abyss, and they kill every envoy sent to negotiate. Still. Can't we just take this one? After reading through the details, I found out that they were slavers who trafficked natural-borns and murdered commoners as they pleased. They were such vile pieces of trash that the Empire had posted bounties on them. Killing maggots like that wouldn't bother me. However, Sukin Meyer paled and shook her head hard. No, you can't. Lemon's leader by the same name as a former knight. Knights are nothing to a fallen though, right? To be precise, he was a knight of heavenly retribution. Though he's much weaker than in his prime. What? How does a knight of heavenly retribution end up as an underworld boss? I asked, completely dumbfounded. Weren't knights of heavenly retribution supposed to be the ones hunting down corrupted knights? What were they supposed to do if they became corrupted? I don't know the details either, but I heard he earned the princess hatred. Aha, if that was the case, then it made sense. I wrote my name down for the mission and threatened Sunken Meyer, who was trying to dissuade me. You take your book out and write your name down as well. It says we can start when 2 people apply. Sunken Meyer shook her head in shock. No, didn't I just tell you that he's a knight of heavenly retribution? That's not something we can handle. Normally the upper tiers would step in, but for some reason they've been really busy lately, so the mission has been downgraded. 1,500 world sealing elixirs isn't worth hunting a knight of heavenly retribution. If you have the ability to take on this mission, it would be much more beneficial to take on something easier for. No, I shook my head. In the end, the criteria for rising to the upper tier was absurdly vague. One needed to stand out, complete missions, and get tested, which meant that clearly missions normally were completely meaningless. If that was the case, there was no point in me only doing manageable missions and surviving off of world-sealing elixirs like all the others were doing. If I wanted to stand out, I had to walk a path no one else had taken before. Just come with me, there's a reason. And more importantly, I have a way. I'd killed things far worse than a knight of heavenly retribution before. Is this brat insane? Watching Jern pull out a mask from his coat and put it on, Sunken Meyer couldn't believe the bewilderment rising up within her. If he knew what a knight of heavenly retribution was, then he had to know their strength as well. She couldn't understand why he still decided to fight one head-on despite all that. What made it worse was that he'd threatened to confiscate her world-sealing elixirs if she didn't comply, so she'd been forced to write her name next to his as she shed bitter tears. There was no turning back now. They had to somehow deal with Lemon. If they didn't, it would be considered desertion, and she wouldn't receive any world-sealing elixirs for the next month, which more or less meant death for her. And obviously, this monster in the form of a child was clearly overestimating his own strength. In the end, a fallen could never perfectly control their world. Against enemies below a certain level, they were near invincible, but a knight of heavenly retribution wasn't just some knight. Even the upper tiers couldn't deal with one easily. It really would be better if you just changed your min. Death was the only possible outcome. Trying desperately to make Jern reconsider, Sunken Meyer suddenly froze as she saw Jern's appearance change the instant he put on the mask. At that moment, all her questions had been answered. Sunken Meyer nodded slowly as if she finally understood. So this is your true form. Of course, an 11-year-old couldn't possibly wield their world so perfectly. This adult form was his real self. He even managed to deceive Decay. Jern looked at her with a somewhat baffled expression, then slowly nodded. Yes, this is the real me. Let's go. With that, he immediately started to descend the mountainside. Seeing him not even acknowledge her presence, Sunken Meyer's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Should I ambush him? Stealing the mission book and forcing the mission to fail was the only way she could survive, but in the end her hand fell limply to her side. No, I can't. If he could handle a great realm that perfectly, then a half-baked ambush would be nothing short of suicide. If there was a sin here, it was being deceived by appearances. She should have just given him some vague excuse and fled. Clutching her tightening chest, Sunken Meyer hurried after him, and before she knew it, they had reached the city where Lemon was lurking. Jern tilted his head, watching the guards act suspiciously. What's with those guys? Are they really allowed to do that? That toll's way too high, right? Twice what the capital charges. This place doesn't look maintained enough to justify that. Why, you heard that? The guards were positioned a distance away. Normally they would be hard to spot, much less overhear their conversation. Jern shrugged before replying, I've got good ears. Do you have any money? If you mean regular currency. Sunkenmeyer carefully retrieved several gold bars from her swamp and offered them up. Jern gingerly touched one of them, seeming doubtful, then gasped. Wait, this is real gold. Why, yes, they're made of real gold. Is it really okay for you to just hand these out? Well, they're not really valuable, Sunkenmeyer answered, looking back at Jern. No matter what you bought with this money, who you hired, or what you did with it, it all would just be meaningless. Gold carried no real value in hell. I see. Jern nodded, then slipped the gold bars into his pocket. Still, we can't give this kind of stuff to the guards. It'd just raise suspicion. Then, wait a moment. Jern stared at the base of the city wall. About 5 minutes passed like that. There, Sunkenmeyer was about to nervously ask why he hadn't moved at all when Jern spoke up first. Found it. Huh, either they skipped repairs or they noticed and just left it alone. There's a back door. We'll go in through there. Sunkenmeyer wondered if Jern might be suffering from a delirium induced by his burdens. She only realized that wasn't the case when she saw it herself. A hole in the wall large enough for a grown man to easily slip through. Like Jern had said, it's really there. Looks like a smuggling route. If you go past here, there are traces of people. He sounded extremely certain, as if he had already been there. Sunkenmeyer finally relaxed. Good thing I didn't try to ambush him. If she had, she'd be dead. Somehow Jern was able to grasp the details of an area spanning nearly several hundred meters. He'd be able to easily detect a poorly thought-out ambush. Were all those with great realms like that? While Sunkenmeyer was wondering about that, she found herself frozen in place when she saw him waltzing straight into the city and then heading directly for the back alleys. What are you doing? We need to finish the job quickly. From what I can tell, this city's security is terrible. Jern narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the bleak streets. It looks like the city lord has already been swallowed, more or less. This is a bit bad. Huh. Gangs are actively collecting protection money, and the guards are pretending as if they aren't seeing anything. The fact that they don't even look uncomfortable doing this tells me those lemon guys are the real rulers of this city. That's true. Seeing that there's still a smuggling hole left in the walls, that means that it's not completely devoured yet. The lord's side must still be struggling with a few countermeasures. Frowning, he looked up at the gray sky. If we deal with Lemon, will Scarlet Abyss take over the city? I suppose so, then nothing really changes. Leaving behind those ominous words, Jern headed deeper into the back alleys between the mansions. Sunkenmeyer desperately tried to stop him. Even if you really plan to fight Lemon, you have to ambush him. A frontal assault would be. I plan to. Jern's footsteps were silent, and they didn't come across a single person. Damn it, we still couldn't meet today's quota. What do they want us to do when there's literally nothing left, you bastard? Whenever they might run into someone, Jern was able to sense it first and stopped. After this happened again and again, Sunkenmeyer had no choice but to reconsider. This is just absurd. This wasn't just seeing or hearing things from far away. It was as if the world itself was laid out on his palm, and he was reading the events happening on its surface. Sunkenmeyer felt as though he was watching her from somewhere high up in the sky. It was a truly absurd ability. With just that, he'd never have to fear his burdens. The other members would gladly offer dozens of world-sealing elixirs just to borrow Jern's world for even a single hour. Just what is this? Sunkenmeyer couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of world would allow him to do such things. What frightened her even more was that she still had no idea what his burdens even were. There, Jern stopped not in front of some dazzling mansion nor a fortress packed with guards, but near a shabby shantytown. Sunkenmeyer scanned their surroundings in disbelief. Here, you're saying Lemon's here. He should be living in unimaginable luxury, though. How many Fallen did you say he killed? Looks like he at least knows Scarlet Abyss is hunting him. That was true. Without Jern, no member would have ever guessed Lemon was hiding in a place like this. Jern stared at a single house and stopped dead in his tracks. He really is a knight of heavenly retribution. I can't see him clearly. This is already enough. Sunkenmeyer whispered urgently into Jern's ear, forcing her pounding heart to calm down. If we take this information and negotiate properly, we can lure out a Fallen with a world capable of killing the hidden Lemon in one strike. Leave that to me, then all of this would be meaningless. Jern lightly shook his head and raised a hand. And that won't work. Why not? He's already noticed us. Hangul ko uenus, looks like he was waiting. If I stupidly walked in, he'd cut me down instantly and flee. A knight of heavenly retribution trying to flee. It seems like he's really weakened considerably. Sunkenmeyer clenched her teeth as she listened to Jern's mutterings. She realized that if what he said was true, then we're dead. At this distance from a knight of heavenly retribution, whether there was a flimsy wooden door or not made no difference at all. It was as if a blade was already resting against their necks. Whether Jern understood that or not, he calmly gave an order, fall back, and no. Why, there was still some room to struggle, Sunkenmeyer hurriedly explained. If we retreat without attacking, he'll realize we're not an assassination unit but a reconnaissance team. And once he knows that, he'll immediately rush out to extract the information we have. Jern nodded. That makes sense. So what we should do now is throw out some kind of decoy that looks threatening, buy time while they judge the situation and then escape as fast as possible. If not then. Okay, let's see. She had been too slow to stop Jern from stepping backward. He made it seem as if he was about to run away. Hey, you son of a boom. Before Sunken Meyer could even finish her curse, the door exploded. A middle-aged man, teeth clenched, charged forward swifter than a hummingbird, wielding a greatsword larger than his own body. Hup, there was no battle cry, no anger, and no mockery. Lemon, without underestimating his opponents in the slightest, directly aimed for Jern's head with the strongest, fastest strike he could muster. From Sunken Meyer's perspective, there was only one outcome. Jern's head bursting like a smashed watermelon, closely followed by her own. Lemon saw a similar future. In other words, Jern was the only one who saw something different. The world, Sunken Meyer heard some words pass by her ear, but the wind was so fierce that she couldn't make it out. Boom! Lemon doubted his own eyes. The strike that should have landed cleanly cut through empty air. The unknown assassin moved as if he had seen the future, choosing a path that no sane person should have ever taken. It was also the only way he could have survived. So you bastards showed up again. But encountering strange opponents wasn't anything new to him. Rather than feeling threatened, he felt more irritated and annoyed as he swung his sword several more times. He knew what the Fallen were like. He knew they wielded absurdly dangerous powers. But in the end, those were nothing more than party tricks before pure violence. If they were tough, he just had to break them. If they were fast, he just had to be faster. If they attacked, he just had to dodge. If I weren't injured, trash like this would. Lemon gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. Because of the abdominal wound he had sustained while escaping, he couldn't bring out even half of his true strength, but even so, his prowess as a knight of heavenly retribution was still more than enough to deal with those bugs. Except this time, what? The way this guy perfectly avoided each of his strikes was truly unsettling. He definitely had cut through him. Decades of killing, decades of living as a knight guaranteed that his blade had perfectly cut through his target. In every exchange, that Fallen should have been split apart and dead. And yet nothing caught on his blade, nothing was there, it felt like cutting through water bubbles. You bastard. Worse still, his opponent was gradually getting faster and several times at that mid-combat. In the midst of all that, Lemon realized something. Those Scarlet Abyss bastards are serious. They had finally bared their fangs, showing their intention to devour his kingdom. He'd been vaguely aware of that ever since the assassins started coming. He'd known it would end up like this someday. Of course, killing this guy was only a matter of time. No matter how fast he moved, Lemon had successfully driven him into a corner. He'd absolutely kill him in his next strike, and then he'd have to flee. It can't be helped. No matter how strong he was, in his injured state he wasn't all too confident that he could fend off monsters like this if they kept coming at him, but it was still fine. He would take all the money he had amassed, move to another city and build a new kingdom while his wounds healed. Once I recover, I'll make sure to repay everything. He had the strength to do so. Resolved, Lemon smiled as he looked at Jern backed up against a wall. You sure are timid, let's see you dodge this one too. Jern's expression showed displeasure. While it showed a negative emotion, this wasn't the face of someone about to meet his end. He had an ally. He briefly glanced back. Sunken Meyer stood there, frozen, her mouth agape, just staring blankly at the fight. He'd first deal with this guy, he could still kill that woman right after. With that thought, Lemon brought his sword down. Just what kind of knight did that lump bastard use on me before? Lemon couldn't understand Jern's muttering. However, that hardly mattered, compared to the fact that Jern was standing there muttering at all. What? Lemon gasped, genuinely panicked. Why wouldn't he die? He had slashed through him. This time there was no escape route, no blind spot. No matter how fast he was, this should have been a fatal blow. And yet Jern only looked down at him with an incredulous expression. Even an average knight of heavenly retribution wouldn't last a minute in this. Only then did he realize. The reason Jern hadn't died was because Lemon's sword had stopped. His entire body was seized by an invisible force, frozen as if taxidermied. GHK. He couldn't scream, he couldn't even breathe. Slowly, his armor and muscles, his skin and bones, and his internal organs were crushed, but there was something even worse than the terror of his impending death. Wow, what is this? Alongside the world he knew, another realm became visible to him, a dark, cold place, a realm where incomprehensible monsters lurked, an unbearable hell shimmered within his vision. Tisk. Their gazes met. Defeat was certain, but that was no longer important to him. Lemon just wanted to escape this place. Please. Watching Jern take his sword with what almost looked like pity, Lemon begged. Hurry, just let that blade pierce his throat 1 second faster, so that his head wouldn't end up in the maw of that monster, staring at him as if it were licking him with its gaze.